Yes, all aboard. Every Sunday, the battle frigate, swords, and starships must depart for the captain's cast.
Idiotic.com.
Yes! Yes! I love that so much. Hat tip Nerdrotic. Dude, I just about died. I just about died laughing when I saw that. Oh my. Freaking hilarious. So yes, that would be the opening to the Rebel Moon trailer. Or no, the Rebel Moon review on Nerdrotic's channel. And let me make sure all my audio is good. Okay, cool. Yeah, so welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel, and we are a battle frigate. That's right. We explore nerd culture. We seek out new life and new civilizations in entertainment and genre fiction. And we're going to talk about, Mr. Producer, what are we talking, what was it today? Oh, yes, we're going to talk about The Gentleman. The Gentleman, a story about manful men that are with a stiff British upper lip. And I might be overselling this a little. But just a badass series, and I just completed it. We're going to talk about that. It's excellent. It's excellent. And I have a lot of thoughts about it. And we're going to talk about Shogun, the series finale. I've heard mixed feelings about the ending, so you're definitely going to want to hear what the captain has to say. And we'll be bringing on a special guest, Redoubt Productions, hopefully, if he's available, to help me out with that review, to sort of complete our little review series on that. Couple other interesting things. Did you know that J-Lo... I know you're thinking, wait, what? J-Lo? What? Yes, that's right. J-Lo has decided to enter the world of science fiction. And and I have got to talk to you about this. This is the name of her character in this Netflix movie. Agent Atlas Shepard. Agent, you know what that makes me think? It makes me think of the Scar Giver. The Scar, she's the Scar Giver. They're trying so hard to be cool. They're just, you think of like film ideas conceived of in the office, in the cubicle of like a corporate studio marketing intern department, like stupid ideas about what good science fiction is, and you just get the most hackneyed, lame, just overused, beaten to death tropes. So we're going to talk about J-Lo. J-Lo's going to save science fiction, folks. I'm really excited for that. Also, I saw a couple other movies over the weekend. I think we might take a look at these with using the Blake Snyder genre story type analysis. I got to tell you, there is a dearth, my dear sailors and starnauts, of good comedy. And I just so happened to watch Happy Gilmore last night, which is I think it's Adam Sandler's best comedy ever. And I was struck by something. I was struck by the fact that, like, it is a brilliantly constructed story. Like, forget about the comedy. it's literally like a flawlessly executed story. There are a couple things in it that I might have changed, but honestly, it really works. It is a perfect example of a full triumphant story. So we're going to talk about that and a couple other things. So pile in, folks. But yeah, no, I had to open the stream with the Rebel Moon, Perry Chan intro. Let me grab just one quick clip of that. Where was it? Did I not load it? Oh my! Oh, Mr. Producer, you're fired, Mr. Producer. No, come back. Don't leave. I need you here. I really do. There it is. Oh wait, I think I did. Did I add that? I'm adding it now, but I thought I had. Oh, I did add it. Okay. Never mind. I have it. Here it is. Okay, I'll stop doing that because the screen's probably killing you. So, but I just love the Belisarius one. Yeah! Zack Snyder had an interesting take on Superman. Also, that he's rebuffing the argument that Superman can't kill, as usual. And what's funny is he thinks he's very original for saying this. But, this is what Hollywood always thinks. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I can't read the man's mind. I certainly can't figure out how he's given millions of dollars to make movies. But that's beside the point. I am, however, interested in this idea of, can you tell a Superman story? Can you conceive of a situation which Superman never kills? And I want to talk about that as well. So Stormcrow is in the chat, and he says, do you know how long it's been since I've seen your beautiful face, you bastard?" Well, 7 days. 7 days, Stormcrow, and I can only imagine the excruciating agony that has caused you, and I am sorry, sir. So welcome aboard the Captain's Cast. Anthony Timmons is in the chat. Good afternoon, Anthony. So are we talking Rebel Turd again? Well, not really. Not really. I mean, we can if you want. Actually, I do have a funny story about this. I do. Okay, so my uncle came to visit recently, and he's a very opinionated man, like the captain. And so I love to just poke the bear and get arguments going with him and stuff. Anyway, he hadn't seen Rebel Moon, but he kind of likes genre fiction and stuff like that. He's a bit of a normie, but he is sometimes sophisticated in his. That'd be funny if he was watching. Sometimes sophisticated. Anyway, hang on, cough button. Hang on. So, he likes movie recommendations. And hey, Uncle, have you seen a film called Rebel Moon? And he's like, "Oh, I think I've seen that come across my feed. I haven't watched it yet." I said, well, let me tell you about. And I kind of was giving him the sarcastic pitch of here's what the movie's about, and they're protecting grain and all this stuff. And he's kind of cocking his head. He's like, "What?" And so, cop button. Sorry, I got a frog in my throat. Anyway, I said, "Uncle, I want you to guess. I want you to guess what fuel source in this science fiction story. It's about space travel and interstellar travel. What powers the starship, the Dreadnought, that this hyper advanced civilization uses to get across the universe? What is the fuel source? What do they use in the engine room to power it, right?" And at this point, he's caught on that this isn't a good movie, but he's still kind of... And he decides to troll me. And he says, "I don't know, coal." And I was like, "Oh my God." And he looked at my face and he's like, "Wait." And I said, "You nailed it. You absolutely..." He's like, "What? I was trolling you. I was just trying to mess with you. I picked literally the worst thing I could think of." I said, "That's exactly what it is." He couldn't believe it. He was like, what? And I said, yes. They have a scene like the boiler room in Titanic. They have men covered in black soot shoveling coal into a boiler. He's like in an interstellar starship. I said, yes. He's like, what? He couldn't believe it. He thought I was trolling him. I was like, no, I'll show you the scene. No. I'll take your word for it. So yeah, God, that was hilarious. He was just messing with me, and he guessed it. I tell you, it is surreal. It really is. It's like you watch that film. I knew about the coal thing. I'm watching it, and I'm like, I can't believe this. I just can't believe this. How stupid do you have to be? I mean, it's. But so here's what I've heard. I know I just said I wasn't going to talk about Rebel Moon, but I heard Zach Snyder say that the reason that it's fine, brah, is because it's, oh God, I hate this. I hate this excuse so much you don't even understand. And I'm probably going to offend people in the audience. But I'm just going to say I despise when people say it's a mixture of fantasy and science fiction. That is a lazy, this is my opinion, and it might be a hot take, but this is, I will die on this hill. That is a lazy, bad approach to storytelling. To say, oh, my story is a mixture of science fiction and fantasy. What that means is you have no idea what you're doing. It means you have no clue how to world build, and it means that you have given yourself a bullshit trapdoor that allows you to escape any accountability for bad plot structure, bad lore, bad character development, because all you have to do is just say, oh, magic is in it. Magic is in it. Well, I'm sorry, but even good fantasy requires structure and rules and like a predictability to how things work. Like that's necessary. That's necessary. And so the best fantasy is very well thought out and well constructed. But I'm not saying it is absolutely impossible to have something like a futuristic environment or story where there is also elements of fantasy in it. Warhammer 40,000 actually does a pretty good job of this. But Warhammer 40,000 is not a fantasy science fiction mishmash. It is a science fiction grim future. It is a far future science fiction along the lines of Dune, right? But it incorporates elements that are from traditional fantasy, such as the Eldar, like the elves and stuff like that. And the Space Marines being kind of archetypal knights in space, right? But that's the key thing, though. The tone is consistent, and it never just uses that as an out. It never just says, "Oh, the way things work in this is because magic, brah." And so I've been in like writers groups where I've read writing from writers who would say, "Oh, this is fantasy sci-fi. It's both," and I was like, well, that explains a lot. and I didn't mean it. I was like, I didn't say it that way, but I was like, yeah, that's a problem. You know, it's like 1 minute we're talking about the neutron capacitor accelerator. And then the next minute it's goblins casting spells. And I'm like, those two things do not fit together. They don't make sense. They confuse the reader. It's like a weird fever dream. And the fact that Zach Snyder is doing that in a major production, dude, it's basic bitch to like the 10th degree is what I'm saying. And it's like, I got no time for that. Listen, let me give you a nickel's worth of free advice if you're a writer out there. Do not let yourself off the hook with that bullshit idea that you can do a fantasy sci-fi, but it's both. It isn't. It is not. You have to pick one. You can have elements of one in the other, but you cannot mix genres that way. Fight me, brah. Fight me on this. I'm serious. I'll take, Anyway, Wrangler with a $4.20 super chat says nothing. Wrangler, why? Thank you, sir. Thank you indeed. Thank you very much indeed. 4:20 is the hour. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I am not saying you can't have, inspiration from fantasy in a science fiction story. Warhammer 40,000 is a good example of that works. I'm not saying you can't have science fiction components in fantasy. Steampunk is kind of a good example of fantasy that uses a kind of almost science fiction element to it. What I'm saying is, it goes back to the very simple premise of you've got to be able to explain what it is. If you can't explain what it is, you don't have a story yet. Yet. Anthony Timmons says the funny thing is J-Lo still thinks she can act. This is, folks, I really think that the modern grift, this is what's so genius about the DEI woke identity politics movement, and why I say it is the fox that let it's what let the fox of mediocrity into the henhouse, right? Which is, it is a way of arguing for people that do not belong in certain roles and are not going to be interesting in certain roles to get those roles. So J-Lo is an over-the-hill actress. She is aging out of the type of action hero role, right, that she might have been able to get 20 years ago. It's nothing personal. It's just reality. Nobody wants to see... Look, I love Sigourney Weaver, okay? Sigourney Weaver is a fantastic actress. There are a lot of roles that she can absolutely... If she is kind of like in a position of gravitas in a science fiction film as like a scientist or maybe like an evil genius, I like that. I'm interested in that. Sigourney Weaver does that role well. Or if she's like a scientist, like an Avatar, she's good at that. And I always want to see her doing that. She's not Ellen Ripley anymore. Not a young Ellen Ripley. She can't do what young Ellen Ripley did anymore. She's not that character. Now, could she play like an aging Ellen Ripley who's passing the torch? Well, maybe, but in current day, it wouldn't. It would just, they'd Indiana Jones or Luke Jake Skywalker her. But assuming they didn't, yes, she could do that. She cannot be like an action star. She's not gonna fulfill that role anymore. And it's like ditto, Sylvester Stallone in Tulsa King was brilliant. Sylvester Stallone was brilliant in Tulsa King. Why? Because he's not trying to be young Sylvester Stallone. He's playing an old, out of touch, gangster who just got out of prison, and he's missed 25 years of history. And he's thrown into Tulsa, Oklahoma as exile, and he just has to figure out how to make a living as an OG crime guy. It's fantastic because it fits him at his where he's at in life as an actor. It fits him, and he's great in it. He's a badass, but he's a grizzled, kind of past his prime badass, and that works, right? When aging actors pick the right roles for where they're at in life, it's magic. When they don't, we get J-Lo trying to thrill us all with the most hackneyed AI sci-fi trope. In fact, let's go grab that trailer because I'm fired up about this. Didn't Superman kill in Man of Steel, says Anthony Timmons. You are right, Anthony. He did. And you know something? I was okay with that. I absolutely was okay with that. And now I hear Superman fans coming at me with pitchforks, and fair enough. I'm not going to claim I am the biggest Superman OG fan. I didn't read the comics. I'm not super into him. I'm pretty much a normie. Spider-Man is more my guy. Now, if in the first Spider-Man, Peter Parker had killed, let's say, Norman Osborn deliberately, like snapped his neck, would I have a problem with that? Actually, I probably would. So, in fairness to Superman fans, I think they have a point. I think they have a huge point here. However, I do want to unpack this a little. Because I just feel that in the situation Superman was in Man of Steel, he had to kill him. There was no scenario where Zod was going to surrender. But that being said, that it bears scrutiny. This question. It bears scrutiny. So we're going to get into that. Wrangler says magic is raising and directing energy by way of consciousness to produce a result. It must work within a physics system. If you can wave your hands at anything, your world is broken. At a basic level, I pretty much agree with you here, Wrangler. That being said, I'm not I don't really love Harry Potter. I'm not saying Harry Potter I'm not saying Harry Potter is a bad magic system, because I do think Harry Potter generally has lots of well thought out rules and lore from what I've seen. But I do generally tend to shy away from fantasy where it's very abstract and it's like characters can just kind of do whatever they want. Interestingly enough, I think this is the problem in superhero movies, right? Because do you notice this? In all the modern superhero movies, what is it that they have to do to win? They have to get some kind of the juice that's going to propel them to beat the bad guy is always something like belief. You know, I believe in you, or I know my true purpose now, and I have courage again. You know, willpower. It's always abstract things like this in the modern MCU and like all these movies, and it's frustrating to me, especially the magical characters. The magical characters, this is usually the case, and it's killing superheroes for me because I don't find that interesting. I thought the first Doctor Strange was pretty interesting. The way they established like where the magic comes from, what it is, the idea of Thor, you know, his world is it's technology that's indistinguishable from magic. I like that stuff. But now it's getting into the realm where it's not defined. So I don't know. Maybe there's fantasy fans out there who are fine with a more abstract system where it's based on kind of like will, and there's probably a place for that. It's not my thing. I'm not super into it. All I am saying is, if you try and let yourself off the hook as a writer by just claiming, like if someone says, is your book fantasy or sci-fi? I think you should have a one or the other answer. I don't think you should go for the non-binary option. I don't think you should say my book is a they, them. Some days it's fantasy and some days it's I don't think that's a thing. I think what that indicates is you're not clear on what your story is. And or what your world is. And that's the problem with it. It's not consistent in tone. As I said, I do not consider Warhammer 40,000 a blend of fantasy and science fiction. I consider it generally science fiction, but it includes tropes of fantasy, but it weaves them into a science fiction context. Like what's a good example? So in Warhammer 40,000, you have the Psykers, right? Which are the equivalent of a mage in fantasy. But in 40,000, the very specific explanation of it is they're psychic. They have psychic energy, and that's what creates the effect. So that's what I'm getting at. Wrangler says, I knew I was throwing a bomb here because this is the captain's indelicate opinion on writing. Wrangler says, I blended science fiction and fantasy quite well. If I can do it, it ain't that hard. Well, fair enough, Wrangler. Fair enough. Fu Man Blue is in the chat, says, hail all. Hail, Fu Man Blue. Welcome aboard, sir. Anthony Tibbet says, all things being said, Mike Shannon killed it as Zod in Man of Steel. I agree. I love Michael Shannon as an actor. He's fantastic. It was one of the saddest things I've ever seen when he was sort of like phoning in his lines in The Flash, and he was just like, he's like a talking head that's just been pasted into a bunch of CGI bullshit, and he's just sort of reading his lines. It was like, oh my God, what a waste of a great actor. But that whole scene where he confronts Superman in Man of Steel was fantastic. He's like, where did you train? On a farm? You know, I will find him. I will find him. He was great. He was menacing. Fantastic. All right, we got a bunch of things in the hopper. Let's grab this article right now because I just want to talk about this real quick. Because it's an interesting question, and I think in terms of story analysis, it bears some scrutiny. Let me share my screen. This from Cosmic Book News. This is what Zach Snyder had to say. Superman is fake if he can't kill Zod, says Zach Snyder. That would be the brilliant mastermind behind Rebel Moon. The Scar. Similar to his thoughts on Batman, Snyder thinks Superman wouldn't be realistic if he wasn't placed in no-win situations. And so here it goes. Similar to his thoughts on Batman, for the birthday of Superman, Zack Snyder reflects on his Man of Steel movie and says Superman is fake if he can't be put into situations such as the scene where Clark kills General Zod. Regarding Batman, Snyder said Batman is also irrelevant. if he can't kill, which saw comic book industry veterans refute the notion, to say the least. Let me grab that real quick, because that actually might be interesting to grab a quote. I'm curious. Grant Morrison said, if Batman killed his enemies, he'd be the Joker and Commissioner Gordon would have to lock him up. Good point. That Batman puts himself in danger every night but steadfastly refuses to murder is an essential element of the character's magnificent, horrendous, childlike psychosis, wrote Grant Morrison in his latest newsletter. The line Bruce Wayne draws is a clear delineation between himself and his villains, as if Batman were to ever cross it, there would be no difference between them. See, I agree with that. We're gonna check back in with those thoughts in a second, but let me resume with Zach Snyder's opinion. I can recall that when Man of Steel was released, it was controversial due to all the violence and particularly the Zod death scene. I can remember watching it for a second time in theaters, that when Superman killed Zod, a young boy in the audience said to his father something like, "I thought Superman doesn't kill." And I knew at that moment things weren't looking good. If you also recall, Man of Steel opened pretty big, which saw talk of a Man of Steel 2 right away, but that fizzled and they brought in Ben Affleck to do Batman v Superman. Batman v Superman is one of the worst superhero films ever made, in my opinion. If The Dark Knight is the best superhero film ever made, I think Batman v Superman might be the worst. Might be the worst. But let's get to the lead here. Zach Snyder, speaking with GQ, broke down his iconic films. And here's what he said. Zod's not wrong from his point of view. This would be Snyder speaking. But also, there's no really room for humans in this scenario that Zod's presenting. And he's not going to stop. He wasn't going to negotiate an outcome, so it was either Zod or us. And that was pretty much the game. There was no, middle ground. Zod said he would fight until either you kill me or I kill you. That's the game. There's no and they're alike. But that's a little confusing, but that's... Anyway, but why would you put Superman in that... Oh, he's saying fans are like, why would you put Superman in that position? Now, I think this is a bit of a straw man argument he's making here, and we'll get to that in just a second. But his answer to the little straw man that he set up is, well, if Superman can't handle that position, then he's fake. And then he's not... You gotta, he's got to address the scenarios that come to him. He can't pick and choose as you can't pick and choose those scenarios. When something is outside of your morality, your normal morality that you can deal with, it's like the Kobayashi Maru from Star Trek. It's the idea that you're presented a scenario, a no-win scenario, and in the no-win scenario, how do you respond? Zach, can I have to point out something. You're referencing the Kobayashi Maru from Star Trek 2, which is the famous test in which there's no way to win. Your ship will go down no matter what you do. And the point of the test is to demonstrate, is basically to test how young Starfleet officers in training are going to face their, literally, death. Face death and no way out of it. How will they face their... which I actually think is a fairly brilliant idea. I think that's a brilliant idea in a military organization. You must be prepared to face your end, and how you meet that end is important in a line of duty, right? But Zach, you're forgetting something. James T. Kirk is the only officer cadet at the time in history who beat the Kobayashi Maru. He beat it. How did he beat it, Zach? How did he beat it? Hello. He beat it with a third option, which is what heroes, specifically superheroes, do. That is what creative writing is all about. This is what's kind of funny to me. He fails to see that is a perfect example of a heroic character placed in a no-win scenario, and he found a third way out of it. By the way, the film in which that situation sits is very important because it establishes the theme. It establishes the theme that Kirk cheats death. Kirk cheats death and believes he will always be able to cheat death, and he is confronted in the end of the film with a no-win scenario. Khan is about to detonate the Genesis device, and there's no way to repair the warp core in time to escape the blast. And so there's no way out of it. But what happens? Spock sacrifices his life to repair the warp core, and they're able to escape. But it cost him the life of his friend. That's brilliant storytelling, because the story did put him in that situation and demonstrated that that the character of Kirk over all of his years of life had built such an incredible team and such loyal friendships and such an amazing crew that literally the best of them, arguably the best of them, Spock, gave up his life for his comrades and for his captain and for his friend, which is a beautiful tale in so many ways. And it's interesting that Zach kind of misses this, he kind of misses the exact point here. But anyway, he says, if you think it, and I think Zach says that if the character can respond in a way that solidifies his humanity, then he's strong. By killing? Is that what you're saying? Well, this is Zach Snyder's idea. He's like, well, you see, Batman has a rule. He can't kill. So what I'm going to do is put him in a situation where he has to kill, and then he kills. And that's going to solidify his humanity. And then Superman, who never kills, is going to be put in a situation where he has to kill, and he kills. And that will solidify his humanity. And then we're going to take Spider-Man. And Spider-Man is going to be in a situation where he has to kill, and he's going to kill like 5 people. It's like, well, Zach, how is this exploring humanity? Because it seems to me that your default answer is the character will always have to kill. Now, if I were to be a bit charitable, I would say that the basic premise of what Zach Snyder is saying here, I don't disagree with, because he says, basically he sets up this question, right? A hypothetical fan says to Zach Snyder, why would you put Clark in the position of having to kill Zod as a storyteller? If Superman does not kill, why would you put him in a situation where he has to? And Zack Snyder is saying, well, if he can't handle that position, well, then he's a phony character. And without agreeing with how he phrased that, he says he's fake. I will agree with essentially what he's saying, which is, yeah, if Superman and Batman and Spider-Man, because Spider-Man is my favorite superhero, and Spider-Man absolutely does not kill. If Spider-Man, Superman, or Batman have a moral that they do not kill, okay? Spider-Man's actually even worse, because he will go out of his way to save the lives of his villains. It's bad. It's really bad. It kind of annoys me. But if you are, as a writer, always writing them out of ever having to face that no-win scenario, then I would agree that you are not properly testing your character and you're not properly proving your character. And that is what we generally refer to as plot armor. And I am against plot armor. I think the basic idea of what Zach is saying here is correct. That if Superman chooses not to kill, then he had better be able to face a situation where it appears that he has to. Now, the reason I say this is somewhat of a straw man argument, because yes, there might be a fan who says this, but most fans, I think, what they're really saying is, why would you put Superman in that position just so that you can justify him killing, when that's something he wouldn't do? Because to that, I think the answer is harder. Because what I would suggest is Zach is correct to put the hero in a position where they have to make that choice, but the next step is show us how the hero gets out of it. Show us how the hero gets out of it. Or show us the price the hero pays for either breaking their moral code or living up to their moral code. Either way, I think there's a price to be paid. And it's an important thing. Now, by the way, there is a film that I think handles this pretty well. Batman Begins. Batman is faced with a choice. Does he kill Ra's al Ghul or not? And he basically lands on, no, I'm not going to kill you. That's my rule. I don't kill. But I don't have to save you. And I think, well, that's a pretty fair middle ground. Now, I think some people are still not that okay with that situation, which is fair enough. But I just think I think that's a reasonable middle ground for the character. Like, I'm not, but he does save the Joker's life. He does, well, that technically he was saving the Joker from being murdered by him because he threw him off the building. So I'm talking about the Dark Knight. He had to save, that's different, actually. That is different because Ra's al Ghul put himself in the situation where he's going to go down in flames. But in the case of the Joker, Batman had thrown him off of the building. So if he had allowed him to fall, he would have effectively killed the Joker, and he couldn't do that. But here's a suggestion, right? Take Man of Steel. Clark has got Zod, in the headlock, and Zod's got the beam, and it's about to kill the civilians, and he's like, "You're gonna watch me do it." How does Superman get out of that? Well, how about this? He puts him to sleep. He's in a chokehold. He puts him to sleep, and then what if off screen we didn't see that Clark had stolen some of the technology from Zod's ship that can put them in a coma. Think about the fact that Jor-El in the beginning of Man of Steel did have a way of dealing with Zod that was not killing. He put him in the Phantom Zone. Jor-El put him in a prison in the Phantom Zone. Couldn't you have had a scenario where Clark figures out a way to neutralize Zod and put him in the Phantom Zone? And I think there are ways you could get at it as a storyteller that would be fun and surprising for the audience. So I agree with Zach Snyder that it is not good storytelling to avoid putting your heroes in a situation that will test their moral code. But I disagree with him that the only logical outcome of putting them in that situation is that they will kill. I think that's stupid. So what do you think, chat? Star Fury is in the chat. Star Fury says, The Flash is the worst by far. Hail all. Interesting. Yes, enter into the chat. Or if you're watching this on the restream, put in the comments of this stream, what is the worst superhero film ever? Worst superhero film ever. I'm saying it, for me, I haven't given it a lot of thought, but I'm thinking it's Batman v Superman. I think that is one of the worst. It's certainly in my, bottom 5 ever. I mean, let's consider what could be worse. Batman and Robin, which is a god-awful movie. But at least Batman and Robin roughly preserves the ethics of Batman. And it's not a grim, miserable slog. Believe me, I hate Batman and Robin, but I'm just saying, okay? I'm trying to think of worst superhero. No, I'm telling you, I think Batman v Superman is my choice. I think it's the worst superhero film ever made. It's miserable. It's a funeral dirge. It just in a kind of literal and metaphorical way, it beats the crap out of these two iconic characters. It sullies them both. It darkens them both. I think Superman is a grim, miserable guy in Batman v Superman. I think Batman himself has the most appalling morals ever in any portrayal of that character. He literally says, if there is a 1% chance that Superman is a bad guy, no evidence that he is, but if there's a 1% chance, I am justified in killing him, and it will be the Bruce Wayne legacy. My God, folks, that is such a disturbing rationale. It's so bad. And then just the imagery of Batman beating Superman with a kitchen sink. I laughed in the theater. I remember laughing out loud. He gets a kitchen sink and he starts no, it's a bathroom sink. It's a bathroom sink. And he starts beating he beats poor Clark and oh no, stop, Bruce. Oh my God, it's awful. That movie is so awful. And then it does a mishmash of The Dark Knight Returns and The Death of Superman, which, God, that is classic Snyder. That is classic. It's like, dude, you do not have enough film to mash up these two massive stories. The Death of Superman and The Dark Knight Returns, both amazing. Each of those is a full film. And he's trying to just do the best of both. Of course, the Rebel Moon writer-director would do that. Of course he would. But that's not even the worst part. The absolute worst of the worst in that movie is Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. My God, folks, that is one of the most cringe, appalling, repellent, awful, just awful performances, interpretations, versions of just archetypes of a hero, of a villain, I should say, that I've ever seen. I hated every second he was on the screen. It was like, oh God, I can't stand him. I hated it. And it's like, it's unfunny. There's all these moments where he's doing weird shit, like putting a piece of candy in a henchman's mouth, and it's supposed to be funny, and it's like, it isn't. Then there's these moments where Lex Luthor is waxing philosophical about gods and the underworld, and it's a bunch of gobbledygook nonsense. It's supposed to be it's so melodramatic. I hate that movie. I absolutely hate it. I hate Batman v Superman. It's one of the worst movies ever. Anyway. But I like your vote, Staffieri. Your vote is... That is a acceptable choice, Staffieri. The Flash is pretty bad. The Flash has definitely got similar problems to Batman v Superman. Staffieri says he doesn't understand the Kobayashi Maru scenario. Kirk doesn't believe in the no-win scenario, so like a good captain, he cheats. Exactly! Precisely, Staffieri. Precisely so. Anthony Tibbets says the Flash sucked. Ezra Miller is an egomaniac. Ezra Miller is a psychopath. Ezra Miller is a criminal who should be in jail. He should be in jail. He should be in jail. But meanwhile, who is it that's on trial? I'm just saying. What is it? Salty Cracker says bunch of kid effers. That's what he calls them. And he's Stop here. He says, the book of Kobayashi Maru is awesome, especially Scotty's go at the test. Oh, that's interesting. I got to check that out. You know, I've not read like a ton of Star Trek books. I never got into reading. Look, I was very snobbish about canon. I was like, if the books aren't canon, I'm not going to read them. But there were some good ones. Like I read Riker's Titan. His first Titan adventure was pretty good. Stop here. He says... The vast majority of Juan history, most people do not kill and never even tried to kill. So how is getting a character to kill someone supposed to be their character? Well, I think that it is a lazy attitude in writing that the only way to solve a problem is, you know, ironically, this was sort of what the whole superhero genre was about. It was about characters that held themselves to a higher standard. It was about characters that were extraordinary because of their moral standards. And therefore, while it might even be frustrating for us as the reader or viewer, it certainly was for me with Spider-Man. I mean, he let so many bad guys go, and then they escape, and they fight it, they cause more problems. And it's like, why does Spider-Man go out of his way to save them? And it's like, because the minute he crosses that line, he becomes a different person. And there's a great line in 24. I love 24. And the first season, Jack Bauer, he starts out as actually a pretty reasonable character mentally, but by the end of it, the guy's totally hollowed out. He's a shell of a man, because he's just done too many bad things to save the world. But in the first season, Jack Bauer is a special forces agent working. He's the head of CTU, but he's brought in specifically because he investigates. He's kind of an internal affairs agent. He's really good at sniffing out moles and sniffing out traitors and corruption. That's basically what he is. He's like the anti-corruption cop. And he comes into CTU because there's a leak in CTU, and that's what brings him into the story. And there's a scene in which he's discussing the nature of how good agents go bad. And he basically says, look, it doesn't start with some mustache twirling, something along these lines. It doesn't start with someone who's just evil and wants to sell out their country. It starts with somebody who's maybe just willing to compromise a little on their morals. Just make one little compromise. But once they've made that one little compromise, the next compromise gets easier. And then the next one, and then the next one. And before they know it, they're a full-blown traitor to their country. And they're selling out their own countrymen. And I thought that's a really brilliant point that he makes. Ironically, it's sort of prophetic for his own character as the series goes on. But But that is a key point. Once you make that first little moral compromise, the next one gets easier, and the next one gets easier. And that's how I see it with superheroes. If Batman or Superman or Spider-Man indulge, very often, they always have desires to put an end to the Joker or Lex Luthor or the Green Goblin, as the case may be. But the point is, if they actually cross that line, they can never go back. They can never go back to being who they were, and it will change the nature of their mission and what they do forever. And there may be a case for saying that it's time for that character to cross that line. Maybe. But I generally think that's the realm of things like The Dark Knight Returns or The Death of Superman. You know, big event stories like that are usually where they explore those ideas. Because it changes the character irrevocably. And I think that's the point, is we as the viewer are watching a character, or the reader, are watching a character who makes better choices than most of us would in their position. That's what Star Trek captains are all about. That's what they used to be all about. They were about making the choice that even their own crew members would often not be willing to make, to do the right thing by all parties involved. And Tom is in the chat, says, "Hey, all, just popping in, doing some yard work. Good show. Well, welcome, Tom. Good to see you. Good to see you." Wrangler says, I just used the Phantom Zone clip in my latest video. Awesome. Synchronicity. Hat tip, Frequency Studios. That would be where you can find Wrangler, so check out his channel. Says, hell, I find the original Howard the Duck more entertaining than any of that stuff. Star Fury. I saw that comment that you sent to Wrangler. Let's see. How about a bad superhero movie? My Super Ex-Girlfriend, says Wrangler. Oh, come on, Wrangler. No, it's gotta be like a proper superhero film that was meant to be taken as like, it was meant to be like a successful superhero film. Anthony Timmons says, here's one for you. Has anybody seen Roger Corman's version of the Fantastic Four? Which one was that? Roger, was that the first one with Ioan Griffith, or was that the second iteration? Oh my God, it's older than that. It's a super old one. Okay, well, fair enough. Wrangler says, I could accept most of the DCEU, but Lex Luthor and the Joker. If you're talking about the Snyderverse Joker, Jared Leto's Joker, yeah, I hate that. I hate that Joker. Awful. I don't know what they were thinking with the Jesse Eisenberg Lex Luthor. It was the worst. Like, just bring back, I would take almost any Lex Luthor. I like the Lex Luthor, what was his name? His last name was Rosenbaum, the actor who played Lex Luthor in Smallville. I liked him. I think it would be cool, just bring him in and have it be, I had heard rumors before that movie came out that Bryan Cranston was going to be Lex Luthor, and I think that was a genius idea. Bryan Cranston would make a great Lex Luthor. I think Lex Luthor, this is a hot take, I actually think Giancarlo Esposito could be a good Lex Luthor. Yes, technically that would be a race swap, but I think that I think he could pull it off, because I think it would be all about the character and how he plies power, and he has the appearance of legitimacy. I think that's a key element of Lex Luthor. He should be charismatic and persuasive as a businessman, but lurking beneath that is a megalomaniac. That's how I see it. I'm honestly not even... Yes, Gene Hackman's version is pretty good, but I'm not wild about wacky takes on Lex Luthor. You know what's a really good one? I love the Lex Luthor in Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman with Dean Cain. I love that Lex Luthor. In fact, that's probably one of my all-time favorites. You know, he's got this smooth, cool under pressure, sophisticated air about him. He likes the finer things in life. And part of his quest for power is just that's just him. His whole quest in life is to just be the most dominant force in any world he's a part of. And I find that there's something kind of amazing about that, because Superman is just simply a challenge to him. It is, as long as this hero exists and people think he's a hero, I cannot be the greatest thing on this planet, and that's why he has to destroy him. I think that's a pretty brilliant setup for his character. He's a great iteration of the character. Jesse Eisenberg from The Social Network. Starfury says, Ezra Miller will never go to prison. He knows too many. Oh, jeez. Oh, no, jeez. Starfury. I gotta read Starfuries before I put them up. I mean, it's probably fine, Starfury, but I mean, I appreciate the comment. You're exactly correct, you know. You're exactly correct. Jeez. Just Starfury says, just rewatch the Next Generation episode. Who watches the Watcher? Oh, I love that episode. I love Who Watches the Watchers. That's season 2. I love that episode. Damn, Picard is awesome. True captain. Yeah, dude, what they do to him in the Star Trek Picard series, it is unbelievable how I think that is and you probably can argue with me on this, but it's a personal thing, but I just think that is the worst assassination of all time. It is the worst character assassination of all time. Jean-Luc Picard is one of the greatest, moral characters of all time. He just is, in my opinion. I think he was my favorite Star Trek captain for a long time. He was, honest to God, in my opinion, best of the Star Trek captains. And then in Picard, he is something else entirely. They totally retcon all of his history. Anyway, I could go on about all that. But yes, season 3 of Picard is fine. Season 3, he's back to being the man he's more or less supposed to be. A very aged and not who he used to, he's obviously he's not as good as he once was, but he's as good once as he ever was. And that, to quote Toby Keith, and that is a reasonable compromise. So I kind of agree that I agree that you need to put Superman and Batman and so forth in these situations. But, the funny thing is, even as I'm just thinking about it, Spider-Man did that. Spider-Man 1, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man, put Spider-Man in a situation where he's tempted to kill Norman Osborn. And then right then, Norman Osborn, he's tempted to kill the Green Goblin, and he's beating the crap out of him. And then the voice of Norman Osborn says, Peter, it's me. And he uses that to try and play on his emotions. And he, as happened in the comics, he accidentally kills himself on his own glider. And I think that is Peter Parker facing that reality. And then you have Spider-Man 2, where he's got to reach the real Doc Ock underneath that. And then, of course, the brilliant situation with Tom Holland's Spider-Man in No Way Home, where he's faced with the very real fact that he wants vengeance. He wants to kill the Green Goblin for what he did to Aunt May. And that is just all kinds of perfect. Especially since I love the fact that he wanted revenge on the Green Goblin, and then the other two Spider-Men, Tobey and Andrew's Spider-Man, show up and they sort of talk him down. But what was great about that was that secretly, Tom Holland Spider-Man hid the fact that he still planned on killing Green Goblin, and that was only revealed in that moment when the Green Goblin shows up and he's like, I was hoping that we would have this chance, and I thought that was great. That was really great because as the audience member, I had sort of decided that he was over that. He was over wanting to get revenge. And that revealed that he was very much still wanting revenge. And I think that was brilliant. So Zach Snyder is basic bitch. I think he is making excuses for lazy storytelling on his part. And frankly, this is common. This is common in current day Hollywood. And this is, by the way, why we do not have good classical heroes anymore. Because, anti-heroes are fine, but classical heroes are difficult to write because guys like Zack Snyder are like, he's got Zod in a headlock and that means he has to kill him. Okay, but what if you could find another way? There isn't one. He just has to. That's how it works. That's real life. Shut up, Zach. What if Zod were threatening the grain on planet Earth? Oh, they're in Smallville, and he's about to nuke all the grain. And Zack Snyder would say, "Oh, he's definitely got to snap his neck, Dad. He's definitely got to, because you can't have all the grain supplies in planet Earth get nuked by Zod. That would be a crisis. That would be a disaster. Oh no, this is the man that's going to lecture us on what Superman and Batman can and cannot do." Spare me, Zach. But in any case, returning to the question of actual comic book writers of the characters responding, I read you the Grant Morrison quote. Now here's Dan Slott. He shot him, he didn't kill him. Dan Slott goes so far as to say Batman never killed in Miller's The Dark Knight Returns and that Zack Snyder got it wrong. Slott posted at length about the topic on Threads in separate posts. Quote, Batman shot him, he didn't kill him. The shock of that scene is that Batman finally used a gun, not that... By the way, in the Zack's Batman v Superman, Batman has just got machine guns up the wazoo. He's got freaking Gatling guns just on everything. It's unbelievable. Open quote. It's confirmed later in the issue on the news that Batman has never taken a life. If he had killed the mutant kidnapper, the entire plot with Commissioner Yindel near the end of the story would not work at all. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, interpretation of any story they read. Totally cool. I'm just saying that on a story level, the story falls apart and doesn't make sense if the police believe Batman's killed someone or anyone before they believe he's killed the Joker. I think he's excellent at recreating the surface visuals and looks of comics. He must be referring to Zach here. And when stories have surfaces that line up with their subtext, he nails it, like the movie 300. But sometimes his personal take is at odds with the subtext. And you wind up with a movie that looks like the comic, but actually goes against the spirit of the comic. That's a very brilliant point. You know, style over substance is another way to put that. Resuming quote, he is fictional, that would be Batman, and to some, aspirational. Think of, quote, finding a way without using guns or killing, close quote, as his superpower. I would agree. The whole point of Batman is that he is meant to be a symbol. He is meant to be a symbol that people can rally behind, that people can trust. How could they ever trust, how could the city ever trust Batman if Batman were judge, jury, and executioner? You know, how could they trust him? Resuming with the quote, kids like Batman. It's nice to have Batman be someone who never kills or uses a gun. Could that kind of character function in the real world? When you reach that point of examining the character, things like where would he park the Batmobile? And how can he still be pretty boy Bruce Wayne while getting a million stitches everywhere? All of that falls apart too. That's a good point. It's okay to have the character be unrealistic and have that never kills, never uses guns part of his character locked in. Close quote. You know, I remember when I was a kid, I loved the show MacGyver. And one of the most important things about MacGyver was that he was always in dangerous situations. He never used guns. No, and people would always try and give him a gun. He wouldn't use it. He would never use it. MacGyver would always find some other way to win. And, you know, it's funny, as a kid, I loved that. I sort of hated it and loved it at the same time. You know, one part of me as a kid was like, no, MacGyver, you gotta use what you gotta use. But then the other part of me as a kid delighted in seeing how he would solve things without the use of guns. So I think that's a lost art form in modern storytelling. But honestly, resuming with the quote, this is the most important part. Sticking to a code where he doesn't kill makes him a stronger character, not a weaker one, especially when killing is the easier choice. That is exactly the point. Where is my applause, Mr. Producer? Let me read that again. This is the quote from Dan Slott responding to Zack Snyder's theory that, you know, it's fake. It's fake Superman if he never has to kill, and ditto Batman. Dan Slott says, sticking to a code where Batman doesn't kill makes him a stronger character, not a weaker one, especially when killing is the easier choice. Bingo! Absolutely. By the way, this is what makes Starfleet captains strong characters. This is what makes Spider-Man, Peter Parker, a stronger character. This is what makes Steve Rogers, Captain America, a stronger character. Although, now that I think about it, in the MCU, he does kill people. Well, whatever. It's war. And moving on. Anyway, so there you go. But he doesn't if he doesn't. If he's not in a war zone, he tries not to, at least, which is nice. That is very nice. I appreciate that. Something else was coming to mind, and it kind of escapes me at the moment. But yeah, Starfleet captains is a really good example of how it makes them a stronger character, because you have to imagine there's got to be... Oh, jeez. Look, this is a gif of Zach Snyder directing the scene. Oh, no. Look how happy he is. All right. Graham Nolan weighs in on this. The co-creator of the Batman villain Bane and comic heavyweight, Mark Millar, quote, Batman debate. Heroes can kill, superheroes don't. That's the difference between Bond and Captain Kirk and Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, etc. It's not just the costumes. That's from Mark Millar. Oh my God, that is a great way to put it. Heroes can kill, superheroes don't. That's the difference between James Bond and Captain Kirk, Superman, Batman, or Spider-Man. Dude, that is brilliantly put. Brilliantly put. And look, I love James Bond. James Bond is a hero. But a superhero doesn't kill. That's so interesting. Graham Nolan's thoughts on this. One of the most ignorant quotes about Batman I've ever heard, referring to Zack Snyder. It also explains the stupid death of Pa Kent, which I agree that is so stupid, and Superman having to kill Zod in Man of Steel. Dude doesn't understand the core of the characters. Yeah, that's two really great ways to put it. Sticking to a code makes them stronger, not weaker, because killing is the easy choice. That's the point. It's the easiest choice in the world for the human species. That is the point. And then this great point by Mark Millar that heroes can kill, but superheroes don't. I love that. I really love that a lot. I think that is such a brilliant way to just put it in perspective. Let's see. What was... Staff here, he says... John Carlos Esposito would be a great actor swap for a mediocre one. No, all right. Are you referring to like the kind of the shooting Gatwa take on mediocre actors? I'm just guessing. But no, I think I'm not saying he would be a great Lex Luthor. I'm just saying, like, I think he could be considered for that. I really do. And he's brilliant in The Gentleman. Pretty interesting, too, because, you know, I would say that Giancarlo Esposito, up until The Gentleman, kind of seemed to play the same character every time. That's probably not exactly true, because I do, you know, it is funny. I think his most unique character is Gus Fring. I don't think he typically acts like Gus Fring in almost any other role. But his character in The Gentleman is a lot different than Gus Fring, because Gus Fring is all about flying under the radar, not raising any eyebrows, hiding his refined taste, hiding the little luxuries he allows himself. You know, he doesn't live in a mansion. He doesn't, you know, go around flaunting nice cars. He's disciplined, orderly, meticulous, fastidious in everything he does, which is one of the reasons why he's such a fascinating character. On the other hand, you have Giancarlo Esposito's character in The Gentleman of Johnston. Is it Joston or Johnston? I think it's Johnston. With a T. And he's the opposite. He lives large on all of his ill-gotten gains. He lives like a billionaire. He enjoys fine wines. He collects fine art. And he brags about it. He flaunts his power. He flaunts his influence. He hobnobs with all the latest celebrities. You know, so and he loves to hobnob with the British aristocracy. So I think that is it's a really interesting juxtaposition of those two characters, especially since they are both meth kingpins, basically. Starfury says, Zach Snyder and the Goblet of Copium. Yeah, I don't know that he's coping per se, because Zach Snyder seems too self-deluded to have to cope. Like, I'm serious. Like, he doesn't seem aware. He doesn't seem aware that he's not turning in exemplary work. Let's just put it that way. But what I would say is, I think this is typical Hollywood thinking. I just think it is. It just is. Like, it's actually rare to encounter writers, directors in Hollywood that take seriously really aspirational ideas in storytelling. I think that is very atypical. And I think Christopher Nolan is one of the few that gets close to it, that's pretty good at it. And I actually think Joss Whedon back in his prime was good at this kind of storytelling. I think Joss Whedon was able to write complex heroes with interesting moral codes, put them through their paces, and make it fun and interesting and plausible at the same time. Zack Snyder, to me, is a garden variety Hollywood thinker on these things. Like, he sees killing as the only option for the hero. And I think that's sad, because I like the idea of putting Superman or Batman in a situation where they're confronted with that choice, that Kobayashi Maru, but give me the version of them that cheats their way out of it. Give me that version. But that takes work and a lot of effort and vision. Neutron Pack says Zack Snyder's movie got a 15% on Rotten Tomatoes, and he wants to criticize other films. Well, that's human nature. That's definitely human nature on display there. Wrangler says Cap literally fighting in wars. I think we can forgive a body count, but even in war situation, he spared as many lives as he could. Yeah, and definitely when he's out superheroing, he's not out to just like rack up a body count. But I mean, he's fairly lethal in situations where he's fighting Hydra and so forth. Eric Man says, what is this Atlas stuff? Eric Ma Varillion, author of the Star Shatter series, is in the chat. Welcome aboard. Let's get into that. Yeah, let's definitely get into that. Okay. Let me grab this for you, Eric Ma. Where's my link to this? Oh yes, here we go. Pulling it up as we speak. So this is a thing, what do we have to do to get Hollywood to quit? And this is not putting out, hang on a second. Let me make sure I'm playing this on the right audio. Hang on. 1 second. Dang it, why is it playing on my speakers? This is very weird. Frickin' Chrome is not working for me right now. Audio. We're going to play through. All right, just let me know, chat, if you're able to hear, okay? Because you may... I'm worrying that the audio's not going through the right channel, because it's not putting it through my headphones, which is concerning. So... actually, let me do this. Remove, stop screen. I'm just going to get a new tab here. All right, I think... Hold on. Delay of game. No spamming in the chat. On Rumble. We are on Rumble. We have a spammer. Don't spam links in there. So, yeah, I'm going to get rid of that user. All right, don't click that link in the Rumble chat, because that's probably spam or phishing link, so. Oh, this is frustrating. Why is it not playing? Hang on. This is so weird. Oh, wait, I think I might. Hang on. Bear with me a second here, chat. Settings. I should be able to fix this. Audio. Bloody hell. All right, I'm going to share, and you just let me know if you can hear it. Present, share screen, Atlas.
Good morning, Atlas. Time to wake up.
All right, chat, can you hear this?
Agent Atlas Shepard has spent years of her life hunting the artificial intelligence known as Harlan. Originally engineered to advance humanity.
Can you hear this, chat?
Instead, nearly ended it.
If you really want to try to capture Harlan, you need me on that mission.
Okay. Why is it not playing? Why is the audio not working for me? All right, give me 1 minute. I'm going to see if I can fix this. I'm going to come right back. So, talks amongst yourselves, my dear beloved chat. Okay, I solved it. I'm sorry, chat. I figured it out. Okay. Let's try this again now that the captain has gotten his stuff together. I had to update Chrome. It's super annoying. Okay, here we go. Share screen. Because I want to enjoy the brilliance of Atlas with you.
Good morning, Atlas. Time to wake up.
I'm awake.
Agent Atlas Shepard has spent years of her life hunting the artificial intelligence known as Harlan.
She spent years of her life. The star giver. That's just so stupid. Oh my god, the most hackneyed, overused, just overplayed, basic AI tropes.
Originally engineered to advance humanity. Instead, nearly ended it.
If you really want to try to capture Harlan, you need me on that mission.
Mayday! We are under attack!
What do I do?
Stop it!
By the way, everyone's pointing out that's one of the best cell phones ever. She's like, you've got to have me on this mission. You have no hope if I'm not on this mission. What do I do? I'm done. What do I do? I'm naked and afraid.
Oh my god.
Okay, this is out of control.
This planet is unstable and inhospitable.
Atlas, my name is Smith.
Is that really necessary? You're a computer program.
I'm driving through LA and out in Bronx.
Yeah, I loved Mahler's reaction to that. What? What? My name is this. Is that really necessary? What? How is that? How does that make any sense? What a non sequitur.
No, I'm not.
No? What are you then?
I am a computer program named Smith.
God, you know what is so bad about this? This is like your mom. This is like your mom getting a role in a movie and being like, oh, good news. You like the science fiction, don't you, Junior? Well, guess what? Your dear old mom is going to be in a science fiction movie, just like the kind you like. It's like, it's got robots in it. You like robots, don't you? It's like, yes, Mom. Yes, you know me well. I enjoy robots. How did you get this role? Well, it's a brave, stunning, and brave new era. That they want they want menopausal women to be action superheroes now. That's what they want. That they're all the rage. It's what brings all of the boys to the yard is menopausal women stopping AI from taking over the world.
No one likes a smartass, Smith. We don't have much time. Harlan's planning an attack.
So stunning, so brave.
Atlas, my primary protocol is to keep you alive.
Same! I don't need your help. I don't trust any AI.
God, this is so cringe. Oh my God, it's like she's sitting in a... Honest to God, this is like a fan, and I don't mean this as a derogatory towards fan-made stuff, but this is like one of those YouTube channels where they do little homebrew, fan-made, like, what-if science fiction shorts, They just do, like, a science fiction short, and you can tell that it's shot on a... Which, again, nothing against that if you're a fan. I'm saying, but for a fully funded Hollywood production to have this, it does not make any sense. It's like she's sitting in front of a green screen, and she's just saying that she has no idea what any of this is actually going to look like or even be about. Well, first of all, AI is it's a word. It's 2 letters. This is like if Kamala Harris wrote a movie about AI. This is like Kamala Harris, in order to raise awareness about artificial intelligence, we made this movie to raise awareness about it and get all of the kids excited about it.
Smith!
Okay, this is out of control.
Dude, this is just like Blue Beetle, man. This is just like Blue Beetle because it's the same story. They do this in every one of these. It's like, insert superhero gets special suit or special technology, and the suit and or special technology takes over. They don't understand how to use it. So the film just consists of the suit doing a bunch of stuff while they bitch and complain and argue and banter with it. And it's like, this is not a story. This is not interesting.
Atlas, this won't work if you don't trust...
But can I just point something out here? Atlas Shepard is the dumbest name I've ever heard. It's freaking stupid. Atlas Shepard.
Okay. Let's do this.
So stunning, so brave. Man, Mom is really crushing it in this. I feel good for her. Yes, Mom, I heard you're going to be in a movie. Yes, I do. I mean, robots is a bit of an outdated term, but yes, I like robots. Well, yes, okay. I'm glad to hear that you're going to be talking to the robot.
Everything I know about it, know about it, know about it, know about it, know.
This is what it feels like to be you.
This is what it feels like to be us.
It's beautiful.
I know about it, know about it, know about it, know about it.
Don't worry. We are simply the better versions of you.
If we don't stop Harlan, all life on Earth is doomed.
Everything I know about it.
Shit.
You're in my head and the only thing you learn how to do is curse?
I'm
That's very naughty, young man.
an adaptive learner.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The thought of watching this film, it's like I can think of no worse torture. This is like Guantanamo level torture. This film. Dude, that actually is a good meme. That's a great meme. I gotta get that. I did. That's. I think Gary already pulled that. That is brilliant, though. This is absolutely like your normie mom got a job in a marketing department at Netflix and pitched a movie that all the kids would like. All the kids who like the robots and the computers, the talking computers, all of the kids, they like that stuff. And they think, I remember that J-Lo is very popular with all of the kids. It's like, Mom, that was 30 years ago. Right. She was, yes, but you know, she's popular. People still talk about J-Lo. She has a new cosmetics line. I love her cosmetics line. Okay, yes, but that's not no. Listen, I love Sigourney Weaver. I would have the same reaction if this were Sigourney Weaver. I would have the same reaction if it were Sylvester Stallone. Imagine if it were Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, I just got in this thing, and the only thing you could think of is to cuss. It would be stupid. I would be pissed if it were. Imagine if it were Patrick's. Dude, it might as well be Patrick Stewart. Just Patrick Stewart in there. It might as well literally be Captain Picard. Just Captain Picard, and he's just like, Rafi, how did I get into this thing? Rafi! It's like, what is with all these old farts? Trying to they're just doing, they're in all of the movies now. It's like, I'm sorry. The days when J-Lo was going to be an action hero, that ship has sailed. It has sailed, folks. Have some dignity. Miss Lopez. For God's sake. I'm pleading with you. This is sad. This is tragic. Anthony Timmons says she couldn't have saved this if she was topless. And all I'm suggesting is that, barring certain cosmetic intervention, I feel that at this stage of the game, gravity, as in this science fictional world, gravity may play a role in what level of appealing that might be, Anthony. I'm trying to put this as delicately as possible, okay? Star Fury says, who let the infinite number of monkeys at the typewriters again? You know what this is like, Star Fury? You know what this is like? This is like the episode of South Park with the manatees. Does anyone remember this? South Park, yeah, it's funny. Matt Stone and Trey, they hate Family Guy. They like this. They have a rivalry with The Simpsons, but they don't hate The Simpsons. But they hate Family Guy because they consider it a bunch of disjointed vignettes that don't actually form a story, and they hate that. So they had the whole episode Cartoon Wars, and it was all about Cartman has to destroy Family Guy. And they discover that the way that Family Guy creates, the way that they write, is they have a giant aquatic tank full of manatees, and the manatees choose at random little balls that drop down into their tank, and they carry the ball over to like a receptacle. They put it in there, and the ball will say something like the 19th century, and then the next one will say Abraham Lincoln. The next one says like Star Wars, and they string that together into one of the Family Guy flashback jokes, and that's how they write. Well, I think that they write by manatees, Star Fury. I think that manatees wrote this. Yeah, yes, Wrangler. Of course it is. It's the lowest it's the lowest common denominator. It's like, oh, gee, how about this for an idea? We invent artificial intelligence. Hang on. I'm thinking. Artificial intelligence attempts to enslave humanity, and we have to fight it. Has anyone done this before? I don't know. I'm tired. Let's just send that in. Let's just email that in so I can go home. This is the lowest common denominator. This is not even science fiction. Yeah, you see our point, Anthony. You see the point that we're driving at here. Oh, sorry. Speaking of monkeys at typewriters, Enigma Varillion says, Atlas, they spelled Titanfall 2 wrong. Yes, I've heard this, that this is a knockoff of Titanfall, but honestly, you know what it's like to me? It is like it's more like an AI-generated commercial to sell TVs at a Walmart. That's what this is to me. It's so below the line of any kind of creativity that I don't even think of it as like a story. Like, oh, it's ripping off Titanfall. It's like, no. I mean, yes, but more to the point, it is an assemblage of the most obvious, worn out, and overused science fiction tropes ever, and it has been strung together by normies who clearly do not know the first thing about interesting science fiction. And that's kind of what it is a demo video to sell TVs. That's what this is. It's so pathetic. I despise CGI. I hate it. I really hate it. It's like it's the worst thing that's ever happened to filmmaking. In fact, I think that like one of the quotes I heard recently was something along the lines of, it might have been someone in the chat on one of the shows I watched, but someone said that we were sold the idea of CGI as improving films and making it more cost effective to do amazing, incredible things. And for a time, I think there were a lot of great filmmakers like Peter Jackson who wisely used it that way. But what it really was a scam. It was a scam so that they could get rid of having to put actual effort into special effects, so that they could get rid of the expense and difficulty of like actual choreography and pyrotechnics and building models and things like that, and actual artwork. And now it was so they could get rid of all that, and they would just have an easy, recyclable, just bullshit that they could just substitute for actual storytelling and filmmaking. Stop here, he says. It would have been better if she said she didn't want to go and they forced her, then at least it would explain her incompetence. There is no scenario. There's just no scenario where over-the-hill J-Lo is going to make this movie work. I'm sorry. It just, pass. Hard pass. This is such a dumb idea. This is cash a paycheck time. She has friends. She has friends in Hollywood who owed her one. And what were those last 10 scripts? Get me that stack on my desk. Here's a bunch of rejected scripts that we passed on. Pick one. We'll make it. You'll get a paycheck, and we're even. Cool? JLo's like, cool. That is what this is. This is such a pathetic. She doesn't even care. The way she reads these lines, it's like she does not care at all of what she's even doing. Does she even know the script? Did she even read the script? It's bizarre. You believe it or not, in my youth, I actually knew someone, this is like 20 years ago, I actually knew someone who was an intern who worked at a movie studio who literally worked for J-Lo, and that's what she did. She read scripts for J-Lo. This is like 20 years ago, though, so... But that's all, and that's what they do. They give them to interns to read the script, and then they just summarize, hey, I read the script, this is what it's about. And they give them their thoughts on it. And that's how the actors a lot of times will decide whether or not they want to even read a script or give it the time of day. And so I don't even know if she knows what's in this script. She just like, give me the line. Shut up, Wesley! Yes, I agree with you, Wrangler. Yes, you did, Anthony. You did see Shang-Chi in there. That was Simu Liu. He's in there. Star Fury says, back to the turbo lift with you, son. You know, Wesley Crusher is the original self-insert character. Roddenberry admitted it. Roddenberry admitted that Wesley is a fantasy wish fulfillment character. He is what Roddenberry would want to be in the Star Trek universe. He is a self-insert. He is a Marty Stew. He is an awful character. He is the male equivalent of a girl boss. Like, that's the problem with Wesley Crusher. He is the male equivalent of a girl boss. He's awful. Enigma Varillion says Titanfall 2 was really entertaining. You should watch it. Watch a Let's Play Swords and Starships. I will consider that, Erigmar. I will indeed. Wrangler says, I wonder if anyone ever wrote an awesome script, then later saw what they wrote, turned into a movie like this after going through the filters. That would hurt. Dude, Wrangler, that has happened more times than you could ever count in history. In fact, it's why I chose to write novels instead of screenplays at first, because I did not like the idea of selling a screenplay and then it was gone. And honestly, I should have just swallowed my pride and worked on screenplays, but that's neither here nor there. My point is that's if you want total control of your world, that's why you write novels, because if you write a screenplay, unless you are like a Christopher Nolan, who's got like all that level of control and influence, or a Zach Snyder, you know, it's really not yours once you sell it. It becomes a total, they're going to repurpose it for whatever they need. And what was I thinking of? Well, anyway, it's very common, actually. It's very common. Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking. George R.R. Martin, one of the reasons he chose to write Song of Ice and Fire as a series of novels is that he wanted to make, as he put it, the world as big and expansive and as full of battles and all that stuff. He wanted to make it, he wanted an unlimited space to create, because R.R. Martin's claim to fame was TV writing. He was a TV writer. And in TV writing, you've got all these limitations, like budget and, you know, time and all that stuff. And so when he set out to write Song of Ice and Fire, he wanted all those restrictions removed. He wanted total control. He wanted to make this world exactly what he wanted it to be. And that's what he did. And now he's back to doing what he really loves, which is TV writing. Wrangler says, if you're an aging woman and you want to play an action hero, then your name better be Michelle Yeoh. Frankly, she's had her day, in my opinion. Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. Star Fury says, I suspect that is a lot of Hollywood writers. Then the Hollywood equivalent of Sweet Baby Inc. retools it for the modern audience. You better believe they do. Will Wheaton is how it is pronounced, Anthony Timmons. So yeah, so that's Atlas. That is to me emblematic and representative of the absolute current state of Hollywood. It is a creatively bankrupt, moribund industry, and it is going right down the tubes. So, and frankly, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. They've earned it. It's quite incredible, really. Oh yes, Will Wheaton is a girl boss. He is a girl boss. Let's just call him a girl boss. That's what he is. You know what's funny? Even when I was a teenager and I was more receptive to characters that, you know, I was less persnickety about how well done characters were or how good the plot was. You know, Independence Day was like a great film, in my opinion, when I was 13. And I still hated Wesley Crusher. I really did, because he was not believable to me as a character. He was a boy genius. He just knew all the things. He's a genius among geniuses, because Data is a literal computer. He is a computer genius. Picard is a genius. Riker he's the man. Wesley was like as smart or smarter than all these characters, yet had none of their training, none of their experience. He was a boy. You know, he wasn't even an adult yet. That was incredibly annoying to me as a boy watching this. That was annoying to me. I did not like that. So this is why I don't believe this lie that, you know, whenever the characters are poorly written, It's like, oh, it's for kids. It's like, no, it's not, because when I was a kid, I didn't like those characters then either. I liked the adult characters that knew what the hell they were doing. Like, one of the greatest moments in Deep Space Nine for me is in that episode. What the hell's the name of that episode? It's the episode where the sister ship of the Defiant, the Valiant, it rescues from an escape pod Jake and Nog, because they were taken out by Jake and Nog get rescued by the Defiant's sister ship, the Valiant. And the Valiant is populated by a bunch of elite cadets. So they're still Starfleet officers in training. They are basically teenagers or very young adults. And they are still cadets. They are not full Starfleet officers. But the war broke out while they were on this extended training mission, and so they sort of wound up in a situation where they're fighting the Dominion. Now, they shouldn't be, because they're not ready for this, but they kind of just got stuck in the situation, and it's a bunch of kids basically running this starship fighting in a war. And they've started to get cocky because they're the best of the best as far as cadets go. And they've had some success, and they've done well, but all the adult officers are dead, and so they're running it, and they're getting arrogant, and they weave Nog into their command structure, and Nog loves it, because suddenly Nog, who is a lowly cadet himself, discovers himself being appointed the chief engineer, and he's like, this is really cool. And Jake Sisko is the only one that's like, this is a bad idea. You know, he's like, we should immediately go to the nearest starbase and get the adults involved, because we're going to get ourselves killed. And the captain of the Valiant tells Jake that, well, you're just a negative Nancy, and you're being subversive to morale, and you're a problem. And Jake says, my father is one of the most decorated combat officers in the fleet, and he would tell all of you that this plan of yours to attack a Dominion dreadnought is stupid, and it's something that he would not attempt himself. So I don't think we should do this. And so for that, they kind of like try to lock up Jake. Well, the end of the episode is they basically run into a situation. They can't handle it. They fight valiantly, but the ship goes down. And Nog and Jake narrowly escape with their lives, and basically the whole ship gets killed. And what's amazing is you watch this whole episode of these crazy kids, very talented, bright kids, but they're kids, and they are running this mission, and they're running straight into a deadly situation they are not ready for. And after about an hour of watching this, the final scene in which the real Defiant shows up with Sisko and all the adults on the bridge, and they are rescuing Nog and Jake from their escape pod, it was like, oh my God, it's like a weight off your shoulders when you see Sisko, and Major Kira and Worf and Miles O'Brien. You see them in charge on the bridge, and it's like, oh, thank God. Thank God the adults are here who know what the hell they're doing. And that to me was the perfect example of like why I really don't like stories where the kids are doing implausible things. I loved that final image of like, wow, this is the difference, you know? That was a great episode. What was the name of that episode? Does anyone know? Let me know. Yes, Adagma Varelian, you are correct. Let's talk about Shogun. Hey, wait, is Redoubt here? Redoubt Productions. Where is Redoubt? He messaged me. He said I should be available by 6 Eastern. So about 20 minutes. All right, we're going to get Redoubt in here in about 20 minutes, and we will talk Shogun. Before then, because Redoubt and I have been doing a review series, and we just didn't have time this week to do the final review, so we're doing it on the Captain's Cast instead. So before we talk about Shogun, let's talk about... actually, you know, I can find episode DS9 Valiant episode. Oh, that was the name. The name of the episode was Valiant. It was in season 6. Okay. I should have just trusted my instincts. It was Valiant was the name of the episode. Check it out. It's a great episode. Now, let's talk about The Gentleman. The Gentleman, because I finished this series, and this is frankly, one of the best shows of the year for me. This is probably going to be up there in the top 10, I would estimate, by the end of the year, because I don't see very many brilliant shows replacing it, but we'll see. House of the Dragon is on the way. I'm really excited for House of the Dragon. I am so excited for that. You have no idea. I was contemplating what is the gentleman in the story type, and the jury was out when last we talked, my dear sailors and starnauts. The jury was out. Is the gentleman an institutionalized story, or is it a dude with a problem story? And in a dude with a problem story, the idea is an average Joe is dragged into a life or death battle when a sudden event occurs. I was just thinking there was a dude with a problem story I thought of that was like one of the best ever. And I should write this stuff down because I forget. I'm like, oh, I'll mention that on the captions. And then I forget what it was. So anyway, I've landed on this is an institutionalized story because in a dude with a problem story, the main character is in a life or death battle. And while there are life or death battles in this story, I actually think what it's primarily focused on is the choice that Eddie, that would be, the Duke in the story, the Duke Edward, what's his last name? Because they almost always refer to him as Eddie in the show. Horniman. They almost never say Horniman. So he's Duke Horniman, and he is the second son of his family. He's inherited his father's estate because his brother Freddie is an idiot and a cokehead and a general screw-up, and he's hilarious, by the way. He's a hilarious character. And he inherits his father's estate and unwittingly inherits his father's partnership with a secret weed drug growing and distribution operation that is underneath his property, underneath his farm. And it's a great show because every episode is essentially about Eddie trying to work his way out of this problem, this spot of bother, as he puts it, which is how does he get these criminals, these drug dealers off of his land? How does he restore justice, dignity, and British honor to his family's estate? And he's a great character, the Duke Eddie Horniman, who is, as I put it, he restores the art of British manliness. He's got a stiff upper lip. He is always up for a bit of fisticuffs, nor the battle too strong. There are great scenes where he just stares down bad guys, and it's not like he can easily defeat them. He often has to back down because he's in a situation that he's in over his head. But just the fact that he's usually very calm. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, said, the nearer a man is to calm, the nearer he is to strength. And this character of Eddie, played by Theo James brilliantly, he exemplifies this in the best way. He is almost always just calm, cool, collected, even in the most distressing or just whacked out situations. He is like even keel. But every now and then, there's a character that challenges him directly and threatens his family or something. And he just kind of cocks his head and looks him in the eye, and he's like, I don't think you want to continue with this line of question. And it's just great. It's fantastic. And I'm like, dude, where is that? Where is that manliness? And I'm not saying manliness as in aggression. I'm not saying manliness as in he just beats the crap out of everyone. No, I'm saying manliness as in quiet strength. Quiet strength, disciplined thinking, just the attitude of being competent and strong in situations, making clever decisions, that's like that is, and I'm not saying that women don't have that. Don't misunderstand. That is I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying that like men that you would look up to have these qualities, right? And there's something about, most male characters in modern storytelling have become incompetent boobs, over-the-hill has-beens, like Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, or, Jake Skywalker, or they are toxic, hyper-aggressive, bullies, right? It's like, where gone are the days where you have a character like Eddie in this show. Now, the interesting thing is Eddie finds himself in a lot of situations where he is making moral decisions, and he seems to be attempting to do the right thing most of the time. He's a character with about 10 save the cat moments in every episode. Like, he's so likable all the time because but even when he's doing something that's kind of not the best decision, he's often still very charming, even in that situation. Oh, geez, Star Fury. Star Fury. What am I to make of this? Yes, I'm putting your comment on the screen here. Every once in a while, Star Fury gets one in there that just completely derails the stream. Yes, he has a stiff lower deck too. I don't know exactly what to make of that, Star Fury, but thank you for your comment, sir. The captain appreciates it. Is Theo James a British or an American actor? I honestly don't know, because he's mostly been in America. He mostly has played American characters that I have seen, because he was in Divergent. That was kind of his claim to fame. Theodore Peter James Kennard Taptickless, also professionally known as Theo. Well, of course, I didn't even need to read the rest of that. That is a British man. Like, that is definitely an Englishman. There is no chance that's an American. Theodore Peter James Kennard Taptickless, professionally known as Theo James, is an English actor. And so yes, he's an Englishman. He's got to be. He is so red-blooded English in this show. It's fantastic. I love it. As I've said, I love British culture. I just love it. I admire it. It's the old United Kingdom is very near and dear to the captain's heart, especially the British Navy. The British Navy. Horatio Hornblower, anyone? Horatio Hornblower. I love those. With Ewan Gruffith and Captain Pellew. That is the neckbeardiest stuff ever. That is neck. I had nerd friends that would not watch Horatio Hornblower with me. They're like, dude, these are neckbeardy nerds, mind you. And I'm like, they're like, what the hell is Horatio Hornblower? Oh, it's based on the C.S. Lewis, or no, not C.S. Lewis, C.S. Forrester novels, you know. They're nautical novels. And they're like, nah, bro. I'm not watching that with you. Where was I before Staff here? Interjected. Neutron Pack says the ending of The Gentleman is rushed and a lot of conveniences as everything just fall into place. Let's talk about this, Neutron Pack, and welcome aboard. The captain welcomes you. Staff here says, to the plank with the neckbeards. I agree with you, Staff Fury. I needed you as my master gunner back in the day. I am curious about that conversation you and Wrangler are having, Staff Fury. Now, to your point, Neutron Pack, let's get into it. So on the whole, before I get into spoilers, I will just say, of The Gentleman, you got to watch this show. It is a fantastic episodic story of this young duke who's inherited this difficult situation. It is incredibly clever. It's a really clever criminal intrigue show. What I love about this show, I mentioned one of my problems with the Fallout series and specifically the protagonist of Lucy, is that Lucy never comes up with plans. She never works her way out of things. she just kind of stumbles into plot armor ways of getting out of stuff, and that really bothers me because part of the fun of a character like her is that she's making mistakes, but then she's learning from the mistakes, and she's getting smarter and smarter about how to get out of these things as the story goes on. That didn't happen in the Fallout show. What I love about the character of Eddie is that he does come up with strategies. He comes up with the third option that other people don't see. And that makes him a really great character. And I like that he has a basically morally praiseworthy mission in this, which is to extricate his family from this kind of life and death situation, because they're at the mercy of these thugs, and there's a implied threat lurking under the surface of the story that if he does not get them off his land, they're either going to be under their thumb or they're going to get killed, his family, right? All the characters in this show are vibrant. They are well-developed, nuanced characters with multiple layers. They are larger-than-life characters. I'm going to tell you, it's kind of impressive. You watch something like Ahsoka or Echo, and what is stunning to me about shows like that is how boring every single character is. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. Perfect example. Frozen Empire. Every character in that movie is a clone of another character in the movie. They're all flat, bland, boring characters, right? And the weird thing is, you watch enough movies like that, and you start to it's as if you start to forget what it was like when characters were fun and interesting and larger than life, like in the original Star Wars trilogy, for example. But then you get a show like The Gentleman, and every character pops. Like, every character has something kind of unique and interesting that is only theirs. Only theirs. And only they bring that thing to the screen when they're in a scene. Like, for example, Freddy. What I like about Freddy is he is sometimes lovable and sometimes despicable, but he is always grasping at straws. He's always grasping at crazy ideas of how he's gonna finally turn a new leaf and finally succeed at something. And they are always the worst ideas. They're the worst things you could do. He's like, I want to make something of myself, so I've come up with a new strain of marijuana that is infused with cocaine. It's like, no, Freddy, stay in your lane. Stop this. Stop trying to make something of yourself. You're screwing things up. He's a fun character because he's so reliably, his judgment is so reliably bad in a way that his brother is so reliably good in his judgment. And by the way, they're foils. They are foils to each other. There's an amazing conversation in this in which Freddy admits that he considered asking to have his own brother killed. He admits this to his brother, and the look on his brother's face, it's a testament to Theo James' brilliant performance in the show, because he's got this look. It's a mixture. It's a mixture of anger, hurt, surprise, and just flat out anger. He's just like, is my own brother confessing to being tempted to having me killed right in front of me? He's got this look on his face. It's so good. And you're like, and I'm literally like, what is he going to do? What's he going to say? And he's got this kind of almost like, I could just strangle you look on his face. And he's like, Freddy, you. And by the way, he has resisted the urge for the whole show to berate his brother. Even when his brother does the most stupid shit that endangers everyone's lives, he still manages to calmly explain to his brother, you really screwed up and you need to let me handle this. I'm sorry, my brother. And he's like, no. We'll figure this out. And he could berate his brother, but he doesn't. So in this one scene, he finally just gives in and says, you are a screw up. All your whole life, you've been causing all these problems, and what do? I bail you out of it. Do I ever ask you for anything? And he says, I'm always there for you. And Freddy's like, I know, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thought. It was a bad thing to think, about maybe having you killed. It's such an amazing scene. It's so funny because it's like you would expect Eddie to just have had enough. That's it. You're excommunicated or whatever it is. But oddly, he kind of forgives his brother without totally forgiving him. And it's great. It's fantastic. It's fantastic character interplay. I find it so fascinating that on the one hand, Freddy is so weak of character that he's tempted. Not totally. He doesn't flat out say it. He kind of just hints that maybe he wouldn't be mad if his brother were to get bumped off and he were to be able to step in as the new Duke. He doesn't go as far as to say he wants that, but he kind of lets it slip that it wouldn't be like the worst thing ever. And that in its own right is kind of shocking. But what I find so surprising and delightful as a turn of character is that in the same manner that he is so weak-willed that he would have even entertained that idea, he is so weak-willed that he then admits it to his brother, which is ironically kind of charming and kind of likable. You kind of feel sympathy for him. Now, why am I saying this? You know, I've said many times on the stream, good characters, they don't just have a conscious surface layer. They have a subconscious layer and they have a deep-seated layer. And these layers are in conflict and they are driving what the character is doing. Freddy is a perfect example of this because on the conscious level, he just wants to fix his life and be a success. That's what he wants on the conscious level. On the subconscious level, he is a man that is governed by his urges and he has no impulse control, and just whatever he wants in the moment is what he's going to reach for. And on the deep-seated layer, he is a man that feels ashamed that he's this way. He is a man that is, and again, when I say deep-seated, this is not something the character is consciously aware of. This is just a thing that's operating in the background of their personality, right? And on the deep-seated layer, Freddy knows he's a screw-up and is ashamed of it. And he's a disappointment to his family, so much so that his father passed him over as the first son and gave the estate to his younger brother. So what I find fascinating about this is the subconscious layer is simultaneously the layer that requires Freddy to maybe sell out his brother and then later admit that he almost sold out his brother. That is great writing. That is great character work. That is genius, and it's great fun to watch. By the way, Eddie the Duke also has these different complex layers. On the surface layer, on the conscious level, Eddie wants to, straighten out his family, get their estate back legit, get the crazy drug cartel off his land, and restore honor and dignity to their dukedom. On the subconscious layer, Eddie is a bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for? He's a bit of an adventurer he's kind of a repressed adventurer, is kind of the way I would put it. He's been a captain in the army. He's well-traveled. He's got skills. He's competent. He can handle himself, and he kind of likes adrenaline. And he doesn't really admit that, but he kind of likes it. And so he finds himself drawn into these situations, these little criminal capers, where on the conscious level, he's telling himself the reason I'm doing this is to get these people off my land. That would be the cartel. But on the subconscious level, he's also kind of having fun. He's also kind of having fun beating criminals at their own game. He's having fun kind of threatening and intimidating people. He's even having fun defending himself and winding up killing a hitman who tried to kill him. He's kind of having fun with that. He won't admit it, but he is. It turns out there's a deep-seated layer with Eddie that is slowly but surely revealed towards the end of the series, of the season anyway, in which it's clear that he kind of enjoys the crime life and he's pretty good at it. He's pretty well suited to it. He kind of enjoys being a general in a war, and this will do. That's pretty fascinating. So these characters are fantastic. They're well drawn. They have very specific quirks of personality that make them believable and plausible. It introduces verisimilitude, which is a snooty critic's term for authenticity. So really great character work. Fun little criminal capers, which are connected to a larger series arc, which is Eddie's choice. It's all going to come down to what is Eddie's choice. Does he join the criminal scum and villainy? Does he join his father's legacy of sort of hand in glove working with criminals and collecting the money and doing their dirty work on occasion, keeping their secrets? Does he continue that? Or does he burn it all down? Does he undermine and dismantle this criminal empire? Or does he wind up sealing his own fate as another hopeless, what's the word I'm looking for? A naive good Samaritan who walks into a buzzsaw. Like, what's going to be his fate? And that's really the question of the story. And it works really good, and it drives a lot of tension in every episode. I had enormous fun watching this likable, mostly moral man, Eddie, try to do the right thing, or perhaps do the wrong things for the right reasons, might be a better way to put it. But as the series wore on, I started to ask myself if he really were in this for the just and righteous cause, would he not consider working with the police? Would he not consider working with the authorities? And he roughly appears to never consider that throughout most of the season, I would say. And what I think that reveals is, as I mentioned, the deep-seated layer, which is that he kind of likes it. He kind of likes having this power. He kind of power is probably too strong a word. He likes the danger. And there's a great title of an episode in this. It's the motto of his house. The motto of his house. Where's the episode list? Give me the episodes. Season 1. I love the titles. Oh, yes. Not without danger. Not without danger. And it's a Latin phrase. Not without danger, Latin. Non sine periculo. Non sine periculo. That is the motto of the Horniman dukedom, their house. And it means not without danger. And I love that. And what's interesting is that becomes the theme of the entire story, which is that Eddie is a man who enjoys a life that is not without danger. And so secretly he is coming to realize that the criminal life appeals to him. I think if you really want to look at how to write really good characters, this is a great show for that, because think about it. You have a character that on one level detests crime. He detests the legacy, finding out that the legacy of his family and his dukedom is criminality and debauchery, and he wants to write that. But on another level, he enjoys it, and he finds it appealing to be part of this world because it gives him a kind of ability to live a life with some danger involved, and that appeals to him as a man. This is, to me, why characters like this, even though they're larger than life, even though they find themselves in ridiculous circumstances, they're plausible. Why are they plausible? Because human beings are complicated. We're messy. We don't ever just want one thing. If it were that simple, we wouldn't have things like midlife crises. We are complicated creatures who sometimes know what we should want, but we want something else. Or we know what's good for us, but we choose the other thing. And sometimes we want two different things at the same time that we can't have both. That is what we are. And what I like, and what you notice with characters like Ahsoka or Bo-Katan, they don't have these layers. They don't have these layers. In fact, I even say they don't even have a surface layer. Because at the very least, you want something, right? You consciously want something. I want to be rich, or I want the treasure, or I want to be a Jedi, whatever the hell it is, right? These characters don't even seem to have that, like Ahsoka. What's she doing? What is she out there for? She wants to find Thrawn. Why? Because it's something to do. I don't know. So anyway, but that would not make her a good character. If she was like, I just want to stop Thrawn. Okay, well, that's great. But subconsciously, what's going on, right? Deep-seated layer, what's going on. And how are those things in conflict with each other? So anyhow, I really appreciate the show, and I would say given the fullness of the show, well, let me withhold my rating because now it is time to get into spoilers. So, spoiler alert, we're going to answer Neutron Pack's commentary. So, spoilers for the gentleman in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so that final episode, it is revealed that Eddie's choice is basically to join the criminal institution, but not just join it. He decides to try and take it over. He comes to the conclusion. See, what was going on with Eddie for most of the show is that he felt his father's decision to have a cartel on his land was disrespecting and sullying the legacy of his family. But over the course of the show and sort of contemplating the whole history of his ancestors and all of that, there's a great discussion where Giancarlo Esposito's character of Johnston explains that he views the English aristocracy as a kind of, early version of a criminal cartel that just took over everything. And that was what they did. And it's much more nuanced than that. And it's a pretty fun philosophical discussion in the show. But this gets Eddie thinking. It's also a great theme stated if you're following the plot beats. This gets Eddie thinking about the legacy of his family, and he comes to realize that their family motto of not without danger is actually describing that his family is not what he thought they were. In fact, his family have always been something of a little bit of a criminal cartel, that in the sense that they have always been involved in things that were dangerous. As he puts it, they have pretended to live in a zoo while really living in a jungle, which is they are predators, so to speak. They are the lions in the jungle, and they are out there. They eat what they kill is kind of what he gets at. And whether that was fighting in medieval wars in the way back times, or that's running a drug empire today, that's actually what his family is about. And so he decides to uphold that legacy, which in my view is him consciously explaining what really is going on in the deep-seated layer, which is he's just having fun. He's just having too much damn fun, and he doesn't want to give it up. But the way he rationalizes this to himself, in my opinion, in my reading of the show, is that this is what the family business has always been, and if you can't beat them, join them. So the final episode concerns him engineering this attempt to outbid all of the other drug kingpins in their efforts to buy this business. So in other words, he's going to own the business. And the way it all works out, he kind of winds up becoming a part owner. So, what is my opinion of this final episode? Frankly, I kind of feel like I want more time to digest it, and I kind of want to watch it again to get more of, because there's definitely a caper where there's a lot of slow rolls that they reveal. I think for me, where this lands is to me, it's less interesting to me how the whole criminal empire works out. Like, that's less interesting to me than the question of what will Eddie decide? Because what really sold me on this show is Eddie. Eddie is the reason I'm watching this show. He is a great protagonist. He's a fascinating character. And I got to know two things. I got to know whether he succeeds in his quest. And number two, whether what choice does he make as a man? That's what I really want to know. And so at the end of the day, he chooses to embrace kind of his nature as a warrior general and embrace what he considers the true legacy of his family, which is running dangerous operations, in this case, a criminal drug empire. I kind of like the idea of him sticking to his guns and expelling them from his land, and then a hook for the next season being that he's got an even bigger problem because now there's another criminal trying to horn in now that there's a power vacuum. I think my best case scenario for this show would have been Eddie outsmarting the criminals at the end, and specifically the criminals that are running the weed empire. And that would be, what was the name of the character? He's kind of he's the head honcho, but he's in prison. He's the true owner of the criminal empire. That would be Because his daughter, Susie Glass. That's right. Glass is his name. Susie Glass is his daughter. She runs the Empire while he's in prison. Bobby Glass. Okay, that's who it is. Bobby Glass is the owner of the Empire, and he's kind of running the whole thing. So what I was hoping would happen is that Eddie would outsmart Bobby Glass and beat him at his own game, and he kind of halfway does, but not totally. And it kind of ends up that he decides to embrace his criminality. I'm okay with that. I think it was a fairly satisfying ending to the show. I'm interested to see the next season. I like Eddie a lot. He's sort of a Breaking Bad story. That's basically what he is. He's kind of a Breaking Bad story, but he's a lovable criminal because he doesn't kill people if he doesn't have to. He tries to be the gentler, kinder sort of criminal. Look, it's a crime show. It is a crime show. It's a descent into criminality show, and a pretty fun one and a pretty enjoyable ride, and I'm totally down for the next season. It's just I became so enamored of him as a kind of moral protagonist, a kind of heroic protagonist, that I liked the idea of him kind of sticking to his guns, Ned Stark, Jon Snow style, sticking to his guns. I kind of like that idea. I like the idea of him going up against the impossibility of defeating a criminal cartel on his own. There's a kind of classical quality to that I really enjoy. At the end of the day, he chose to join the institution, and that's what he does. So we'll see how it goes. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I like the ending. I'm with you, Neutron Pack. I like the ending, just not the how we got there. I can see that. Like I don't like. They kind of reveal what Bobby Glass was up to the whole time at the very end, and I'll just leave it there. I don't want to over spoiler it, but I will just say that, it kind of results in more like he fights them to a draw than actually winning, and there is a case to be made for that, and I'd have to watch it again to tell you whether or not I think there's any serious plot holes in this, but as far as I can see, Neutron Pack, I think the plot is pretty tight in this show. I think the writing is pretty tight. I think it's actually very well written for TV. That's the interesting thing. A lot of modern TV series on these streaming services are kind of an 8-hour or 10-hour movie that's just chopped up into episodes. Even the well-done ones. What I like about this one is it actually is fairly episodic. There is a long-running premise in the season, which is that Eddie wants the criminals off his land, and he's trying to get them off his land. But each individual episode involves kind of one specific criminal caper, like one specific criminal problem that he has to deal with, such as, what's a good example? There's an episode where one of the weed workers gets his car stolen and it's full of all the product, and Susie employs Eddie to track down who stole it. And he has to do this deal with a car chop shop with some other criminal that she wields a machete and she's terrifying. That's just like one little caper. Like, how's he going to solve this problem of tracking down who stole the weed and getting it back and whatever it is. So I really like that vignette style of the show. It makes every episode, you can kind of watch the episode and just enjoy it. It's like a self-contained episode, but it's always driving at the final question of like, what are we, how's he going to get out of this? So really excellent show, amazing character work, over the top, larger than life characters, classical manliness, just a stiff British upper lip. I'm probably saying that a little too often. But classical manliness. Classical manliness. Let's bring it back, folks. Let's bring it back. And Guy Ritchie is bringing it back. By the way, there's a fantastic episode with the gypsies. I'm sorry, travelers. I will now sign up for mandatory diversity, equity, and inclusion training for use of improper nomenclature. But the travelers, why don't they just call them Romani? Isn't that what they call that? That was the traditional, the Romani. Why don't they just call them that? Why travelers? Whatever. Anyway, gypsies / Romani / travelers. There's a great episode involving them in the show. By the way, there is Peaky Blinders is one of my favorite shows on Netflix. It's frankly one of the best things they've ever made. I absolutely love the character of Tommy Shelby as played by the absolutely magnificent talent that is, why the hell is Cillian Murphy? Cillian Murphy. I love Cillian Murphy. And they are a family of gypsies. They call themselves gypsies. Granted, they are in the early 20th century, but whatever. But they're great characters. I love that. It's like, what? Why are we suddenly upset? Anyway, who cares? Who cares? Anyway, so there's a great episode concerning the Travelers, and it's a lot of fun. I love how this show is able to weave fun into the story without it undermining the tension. It's a hilarious show. There's a lot of natural comedy. So there's a lot of, I would say, endangered, if not lost art forms on display in this show. And Guy Ritchie is clearly very talented series writer and director. I had great fun with this show. And I'm going to say The Gentleman for the Captain out of 10 bars on the epaulets, 9 out of 10 bars on the epaulets. This is a fantastic grade A series. Very much worth your time. I fully expect it to be in my top 10 of the year. I fully expect that this show will be in my top 10 of the year. It was amazing fun and a fairly fantastic ending to the series. I will say this. When I say that I'm not totally wild about Eddie's choice, that's actually my personal taste as just an audience member. That's not a commentary on the quality of the writing, because I'm going to tell you, Eddie's decision at the end, to me, makes a lot of sense for his character. It's fully justified in the fullness of his character. This is a great character study. This show is a great character study. I'm telling you, Theo James has some classic James Bond energy going that is really fantastic. It's weird because this is what male protagonists this was typical of male protagonists in like the 70s, 80s, certainly the 60s and before. It stands out in the 2020s. In the 2020s, to see a character like Eddie is unusual. It's like, wow, he's mostly pretty moral. He loves his family and cares about them. He's a good leader. He's smart and clever. He can fight and defend himself. This guy's he's a great character. It's like, and he's the lead. Where has this been for all this time? Meanwhile, we get Han Solo walking into a lightsaber. We get Jake Skywalker. We get Jean-Luc Picard, wheezing in Star Trek Picard. And then we get fat, out of shape losers, incompetent boobs who are in Fallout, the Fallout show. Oh, take the Jello cake back. I miss characters like Eddie. I really do. I miss characters like this. So you have got to watch The Gentleman on Netflix. Redoubt Productions is in the chat. Well, we just reviewed The Gentleman, Redoubt Productions, and guess what's on tap? You, Redoubt Productions, are about to join the stream so that we can review Shogun. What about it? Let me grab let me grab a link for you. Invite link. I'm going to put that in the chat. No, I'm just kidding. Where is my messages? I'm going to throw that in the Discord, which is a good moment to mention. Join our Discord. If you're enjoying the content, like and subscribe. And if you want to join us on the Discord, there's a link in the description. And we have great fun on there. Okay. Here is the link, Redoubt. There you go. Now, Neutron Pack had a comment. Been a few months and no news about Season 2, so I'm a little worried that it will not get a Season 2. Are you talking about The Gentleman? Oh, stop, Yeti. That is, it seems like it's a little early to be worried, Neutron. I feel like the show just got done, so we'll see. That's typical of Netflix. They often will. I remember, even Stranger Things. Stranger Things was a smash hit, and it was months before I saw, it's official. A second season is coming, so you never know. Stavjare says, Giancarlo Esposito's character is absolutely correct that the English aristocracy, they are all a bunch of dodgy bastards. Well, that is an approved British opinion. And I will take that under advisement, sir. I sort of view most of human history as a game of cartels. It's a Game of Thrones. It's that's what 99.9% of all of human history has been. It was a game of power. It was a game of power. And it continues to be in democracies. The only difference is in democracies, it is generally we the people who are fighting that out. And hopefully, and usually, in peaceful situations. All right, Redoubt, I am bringing you in, my good friend. Ahoy, and welcome aboard.
I am here. What's left of me?
What happened, Redoubt? What?
Have
you run into a spot of bother?
Life is lifing me right now. Very, very busy week. Lot going on. You're gonna enjoy my lovely. Well, it's actually that's not even my current icon. That's the old icon. You will enjoy that because the studio right now is kind of all over the place. And by the studio being all over the place, I mean I need to still make my bed and put on the spring sheets. But I'll pretend it's because I'm trying to do improvement to the studio.
I will participate in this pretense. Very good. Well, let's talk about Shogun. I'm actually pulling up the FX episode guide as we speak. Because, yeah, we were doing a review on Wednesdays, and we couldn't this week. So we'll just do it live. We'll do it live right now. Now, I have a lot of thoughts about Shogun because first couple of episodes, I felt this was... I was pretty much kind of sitting at a 10 out of 10. Like, I was sitting at a 10 out of 10. I'm like, this is one of the most exquisite shows I've seen in a long time. I am just digging this. I love this character of John Blackthorne. I love this character of Toranaga. I love this fascinating, meticulous Game of Thrones being played out in the Japanese, feudal Japan. I love this kind of war of succession that's brewing. The period piece, it's so lovingly recreated. The sets, the lighting, the cinematography, second to none. But then, middle run of episodes, I started to get frustrated. Part of that was because this show was just not turning out to be what I thought it was. I thought this was going to be kind of a war drama. I've never read the book and I haven't seen the first series, so I'm new to this. I sort of thought this was going to be a samurai war drama. It's not. It is basically a chess game between aristocrats. I sort of thought John Blackthorne was meant to be a wild card, kind of not the protagonist per se, but a wild card element that occasionally would be a football that could turn the tide one way or the other, and that through him we would witness this culture, and that's partially true. But I thought he would have more agency as a character, is kind of what I'm getting at. And that frustrated me. I also became frustrated with Toranaga constantly plotting, but never seeming to move the needle. Then, the final third of episodes kind of reveals that Toranaga was moving the needle. You just didn't see it because he's such a good chess player, which I like that. I like that a lot. But in the final summation, I feel that John Blackthorne mostly turned out to be a witness to events, not really a participant, if that makes any sense. I find that on the whole disappointing. I find that disappointing because not just because it's not what I was expecting, but because I feel it's a missed opportunity, and I feel it resulted in a show that, while very good and while very interesting and fascinating, it left me feeling somewhat unmoved by the journey of the characters. And that's a disappointment to me because I feel that this show properly should be an epic journey, and it was less of an epic journey and more of bearing witness to an unfolding of events. And very interesting, very fascinating, and powerful events, but nonetheless, the characters were more like witnesses to me. So that's my kind of Cliff Notes summary of where I'm at with the show. What are your thoughts?
So, first 3 episodes, freaking phenomenal. The thing that's consistent through all 10 episodes, the set dressing and costuming is far none, probably the best that anybody will do this year at television.
Oh, big agree. Yeah.
House of Dragon may be the only ones to ever come near it. Maybe the only ones.
They have some kind of talent on those Game of Thrones shows. Like they really do. Like the designs of the costumes and sets on the Game of Thrones shows are amazing. It's one of the best parts of the shows, and this show has that as well going for it.
My biggest grievance with this show the whole way through, there is a bait and switch with its perspective, in my opinion. We are set up at the start that John Blackthorne is at the very least going to be the eyes and ears of the audience. Now, I got to once again state, I have not read the original book, so maybe I'm getting something that just lost it from text translated over to adaptation. What I am familiar with is the 1980 miniseries, which is adapting the same story, but with half the length of episodes that FX's version was given. The one that stars Richard Chamberlain and Toshihiro Mifune, it is 5 episodes. This is 10 episodes. So just keep that in mind. This definitely has moments where the pacing kind of goes all over the place. The middle portion spins out. And what I mean by the bait and switch, it's not in the oh, they tricked us on the protagonist. No, I'm not necessarily angry. It's more the first 3 episodes are clearly from Blackthorne's perspective. And then it's around episode 5, I would argue. It's episode 5 where you realize, oh, Blackthorne's just here kind of as a distraction. By the way, Lord Toranaga directly calls him a distraction at the end of the series in episode 10. Just straight out says that was his
let's
purpose.
Not forget that point, because I want to dig into that exact point that he makes. So don't let me forget. But I would say that I actually feel it would be interesting if he were a distraction, a kind of football that was throwing wrenches into the plans of the enemies. But he wasn't even that really in the final summation.
Which would be great if he was like causing trouble or mission. What we do see elements of for the first half of the show, things of kind of like, well, the ball's in Blackthorne's court, whatever he wants to do. But it's around episode 5 or 6. I don't know truthfully where, but there's a point where we're in Ajiro. Is the fishing village Ajiro? Is that
Ajiro?
Yeah. It's Yabashige's village. That's what I know it as. There's a point there where I feel like we're there too long. And it's at that point I realized, oh, Blackthorne is not, he may be the perspective, but he's not the main character. And even that's changing. He's not even the main perspective anymore. The main perspective is Lord Toranaga, which I have no qualms with because he is a fascinating character. But once you realize that happens, you're so invested into Blackthorne that he kind of for several episodes just really doesn't do much. He's just kind of there for the ride. It's really only until like episode 8 or 9 that we get back into Blackthorne's main story. And even then it's more because it's about Mariko's perspective, which is also interesting. I want to stress that all of these characters are still interesting to listen and explore, but there's just something about midway through I realized this, of course, was always Toranaga's story. I don't have a problem with that, but you set it up in a way that it seemed like Blackthorne was going to be a more important role. And just the bait and switch kind of just came out of nowhere. And it's like, oh, okay, now this is just us being a passive observer like Blackthorne. I think that's the intention of the show, but it also was just kind of like agitating, like, hey, you have this really cool guy that got all this cool ideas and stuff, and he's just kind of sitting there. And I can never forget episode 7 is quite literally, which is the recap episode, as I believe it is. It's just Toranaga basically listening to all of the side plots up to this point and people gripe about it. It's hilarious because there's Blackthorne, there's Mariko, there's Buntaro. They're all there complaining about the love triangle they got going. And Toranaga's like, yeah, I really don't give a shit.
Yeah, and then there's that for example, there's that subplot with the courtesan, and she wants to negotiate a space in Edo for her, which was a true historical detail, but it's irrelevant to this story because she just wants to be able to build her whorehouses in a nice, elegant, upscale red light district, and it's this.
We don't even see her in episode 10. We don't see anything about her in the finale.
Yeah. It's totally irrelevant to Toranaga's plans. It's not even that interesting of a subplot. It's mostly a historical detail. Like what I would say is, This was part of I always had a kind of love-hate relationship with the original Game of Thrones show, even when it was good, like in the first few seasons, because I actually felt that a lot of the episodes of Game of Thrones were also like this, in that you would have a lot of scheming and conniving, but often it was the characters retreading things we already knew, and it would start to get tedious after a while. And then something explosive would kind of happen in the last 15 minutes often. But usually the first 45 minutes of a Game of Thrones episode was often characters like the Spider and Littlefinger dancing around each other and hinting at their desires. And it's like, well, okay, but that's not actually advancing the story, all the time. I think that while Toranaga is extremely interesting and fun and in watching his thinking and his plan unfold, and I do have strong thoughts about the final reveal of his plan. I actually have a lot to say on that. But what I will say is, I feel that the amount of time that was spent on just him sitting and pretending not to have a plan, and literally a parade of characters, episode after episode after episode, begging him to do something for episode after episode after episode, regardless of whether it was part of his plan or not. It was tedious, and it was very boring to spend that much time with it. And what I would liken it to is imagine if an entire episode of Game of Thrones was just Ned Stark going to Littlefinger and pleading with him, and Littlefinger saying no. And then Ned Stark going back to him again, and another character going to Littlefinger and pleading with him, and then Littlefinger saying no. And it's like, well, I love Littlefinger. He's a fascinating character. I can't wait to see his plan come to fruition. But would I want a whole episode of that? No. And so I would say it's a pacing problem to some extent in the show. I also think it's a story structure problem, because here's the deal with John Blackthorne. I'm not saying that and I agree with you, I'm not saying I need him to be the main character, but I do need him to be an agent of change. I need him to be that. Not because, it's, ethnocentrism on my part. It's because he's a natural X factor. He's a natural X factor in the situation because he's the foreigner. He's the foreigner, and he introduces an unpredictability that just makes for good storytelling. He's a football, and the fact that I honestly think if it were me writing this, and far be it for me to judge, but I'm just saying my inclination would be to have him do things that he thinks are serving him and his war. That would be Blackthorne and his war with the Catholics. But really, it was him being manipulated into doing something that helped Toranaga or whatever. And there's a little bit of that, but very little in the show. Mostly, well, he's just there as a kind of prop.
The problem is, and like I said, it's like around episode 5 or 6. As much as I think 7 is the worst episode, it's around 5 or 6 where there is a change tonally. There's a change in the perspective where Blackthorne just, all of his actions, he just kind of goes quiet for a while. There's just nothing really going on. Actually, there's nothing really going on with anybody. And this is when we start living vicariously for Yabushige and just kind of going, can we do something? Are we going to do anything? Come on, guys.
Yabushige was the most interesting character because he was always scheming. He was in like a real-time sense. He was always, I shouldn't say scheming. He was scrambling. He was scrambling for some way out of his predicament. Well, that's interesting. That's fun to watch. And what I would say was kind of excruciating about this show was in the later episodes, really. The first couple episodes, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Later episodes, what was excruciating was watching so many characters do nothing and then complain to each other about how nothing is being done, and then go to each other and suggest something be done, and then have those characters say, but we still can't do anything and nothing can be done. And it's like, there's only so many hours of watching people say, there's nothing we can do, we really should do something, but there's nothing to be done. That's very difficult for me as a viewer, and maybe it's a Western thing. I'm not saying it is. I wonder if that's a kind of typically Western
I
way
don't
of
think that.
looking at things.
I think it's more adapting book to screen.
I think that's a good point. It could just be that the adaptation is a little too close, and novels can get away with things that a TV show or a movie can't.
And that's why I'll stress again, the one thing that ultimately I think the 80s miniseries is far superior toward, they definitely altered things from the original book. I think for the 80s miniseries, they abbreviated things. They kept the perspective on Blackthorn. The whole way through, Richard Chamberlain's Blackthorn is the eyes and ears of the audience. Nothing is ever given in subtitles. Everything's spoken in Japanese, but it's creates this tension because you don't know what the translators are telling him is sincere or not. So you're always guessing, what is Toranaga really trying to do here? Is he telling the truth? Is Mariko telling the truth? We don't know. I think that's something I just want to say the showrunners of the 80s miniseries excelled at. They realized, hey, to adapt this, we need to keep this in one person's perspective. And while it's great getting a chance to hear full-blown conversations from all the other characters without Blackthorn, getting to see what's going on behind the scenes, you should have shown more behind the scenes. You can't keep doing this or being really secretive thing when you got your subtitles. You got it there. You can tell us. We're okay. Let us see all the crazy stuff happening behind the scenes.
You've got to have... I think it kills the tension to watch characters unable to do anything and then do nothing. Like, that's a tension killer, and you can get away with it for a little bit, obviously, but episode after episode, it grinds you down as a viewer, I find. Neutron Pack says the show is trying to be too clever and it became confusing. And that's an interesting take. I don't feel that it was trying to be too clever per se. I mean, I hear what you're saying because it is very labyrinthine, and I probably have to watch it again to say whether or not I fully agree with that. But what I will say is there was a lot of it. They were so enamored, the writers were so enamored with the chess game of it, that they were sort of neglecting the storytelling of it, which the storytelling is about tension. And I'm not saying this about just any of the characters in particular. This is just a general storytelling principle. Protagonists like Toranaga, Blackthorn, and Mariko, they must have agency. They must have agency. That is, they must be the drivers of change in the story. Now, they don't all have to be drivers of change simultaneously and in the same episode. There are some episodes where a character is benched or out of the commission, or they're part of the B plot and not the A plot. That's all fine. But you can't have none of the characters without agency, because essentially Toranaga is pretending there's nothing he can do. Blackthorn is wanting to do something but choosing not to. And Mariko is telling everyone there's nothing anyone can do. Well, that robs the show of agency, and I think that's part of the problem. Neutron Pack also says they made Ishido so stupid as he knows killing Mariko would make everyone turn on him. Why would he give the permission slip to her? Because he gives her a permit to leave, essentially proving that she's not a hostage, but then that night hires assassins to have her killed. And that is what turns the Regents on him. I have to think about that, Neutron Pack, because I think...
it's set up pretty early on. Lydia Chiba basically puts it directly that we're screwed. This is a no-win scenario. No matter how this goes down, there's no way we can get out of this with our hands clean. And I think it is a pride thing. Ishido just refuses to believe. What do you mean it's over? No, there's not even been a shot fired. There's no way. No. So I think it's his hubris. Ultimately, it's like, I think that it's stupid what he does indeed. But I think for the sake of the plot, it is kind of this is kind of how he would react, because what else is he supposed to do at this rate?
Well, let's just unpack this for a second. Why does Ishido in the penultimate episode give he releases Mariko and then gives the underhanded order to have her quiet assassinated that night? What's in it for him to do that? Because you're saying it's like I'm literally asking this question in real time of myself, because I'm not totally sure I know what's in it for him to do that. Gratification is kind of what you might be suggesting here, but I think there's got to be some kind of belief on his part that there's a strategic benefit. Let's get into that. But yeah, Neutron Pack says nothing.
I don't think there's anything strategic. I just think it's him in one final death throw.
You may be absolutely right about this, Neutron Pack. We're going to unpack this some more in just a second. But first, Fu Man Blue with a $10 super chat says, I'm sorry I'm late. What did I miss? Just kidding. Just kidding that you're late, or just kidding what did I miss? Because we'll break it down. I'll recap the whole previous hour, Fu Man Blue. And I will begin with that right now. No, I'm just kidding. Dang it. Sorry. There it is. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. Very generous and very much appreciated. Glad you are here. And yeah, we have reviewed The Gentleman so far. We've talked about Atlas Shepard fighting AI in the future with J-Lo. And now we're talking about Shogun. So, getting back to Neutron's point, let's see. Then allow Toranaga's plan to take full effect. Because, yeah, basically what Ishido does by killing her is absolutely deliver Toranaga's plan to fruition. Now, there is an important point here, which is when Ishido orders Mariko's death. Spoilers for Shogun. Spoilers for Shogun. This is a spoiler discussion. Okay. Toranaga was relying on the fact that Lady Ochiba, who was the heir's mother, the heir's mother, the queen mother, so to speak, the queen mother was on Ishido's side. The queen mother was on Ishido's side. Ishido believed that with the heir on his side, he had all of the heir's armies and he had all the other regents' armies. If he kills Mariko, he fully expects that Lady Ochiba is with him on this. Toranaga reveals at the end that he had secretly learned that Ochiba had soured on her relationship with Ishido. She'd grown bored with Ishido, as Toranaga knew that she would, and she was ready to switch sides. And so Toranaga had successfully gotten partially through Mariko's efforts in the previous episodes, had gotten Lady Ochiba to switch sides and betray Ishido. So here's what I'm getting at, Neutron. Ishido did not know when he ordered Mariko's death that Ochiba was about to turn on him. He did not know that. Still, that begs the question of, even so, what was the benefit to him? Man, we need Mahler, the long man, to unpack this, because he'd zero right in on this. What was the benefit to Ishido killing her? And the only thing I could think of, Redoubt, is ego, like pure ego.
That's what I think it all came down to.
Because she beat him. She did beat him. Because what happened was Ishido says, "Oh, Lady Mariko, so nice that you're going to stay." She's like, "Oh, I'm not staying. I'm leaving. My lord ordered me to leave." He's like, "Oh, I thought you'd be staying on." "Am I a prisoner?" "No, of course you're not, but you need a permit to leave." "Where is my permit?" "Oh, you'll have it soon. Stay a couple of days." And she's like, "I must leave on pain of death by tomorrow." And that's her calling his bluff. She calls his bluff. His soldiers come out to stop her. She says, "Since I cannot leave, I'm going to commit seppuku," which will prove that Ishido is lying and that the regents and all their families are hostages, which will turn them against Ishido. So Ishido is in this damned if I do, damned if I don't situation. If he lets Mariko go, it's a sign of weakness, and it allows effectively all the other regents hostages to escape. He's essentially unlocking the prison if he lets Mariko go. But if he forces her to stay, she will commit seppuku, which will turn all of the regents against him. And ultimately, right before she commits seppuku, he delivers her a permit, and he acts as though, of course you get a permit. You know, like, oh, what's all this melodrama? Stop that. And he gives her a permit to leave. Essentially folding. And this allows him to, at the very least, preserve the illusion that he's not keeping any hostages. At this point, she has defeated him in a very real... She has forced him to fold. If he is going to have her killed, that doesn't repair the situation at all. He can claim it was bandits. He can deny that he was involved, but they won't believe him. The regents, they won't. So I think I'm agreeing with you, Neutron Pack. I think I'm agreeing with you that Ishido had no tactical reason to have her killed other than vanity, other than ego. And I would say there's probably a good deal of character development to support that, but it's not a very brilliant decision on his part, and it does play right into Toranaga's hands. Thoughts, Redoubt?
No, it's pure ego. I think they did build it up decently enough, though, that Ishido would have cracked on this level. We'd seen him using these assassins earlier in the show to try to kind of bend everybody to his will. Because if I'm not mistaken, it's in the gray period, episode 5, 6, 7, the dark days. One of the Christian regions are assassinated, their whole party, if I'm not mistaken, when they tried to leave Osaka out in the woods. And it's also, we get something at the end of episode 10 where Blackthorn basically says to Father Alvito, basically like, so you brought me out here to kill me, haven't you? You know, they're all, and Alvito's like, well, technically that was what was supposed to happen, but I'm going to ensure that you're not killed, so you have safe passage. So I feel he had been using those to bend everybody to his will, these assassins. And I don't think he could accept that. What do you mean the game's over? We haven't even begun to play it. We haven't even had our war yet. What do you mean that Toranaga has just outmaneuvered me and basically had won in one fell swoop? I think it was pure ego. I think it made sense for him to do what he did. It's actually wrong, but thematically, I think it makes sense.
Actually, let me offer a possible defense of this choice, because in a sense, this is a kind of mob boss thing to do, what Ishido does. So officially, Ishido lets her go, which establishes, don't worry, you're all my guests. None of your families are hostages. I'm your pal. I'm your buddy. I'm your best guy. However, the truth is they are prisoners and they will be killed if they attempt to leave. And if anyone defies Ishido, they are dead. Their family is dead. So don't even try it. So what Ishido, if I were to defend this, I might be in real time reversing myself here. So if Ishido is to both preserve the official illusion while sending a clear message to anyone that would defy him, don't you dare try what she just did. This is why. Because it's like, officially he can say, I let her go. And I deplore this terrible, cowardly act. Secretly, everybody knows exactly what happened. I had her killed, wink, wink, and I'll do it to you too. So don't you dare try what she tried. Would anyone else like a permit? Oh, is that nobody would like a permit now? Oh, okay. Oh, good. So actually, I think I think that actually is, it's dangerous. And the fact that Ochiba turned on him made this ultimately fail, but that was a kind of way of having it both ways. He could officially say you're not prisoners while sending a clear message in a very underhanded way that, like, don't try that. What do you think?
Well, I think our friend across the pond also puts it very well together.
Stafferi says, never put down to error what can be attributed to stupidity. Asshole will asshole. I mean, I'm more... Look, I do think this is a serious problem in modern storytelling, which is the defense of lazy... I'm not saying these are lazy writers. I'm just saying in general, lazy writers, low-talent writers saying... Like Rian Johnson is a good example. Oh, they're just stupid. Oh, they're just arrogant. Hux was just arrogant. That's why he wouldn't just destroy whatever the main resistance starship was. I think that's a weak defense of characters' actions. If a character is doing things because they're stupid, then there better be good justification of why they're getting away with it to the extent that they are. And B, we better see the character development to support it. And C, that can't be the reason every character does everything or it becomes boring. So I sort of grant that explanation last in my view. I think that's got to be well earned. Like Freddy in The Gentleman earns that. Freddy does things because Freddy is stupid. but Freddy also fixes things sometimes because he's stupid, which I kind of like. That's consistency, you know? That being said, Neutron Pack says, what was that? Ochiba told Ishido that killing Mariko, everyone would turn on him. She did. She did warn him. She's like, don't you dare kill her. She's popular. You'll turn everyone against you. Neutron Pack says Ochiba hated Toranaga, but she doesn't hate Mariko. Exactly that why I want Toranaga. Toranaga did Crimson Sky on Mariko. You'll have to clarify that one for me, Neutron Pack. I guess I'm a little divided on this. I'm tempted to agree with you that there's not really a good tactical decision. I mean, we could attribute it to hubris on Ishido's part, but what I would say is there is some in a just a pure mafia thug kind of way, there is some reason to have her killed because it illustrates that he is in charge and is a threat.
It's also key to remember that nobody immediately turns on Ishido. After the death of Mariko, it's, he's there with a meeting in episode 10 with the other regions. They're like, okay, we're on agreement. We're going to war, right? We're going to go, take out Toranaga. And everybody's like, yeah, begrudgingly. And, all sign the paperwork. We're doing this, okay? We have the numerical advantage. And then he fails to realize, you fool. It doesn't matter how many troops you have on the field. You've lost the person who gave you the ultimate authority. And you didn't even see it.
I think that in a real sense, it kind of almost doesn't matter whether Ishido kills her or not after the fact, because the very fact that Mariko called his bluff at the gatehouse, that was Toranaga winning. Toranaga had won at that point. Because I don't think Toranaga planned for her to die. He was prepared for it, but he wasn't necessarily assuming she would. And she wasn't, because after she got her permit, she clearly was convinced that Ishido is letting me go in order to preserve the illusion. Either way, the fact that it even came to this means that the other regions can see he's full of crap and that they're in deep shit and they're going to turn on him. So Ishido had already lost when so in a real sense, having her assassinated was a way of clinging to power rather than...
They bring it up time and time again throughout the show, how he is a politician. He is not true Shogun. He can never be true Shogun. He cannot be a true leader. He's able to politic and manipulate within the walls of Osaka, but once he has to leave there, it ain't going to work. Everybody says that this is not the best leader. He looks great. He sounds great, but at the end of the day, he's weak.
Yeah. Star Fury says, history is replete with leaders' stupidity, but you do need to set it up in a fictional story. I mean, I agree. I'm not saying stupidity is invalid. It's very valid. Again, the character of Freddy in The Gentleman is a perfect example of a stupid character who does almost everything he does is because he has no impulse control and he's an idiot. That's it. He is a greedy, no impulse control, spoiled brat, and he does stupid things all the time. But the key to that is it's also why his character is a perennial failure at everything he does. It's why he functions as a kind of plot device that's getting in the way all the time because he's so stupid. What I'm saying is Guy Ritchie's use of that trope is very consistent throughout The Gentleman. It's like Freddy's driving problem is his stupidity all the time, and it's constantly getting in the way of things, and sometimes it swerves into being helpful because he kind of winds up doing something that tangentially benefits Eddie or whatever. So there is a place for it, but what I'm suggesting is that if the show is established these are characters in a complex tactical battle, we must consider why they choose certain tactics or don't. And yes, it's totally true that characters are going to make mistakes all the time, and there is a case to be made that Toranaga is exploiting one of Ishido's weaknesses, which is his kind of bureaucratic misunderstanding, his overreach, so to speak. It's a rope-a-dope. Now, Fu Man, don't make fun of stuff, you know? He's like, replete? Dao Win says it would be better if Crimson Sky was from Toranaga and not from Ishido. Wasn't it? Am I misunderstanding that? Wasn't Crimson Sky...
No, Crimson Sky was exactly what we saw in the first half of episode 9, where they basically pushed Ishido's hand like, all right, I can leave, right? Nobody's going to stop me. Oh, look,
Yeah,
the
it's
guards are
calling the
trying to
bluff.
stop me. I'm going to commit seppuku now because my honor's been destroyed. That was Crimson Sky.
Okay.
That's at least how
Interesting,
I
yeah.
interpreted. That's how I interpreted that was what Crimson Sky was. Because
Yeah.
Toranaga, I pretty much assumed that's what he expected was going to happen because Mariko wanted to be killed. Here you go. Not to be in a blunt, grotesque way, but it's like, here's your honorable death. And if it turns out that Ishido isn't going to go through with killing you, well, then you get to survive and it's all great. Either way, it's a win-win for everybody, as morbid as that is.
And if I'm misunderstanding your point, Dow, let me know. But in any case, welcome to the chat. And we are discussing Shogun, the final episode, and kind of what we think with Redoubt Productions. A man, a gentleman, a scholar, a historian is Redoubt Productions. His channel is linked in the description, so check it out.
Hi.
Staff here, he says, consistency is always key. Agreed. Neutron Pack says it would be better. Oh, got that one. Wait, did I get... It would be better if the Crimson Sky was from Toranaga, not Ishido, showing that Toranaga is pushing the plot. I mean, I guess I'm not clear on... I think it was from Toranaga because what I think we're saying is that Toranaga... The Crimson Sky was to send in Mariko to call the bluff. That, oh, we're not hostages? Great, then I'm leaving. See ya! And it's like they're calling his bluff. And that was kind of what I figured it was. But if I'm misunderstanding your point, you mean the assassination of Mariko. So if I'm understanding what you're saying, you're suggesting that Crimson Sky is the assassination of Mariko? I don't know. I don't know if I follow.
Now, I will say to change gears. We got to talk about Miraji over there because we have this image pulled up and I was just reminded. This character appears on and off throughout the show. Yep, that guy right there. Him. When we first meet him in the first episode, he's one of the few people that can speak any English and be any form of translator for Blackthorn when he first arrives at Ajiro. We don't really see much of him again after the first couple episodes. We get a few hints. We have one sequence, I think it's like episode 2, where he goes into this like crevice, like in the side of the cliffs to talk with Toranaga. And it's revealed that Miraji is like some type of spy. So Toranaga can keep tabs on what is happening in Ajiro. Because remember, Ajiro is ruled by Yabashige, and we can't trust Yabashige fully. So we know Miraji is some type of spy. It's finally revealed in episode 10 who he is. He is a Christian, but he is also a full-blown samurai. Who is like one of the most devout vassals to Toranaga. He's so devout that he's been spending the past... who knows how many years portraying a lowly fisherman to keep a watch on Yabashige.
Yeah, and look, the reveal of Toranaga's plans are pretty satisfying, and so probably we should get into that. It's just the execution of the story structure that I found frustrating, and I felt it was sending mixed signals to the viewer. And when I say mixed signals, I mean not in the fun way. I mean not in the, oh, which way is this gonna work out? It's in the, what is this story? That's what I mean. It's like I was becoming confused about what kind of a story am I actually watching here. And I think that the problem with that is we were starting to not get the promise of the premise as the show progressed. Star Fury says, my senility is kicking in. My spelling is getting worse. All those years of eating lead paint chips finally got me.
Oh, God.
Star Fury. It could not be a worse diet than what Hollywood writers eat. It couldn't possibly be.
Well, it is not glue.
It's not glue. At least you're not eating lead-infused glue, Star Fury. Such as Zach Snyder, my favorite director. Zach Snyder. I wish Snyder Bros would come in my chat and want to fight me on this. I really do.
Snyder Bros?
Yeah, Snyder Bros that are like, I love Rebel Moon was amazing. Rebel Moon was genius.
I can see there being Snyder shills. I don't see there being shills for Rebel Moon.
Yeah, Rebel Moon is such a... I shouldn't say that. Anyone in my chat that's like, I enjoy Rebel, I'd be nice. I would be nice. But I mean someone that's like on a warpath about it. Like I hate your guts because you hate Rebel Moon. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not... If someone's like, no, I like Rebel Moon, it was fun, I enjoyed it. Fine, that's totally fine. I'm just... But you know, the Star Wars shills, they're nuts, man. They're nuts. They will tear your throat out for not liking Ahsoka. You know what I mean? So anyway, all right, let's get to kind of the plot here of the episode. And I'm going to go to the episode guide. There's so much to love in the setup of the show. It's the payoffs where I struggle, and I'm just going to kind of come right out and say Episode 10 was not like the most satisfying conclusion ever, but I actually I enjoyed the fruition of Toranaga's plan. I actually kind of liked a lot of the philosophy behind it. I found Toranaga's final conversation with Yabashige really interesting and really engrossing, and I actually really liked that a lot. But it is a letdown. It's a letdown that there was no battle, there was no war, it was Game of Thrones without any battles. It's basically what it was, and I find that intellectually intriguing, but as a viewer, I found it not super entertaining. So we'll get into more of that, but essentially most of this episode, we open with elderly... Oh, this is an interesting element. So let's just unpack this element of the show. We open on an elderly Blackthorn lying on his deathbed in England, which I was not sure whether or not that was England. I thought maybe that's an English-style house in Japan. It's hard to tell. I really quite liked this. He's surrounded by relics from his time in Japan. He appears filled with regret and clutches a delicate cross that once belonged to Mariko. Waking from his dream, and I like also that his grandsons come into the room. They're kids, and they come into his room, and they are looking at his things, and he's kind of in and out of consciousness, and they're asking him, hey, grandfather, is it true that you fought like 1,000 samurai, and that's how you got this sword? And so they have these legends of what he did, and then we go back in time, either waking from his dream or a vision of the future. The show doesn't really reveal which it is. Blackthorn is pulled back to the present by Yabashige amidst the rubble from the storehouse explosion. Mariko's lifeless body is there. He's overcome with grief. And we hear Yabashige kind of say to himself, forgive me, because he is guilty about killing Mariko. And the hostages are released as news of Mariko's murder spreads through Osaka Castle. Toranaga sends an official letter of protest to the Council of Regents, announcing that he will no longer surrender, and instead prepares for war. The Regents know they've lost allies after Mariko's death, but the heir's banner still makes their side lawful. Right? And then later in the episode, it's revealed that Toranaga has secretly gotten Ochiba and the heir to switch sides. And that essentially is the total undoing of Ishido's claim. And what it kind of amounts to is at the end of the episode, we don't ever see the battle. We just get a kind of premonition of what's going to happen in the next month, which is Ishido is going to try and raise an army. He's going to meet Toranaga on the battlefield. Toranaga is going to explain to him that Ochiba's army has just switched to his side. And in real time, Ishido is going to realize that he has no way to defeat Toranaga's army, and he's going to surrender. And Toranaga is just explaining all of this to Yabashige because the chess game's over. It's checkmate. I'm just telling you what the fallout's going to be. That's pretty interesting, and I enjoy that from an intellectual perspective, but that's essentially what the whole episode is setting up. So if you are looking for a climactic battle, you're going to be very disappointed with this show, I think. So anywhere you want to pause on this, Redoubt.
So we go for this sequence where Yabashige knows he is completely effed up. And I got to be honest, it is some of the most hilarious, but also tragic sequence we've ever seen in the show. First, he's talking to Ishido and like going on this like whole grandiose tirade of like telling like some type of story or something to Ishido, but he's clearly panic stricken because Ishido's like, Yamashika, there are no fish in that pond because he's trying to catch fish and stuff with his bare hands, and he keeps jumping around the pond. It's just like, oh god, he's completely lost it.
I love Yabashige's character. I really do. He's such an interesting character. He's so kind of wasted in the show, in my opinion, because honest to God, watching John Blackthorne and Mariko and Toranaga spinning their wheels constantly, the only character who's constantly on the move and doing something, even if it's failing, is Yabashige. And I enjoyed that tremendously. And I kind of enjoyed the unlikely buddy friendship that was forming between Yabashige and John Blackthorne. So he was a bit of the pain relief when the plot was really slow, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, so we go from that to, okay, they're going back to Edo, and they're on the boat. And Yabashige's really losing at this point because the last thing he wants to do is go back to Edo or Jiro. He starts like, you have a ship, John. Let's get on your ship and let's go to your country. What's it called? England. Yes, we're gonna go to England together, and it's gonna be great. And how about you teach me how to swim, just like you taught Toranaga? And like, Blackthorne's like, you gotta grip for yourself, man. What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. So, and we're gonna unpack the next part of that. But I get what you're saying now, Neutron Pack. Now I understand what you're saying. You're saying it would be better if the assassination of Mariko is from Toranaga, showing he was the one pushing the plot. So you're saying you think it's better if it's revealed that Toranaga had her killed. Honest to God, I'd have to watch it again. That might actually be the plot. I'm not totally sure. I mean, I guess I could read the episode, synopsis in the background, but I almost was kind of thinking the same thing too when he's explaining his plan. I'm thinking, did he kill her? And I don't think that he says he did, but I almost feel like I'm not 100% sure he didn't because it actually kind of fits. But no, it wasn't, because I remember Ishido in a conversation with Yabashige says it out. He says, yeah, we did this because X, Y, Z.
Here's what I'll say. You're getting a little confused because later on, Blackthorne thinks he figures out what happened to his ship, which we're about to talk about, and he's only half right. He doesn't realize the full story.
Yes.
So speaking of which,
look at that stuff here. He says, I concur with Fu Man Blue that Redoubt Productions is awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate
and then Fu Man Blue says, you're just fatigued, Star Fury. You've been typing for hours, you jerky butt.
Oh God. So speaking of which, they pull into a Jiro. Blackthorne's ship is no longer there. Well, it is there. It's smoldering rubble. Which she's just
burned.
Probably like, burned. Very burned. And when they get to shore, Omi is there and is taking Yabashige into custody. Now, I had a brief moment where I misunderstood. I thought Omi, out of personal, just personal honor, had turned his uncle in. I don't think that's what happened because we figure out later on about what's his name? Man, we just had him pulled up. The spy that Toranaga hasn't. Yeah, Majiro. So I'm pretty confident it was actually Majiro who leaked to Toranaga what had happened.
Yeah, so there is a really heartfelt scene in the show where John Blackthorne is rowing. He's being rowed back to his ship before he knows it's been burned. And he's thinking of Mariko and he's in tears. And this is one thing I will say. John Blackthorne's journey as a character from beginning to end, even if it was a little bit unsatisfying in the sense of like agency and adventure, he never really does very much. But just taking his story as just being a witness and just the fact that being part of this culture for this time has changed him. It has changed him deeply as a man. It has changed his priorities, what he values and doesn't value. And he's come to, Mariko was his lifeline. And obviously he fell in love with her totally. But more than that, she was a lifeline for him in this world. She made this world make sense. And so the loss of her is just this profound, you get the feeling that it's a loss he will never recover from. And I also think that's partially what that scene of him in the future on his deathbed is about. It's to illustrate that he never fully recovered from that loss. And I think that's all very profound. And I do think that there's something very true. There's something very honest and authentic in that idea of, maybe he's not a classical adventure hero, but there is something very true and honest in that idea that he was a witness who witnessed things that changed him forever. All of that is pretty strong. And I loved a lot of that in the finale. And it redeemed a lot of the things I felt were kind of disappointing in it. So yeah. And what was I? Oh yes, I was going to highlight this comment. Starfury says, "Swords and Starships, Gunnery Sergeant has the flamethrower handy, and bring on the Snyder Bros." Very good, sir. Very good. Resume your post, Starfury.
Don't bring them on the wooden ship here. You might make such.
We use flamethrowers on our wooden ship. We like to live dangerously. Non sine periculo, as they would have it in The Gentleman. Maybe we're on an ironclad. I don't know. Maybe it's an.
I hope we are if we're using flamethrowers.
Starfury is very precise with his flamethrower. He's a marksman with a flamethrower. So we trust Starfury to use it. And Fu Man Blue says, "My hero." And Starfury says, "Fu Man Blue, I expect you to bring the frag grenades." Uh-oh. Maybe we do need to rethink what kind of ship we're on. We are on a starship, and starships can handle flamethrowers. It burns up all the oxygen.
But what about when that frag goes off?
Yeah. So we're resuming with the episode storyline. So John Blackthorne is rowed back to his ship. He finds out that apparently Mariko made a deal for his life. If the nobles would spare John's life, she would consent to have his ship burned.
Hold on. You have to say, because there's multiple layers to this. There's first the public story, which is that, Christians went in there, burned it, and now Toranaga is searching the village left and right for all Christians to figure out who burned Blackthorne's ship. By the way, this is all one big guys. That's the first level. The second level is then Blackthorne theorizes that this was Mariko's plot to make sure that Blackthorne would never be able to attack the Portuguese again.
But also that his life would be spared. I think that was a big part of it.
That too.
And he takes that as a kind of, he sheds tears when he thinks about it, because it's, to him, he's reading that as her final gift to him. And it was, but then it's revealed later that it was Toranaga who wanted the ship burned, because he never intends to allow John Blackthorne to leave. He does not reveal this to John Blackthorne, however. Shall we, where should we go next in the episode?
So Yabashige is taken into custody. Of course, he's basically read the riot act. Toranaga's like, "I know what you did. Just tell me what you did." It's like, "I want to hear it from you," type deal.
Yes, because Yabashige colluded with Ishido to put the hit, to let in the assassins to kill Mariko. And what happened was, not only did Toranaga have spies, what was it? Was it that Yabashige sent a letter to his nephew, Omi, and then Omi passed that to Lord Toranaga, and the letter revealed that, he had participated in Mariko's murder. But then also wasn't Lady Ochiba that revealed it. It was the fact that Yabashige was overheard by one of the women in the room when he said, "Forgive me." And so there were two critical pieces of evidence: the letter passed to Toranaga, and then the eyewitness testimony that he felt guilty when Mariko was lying dead. And Toranaga basically says, "Hey, did you do it?" And Yabashige is kind of caught red-handed, and he says, "Yes, I did it." And there's an incredibly kind of hilarious moment where Toranaga says, "Well, I will require you to commit seppuku by sunset tomorrow." And he's pretty much done with it. And then Yabashige starts begging, and I'm expecting him to say, "Oh Lord, please forgive me. Oh, please
That
let
ain't the
me out."
problem.
No,
The
that's
problem
not
is
what
it
he
ain't gonna get killed.
He says, "Oh, please, Lord, please grant me an interesting death, like being eaten alive by wolves or picked apart by insects or something." And I'm like, "What?" It's so funny.
Then he asks for Blackthorn to second him. Because he's like, well, Blackthorn, because I think subconsciously, Yabashiga's going, oh, Blackthorn won't be able to second me, so he'll mess up, so it'll be very painful, and it'll be very interesting.
Yes, that's exactly why. he wants a hack job. He's a sick guy. Yabashige is great. You see why I love this character. Yabashige,
he is one of the most interesting men in the world.
It's established in the very first episode. Yabashige has a weird fetishized obsession with death, and specifically the manner and moment of death. And he's obsessed with it. Like in fact, one of the reasons why he boils John Blackthorn's crew member alive and listens to the screams is because he kind of wants to try it. He wants to try it on himself, but see, the problem is he could only do it once, and he knows this. So in order to test out different ideas, he's got to do it to other people. But he longs for some kind of death like this. He longs for the perfect torturous death, which is so strange, but so oddly hilarious. It's so oddly believable and hilarious at the same time. He's just got this obsession with it. That it's so funny that he's begging at the feet of oh, please give me some kind of twisted weird death, please. And Toranaga's like, no, you're gonna do seppuku like all the rest. And he's so disappointed by this. I thought that's pretty amazing. It's now listen. For the glue eating Hollywood writers who are undoubtedly listening right now with bated breath, just having a character do something wacky like that is not funny or interesting. It's funny and interesting because the entire season arc of this character set up that he has a weird obsession with death and how you die and stuff like that. And so it comes across as totally believable that this is what he wants as his final request is let me have a really interesting, crazy death. That's why it's funny, because it's earned and it makes sense for his character. It's one of his weird idiosyncrasies, and we believe it. So that's an important distinction. That is why dumb MCU humor is not funny, but in this specific instance, it's hilarious that this character is begging for some weird death. And yes, the chat loves it too. But now, what's interesting is this is a great moment to highlight in the show also, because Blackthorn is Yabashige asks for Blackthorn to be his second, so cutting off his head while he commits seppuku. Toranaga says no. Now, what's interesting about this is Yabashige is responsible for the death of Mariko, a woman that John Blackthorn loved. Now, as I was watching this scene, right, Toranaga's holding court. He's pronouncing judgment on Yabashige. Yabashige is kneeling before him. John is listening to this. John now knows enough Japanese to basically understand what people are saying. So he should know that Yabashige has just admitted to murdering Mariko. Now, what I expected to see was potentially John Blackthorn pulling out his sword or a gun and killing Yabashige on the spot, and I would have really loved that. And I was hoping that was what was going to happen. It did not happen. And I was like, well, that makes sense, because it would have been a death sentence if he did that. However, when Yabashige says, let him be my second, I kind of like that, because I'm thinking, oh yeah, John Blackthorn should have been like, happily, sir. I will happily behead the man who killed Mariko-sama. And John Blackthorn did not say that. And Toranaga said, no, I'm not going to allow that. This is what I mean when I say that the promise of the premise is often very frustrating in the show, because so often with this show, I feel like it's introducing an idea or setting up something that just doesn't happen or just goes nowhere. And that's a very frustrating dynamic for me. And I would say this almost kind of betrays John's character, because John loved her and he's kind of got an explosive personality. He's kind of been sitting on his hands for months now. I kind of almost demand that his character do something crazy in this moment to make sense to me, how his character has put up with this. Mariko, in a story structure sense, Mariko was the one that was always restraining him. Whenever John Blackthorne was about to just fly off the handle and do something crazy, Mariko was always the gentle hand that was talking him out of it. The fact that she's gone and he doesn't lose his cool, to me, is a bit out of character for him. And I find moments like that, of which there are many, especially in the last half of the season, I find those moments frustrating, because if you're going to show me characters just not doing anything that seems like it's in their nature, why even have that character? Just why even have them in there? Why not just make this a show about Toranaga? Forget about Blackthorne and the Catholics and the Portuguese. I mean, who even cares? Why are they even there? I was almost expecting the end of this show to be Toranaga as Shogun declaring, I am now going to cut off Japan from the Western world because of all the things I've learned about these good, these no good scheming Catholics and Portuguese and whatever. We don't even get that payoff. And so that's kind of what frustrates me about the show. Is like, I feel like you're setting up things, but then you're not, just nothing happening. And frankly, House of the Dragon, Game of Thrones used to do this, but I actually find it interesting that House of the Dragon never makes me feel this way. And I actually consider House of the Dragon a more interesting show than even the good seasons of the original Game of Thrones. Because it never gives me this frustrated feeling of where I'm like, why are you going nowhere with this premise? So there you go. Anything to add, Redoubt?
Not too much on that point. We get to was probably I'll probably say second only to the actual final scene. That's really good. We go up on this cliffside. It's about midway in the episode. As Blackthorne at this point, he's like, my ship's been burned. I'm going nowhere. My love of my life is dead. Yamashige betrayed us. I have no idea I have nothing in this world. I do not belong here. I don't know what to do. So he goes up there to confront Toranaga.
Oh, are we talking about Yamashige confronting Toranaga?
No, Blackthorne.
Right. Okay. Yes. I don't.
Sorry. They go up to two different cliff sides. They go up to two different cliff sides. I should have been more particular. I'm like, which cliff side? The one facing the town, not the ocean.
Yeah. So what's been going on is Toranaga is looking for the people who burned the ship. And so he is executing anyone suspected of being a traitor in the town of Anjin. Ajiro. Anjin is the name for foreigner, right? Ajiro, he's basically on this war path, and he's executing all these villagers, and John Blackthorne already knows why the ship was burned. He knows that Toranaga knows why the ship was burned. It's time to stop killing villagers over this. And he goes to Toranaga and begs him to stop. This scene is very typical to me of John Blackthorne never being an agent of change, never having any agency, never being kind of effective in terms of moving the plot almost ever. And this scene was very typical of that for me, which is John Blackthorne demands that Toranaga stop torturing the villagers because he explains Mariko was the one who burned the ship. And then Toranaga says, no, we have a lot of work to, I need to root out all spies. And then John Blackthorne says, well, then I'm in a kind of a really brilliant moment for his character. He decides to commit seppuku. He says, in protest of your torturing of this village unjustly, I'm going to commit seppuku. And then Toranaga, I kind of love how Toranaga treats him almost like a child. He goes up to him and slaps the blade, grabs the blade. He's like, stop this crap. You don't know what you're doing. Knock it off. And takes the blade away from him and starts to walk away. And then it probably one of the most best moments of agency for Blackthorne in the whole show. He finally just absolutely lets loose on Toranaga and says, I have been playing you for a fool. I was using you. And he even yells, I was using you, and he's like, I was shoveling you shit to get you to fight my war. You're nothing to me. You were nothing to me. And he kind of just lays it all out on the table. And you get the vague sense that Toranaga knows what he's saying, but he kind of just doesn't. He's sort of unmoved by it. And you could tell that Blackthorn is trying to provoke him into just dropping the ruse. You know, there's always this kind of multiple layered game that they're always playing, and Blackthorn's trying to get him to drop the ruse. I like that emotional outburst for Blackthorn, but once again, it sort of changes nothing. Remind me, Redoubt, did that convince Toranaga to stop the killing in the village? I honestly can't remember now.
I want to say there's something eventually where he tells, like, you know, I've come here to use you to drive the Portuguese out of Japan so the Dutch and the English will have trade rights. And there is eventually a point, and maybe it's because I put it, this is how I interpret it from other sequences. Toranaga is unmoved until Blackthorn essentially drops. So he personally admits, I'm done doing that mission. There's no purpose to it anymore. You know, I am done with that war. That is not my war anymore. He doesn't directly outright say, but that's kind of the point that Toranaga's like, okay, you're dead serious. You're staying here. You know, I can trust you going forward. I don't know. I swear I remember something like that, but I can't put
according to this,
well.
I think that they kind of did a non sequitur from scene to scene, so it wasn't like super clear. Toranaga doesn't say, "Okay, fine, I'll stop killing the villagers." They kind of just reveal in the next scene that he's not doing it anymore. Because as the synopsis has it, Toranaga feels that Blackthorn has proven his loyalty, and he asks him to rebuild his ship.
Yes, because that's the end of this. When it's the moment he renounces his mission to the Dutch.
That's it. Yeah.
And I understand we keep saying that he is from England. That is true, but he's working for the Dutch. That's what he's doing during this. He's being paid for by the Dutch. He's a pilot for a Dutch ship. That's what was going on. The moment he renounces that mission, that he's like, I have no more interest in this war with Christianity and stuff. You know, I don't care about that anymore. That's not my war, which you have to remember. And I'm kind of talking about the final scene now. Toranaga brings it up to Yabashige.
Yeah. Let's close the loop on this, then we'll get into that.
Yep.
But yeah, basically, because that's basically where I want to kind of land with this thing. So that's kind of the loop on that is Blackthorn gets Toranaga to stop killing the villagers, which is great, and then he helps Fuji and Blackthorn work together to grieve.
Great scene, by the way.
That was pretty good. I will say that was a pretty satisfying conclusion to some of John Blackthorn's arc, that he's given up his quest for, you know, his war with the Catholics and the Portuguese, or the Portuguese and the Spanish. He's kind of given up his war with them, and that's because he's changed. He's changed as a man. I find all of that pretty compelling. But now we get to the pièce de résistance, the moment of final reveal of kind of, this is really the denouement of the entire show, which is Yabashige's execution. Yabashige gives his death poem, which is fucking badass, man. The Japanese, I mean, their culture is hardcore, man. It's like, there was this old Saturday Night Live skit that was so funny. It was Japanese Jeopardy. Yeah, it was like Japanese Jeopardy. This is a Saturday Night Live skit, okay? And the idea was that in the Japan version, I don't know if it was Jeopardy exactly, but it was a quiz show like that. And so you have the contestants, right? They try to answer a question, and then they fail. They get the wrong answer. It's like, I am sorry, that question is not correct. And they're like, very well, I have dishonored my family. And so the contestant has to pull out a blade and sever one of their fingers as punishment. And so I'm like, dude, that's pretty funny. Anyway, it's so hardcore, man, because he's just like, here's my death poem. I really freaking envy, or at least admire, this attitude towards meeting one's own end. So there's Yabashige handing his death poem to his nephew, who's going to inherit his lands. Now Yabashige goes up to the cliff where he's about to commit seppuku, and he's alone with Toranaga. And this is really where we are a fly on the wall, getting to witness a conversation that never happened, essentially. Because Toranaga will never reveal to anyone the true depth of his plans. But Yabashige is about to die, and so Toranaga is willing to not even reveal all of it, but he's willing to kind of explain to Yabashige his masterstroke, and that's what he does. So he explains the full reveal of like, yeah, in a month's time, I will have completely consolidated all power under me. I will be the undisputed shogun of Japan. I will guide Japan into a new world because, and he just lays out how Mariko's death has undermined everything for Ishido. Ochiba has switched sides, and there it all is. And Yabashige is like, so you're full of shit, basically. You wanted to be shogun all this time and acted like this pious, humble, oh, I don't want power guy the whole time. But you're just like the rest of us. You were scheming and conniving just like all of us. And Toranaga's like, kind of got this look on his face like, I'm not going to deny it, you know? And there's this moment where Yabashige's like, well, what about the Anjin? What about John Blackthorne? What's his deal in all this? And because Toranaga intervened to spare John Blackthorne's life so many times that Yabashige's confused. He's like, why would you spend so much capital on this guy? And Toranaga reveals that, well, I kind of considered letting him go more than once. I considered selling him out, executing him, whatever. It was on my mind all the time, but I kept him around because, frankly, he's funny. He amuses me. I like, he's kind of like he's a pet. It's entertaining. Also, the fact that everyone's always trying to guess why I'm keeping him around is what makes him useful. Because while all my enemies and my allies are all trying to guess what my plan is for Blackthorne, even though I don't have one, the fact that they're spending so much energy trying to figure it out helps me. So, in other words, Toranaga only kept Blackthorne around for two reasons. One, he was kind of a funny and entertaining pet. And number two, the fact that he had no plan for him, but everyone was trying to figure out what his plan was, helped him. It was a distraction that kept people's minds occupied. Now, on the one hand, I think that is genius as hell. It is ruthless in the most cold, just cold-blooded way imaginable. It's very fitting for Toranaga's character. There's a brutality to that reveal that I love intensely. On the other hand, I find it underwhelming in the sense that I would rather have seen a battle. Okay, I wanted to see a samurai war, and that was kind of underwhelming for me. But I have to admire the ruthless, cold-bloodedness of that reveal. I like that a hell of a lot. So what are your thoughts, Redoubt?
I will add, because people may be calling, well, that's so much convenience, and that's so ridiculous, and all of this manipulation and plotting to get these sides to agree subconsciously not to support Ishido in the final battle. Like, that wouldn't happen in real life. About that. At the actual battle, Sekigahara. I know at least one of the daimyos, I can't pronounce Japanese. One of the daimyos that were supporting the real world version of Ishido had already talked behind the scenes for some time to Toranaga, like, hey, here's where Ishido's going to be. You go meet him. When this goes down, we're going to join your side. And it's going to completely mess with his plans. And there were several other daimyos who were not willing to let's just say they weren't willing to switch sides, but they were so ticked off by real world Ishido that they weren't going to move their troops into battle. Because real world Ishido, and I'm sorry I'm confusing, because all the characters in Shogun are composites for real world characters, and they've changed all of their names. So I'm just saying this. Real world Ishido, basically his strategy was, all right, I got all of Japan on my side. I greatly outnumber real world Toranaga. What I'm going to do is completely envelop him on the front, on the flanks, and then I'll get him in on the rear. That plan went completely up in smoke the moment he realized one portion of his army were actually allied with real world Toranaga, and the rest of them were so ticked off at real world Ishido they weren't going to budge.
Which is the reveal of that is satisfying, but I think if you're watching this show because you want like this kind of mixture of politics and battle, that's going to be kind of a letdown for you. So let's just kind of, unless you want to meditate on any more of this conversation. I mean, it's a brilliant dialogue between this dialogue between Yabashige and Toranaga. I found in many ways very satisfying. I really enjoyed it a lot. It's a brilliant philosophical discussion in many ways. They kind of reference the secret heart that Toranaga has been hiding all this time, which is he is absolutely as power hungry as any of these nobles. He's just the best at hiding it and appearing like he's not. And I thought that was a stroke of real genius, and I really enjoyed that. I mean, I look, I talk about half measures and full measures. One thing that I like is they went the full measure with Toranaga in this show. He is as cold-blooded as you can possibly be in executing this Game of Thrones of his while still being, I mean, he is a man that cares about his people. He is a good man. He, generally speaking, as good as you can be, I would say, in this feudalistic society. But he is absolutely as ruthless as you have to be to win. And I find that really satisfying for his character. I'm trying to remember if there was anything else in that scene that I wanted to go over. But I think the main thing, he does reveal he's never going to let John Blackthorne go. He's gonna keep John Blackthorne busy building a ship, and then when he finishes building the ship, he'll just have it burned so that he has to start over. Like that's what I mean. Like, Toranaga is revealed to be cunning and cold-blooded in the absolute extreme. At the end of and it's pretty damn brilliant, I have to say. But yeah, like that's it's kind of horrifying in a way, because you kind of assumed that Toranaga had this growing respect for John Blackthorne. The funny thing is, it actually wound up that it was this guy, Yabashige, who had the actual respect for John Blackthorne. Like, that's kind of amazing. Toranaga never respected him. Toranaga just thought he was a funny pet to keep around, which, you know, I have to admit, the kind of mutual racism of both sides is kind of amazing. Like the Japanese lords just think of him as this gross barbarian, and the English and the Spanish and the Portuguese think of the Japanese as these gross barbarians. It's very human. But Anthony is back. Welcome back, Anthony. We're just wrapping up our review of Shogun.
Welcome back.
I just did a nerdrotic Shogun. I love
Shogun.
I love when Ryan
the
Kittle
snow is gone.
I love when Ryan Kittle makes fun of Jeremy for when he said necessary. If you watch Friday Night Tights, you're the idiot that said necessary. Why did you say it like that? Neutron Pack with a question. But don't Toranaga need ships for the invasion from the Portuguese? Good question, Neutron Pack. And actually, I would say this is where the show is unsatisfying for me. I find the fact that Toranaga kind of just ignores the entire idea of these colonial influence. He never even addresses it. John Blackthorne flat out reveals to Toranaga that, like, you're being played, bruh. They're colonizing you. And it's funny how Toranaga, as absolutely laser focused as he is on the sovereignty and power and protection of Japan, the fact that never is addressed by Toranaga in the show is, in my view, a big miss on the part of the series, and bothers me a lot. So I'm kind of with you that, like, yeah, it's great for the cold-bloodedness that he's going to burn these ships, but to your point, Neutron Pack, don't he need to do something about these damn Spanish and Portuguese, which, you know, would be my ancestors, actually. My on my paternal side, Spanish and Portuguese.
I will
that
say,
would be my ancestors, Staffiere.
And I know it's going to sound a little bit like that's a little boneheaded. In the real world, the Tokugawa shogunate, what he would do, and that's the real world equivalent of Toranaga. Very, very brutal suppression of Christianity throughout Japan. Like, what you see happen to Ajiro in episode 10, that's just an inkling of what's coming for the Christians, both the Japanese Christians and the actual Portuguese in Japan in the next several decades. It's going to go bad from worse. So that's kind of part of the way how they were able to kind of sever that. That's how Japan was able to enter their period of isolation. It truthfully was partly from fear, just completely intimidating Christianity into the into the shadows in Japan. Christianity never disappeared. I mean, once a religion big enough gets set up long enough, it never truly goes away. And that's not just Christianity, but as a prominence, it was kind of like, we don't talk about that. That got to go in the shadows.
Yeah, the Japanese, man, one has to be absolutely impressed at how effectively they repelled colonization. I mean, they really did. And not only that, the fact that they then later just in almost neck breaking speed, they completely industrialized their society and modernized their military. I mean, people tend to, I think, underappreciate like how remarkable it was that they industrialized enough that they could be our allies in World War I and then an empire in World War II. Like they basically achieved that almost overnight. So fascinating civilization, an incredibly powerful civilization. I love this story. I love the history of it. I'm not super fond of the execution. So I'm just going to kind of swerve into my final opinion of Shogun in its entirety. And I would say, out of 10 bars on the epaulets, I'm going to say Shogun lands for me at an 8. I'm going to say it lands for me at 8 out of 10 show. I'm kind of in the zone I was in with sort of an Oppenheimer, where it's like, I love most of it, and I really enjoyed the journey of it. I just feel that there were a couple things in it that were pulling me out of it. And some of that was the pacing. Some of that was, I felt it was not paying off the promise of the premise. Some of that may just be taste, because for me, I if you're going to give me a character like Blackthorn and a character like Toranaga, I need to see them moving things. I need to see the world moving for them. I'm not saying that means they're winning all the time. I'm just saying having them sit around for 3 episodes and talk about how they cannot do anything is very frustrating for me as a viewer. I don't like that experience. And I feel in this specific case, it is a missed out, regardless of the book, because I've not read the book. So fair enough if I'm way off base from that perspective. I don't enjoy that kind of a pacing of a story. I want it. I think, in my view, Blackthorn is a perfect fish out of water, fly on the wall, agent of change, not always for his own good, not always for the good, but for better or worse, he is changing things because he is a wild card, a wild factor. And I would have wanted to see, I think, Toranaga using him as a kind of weapon. Okay, I like, don't get me wrong, either way, I like the reveal that Toranaga totally played Blackthorn, totally used him, just absolutely used him as a tool. That's kind of what I was expecting from the beginning anyway. I just think that along the way, we could have seen more of Blackthorn within that doing cool things. He did in the first couple episodes, like the scene where he helps smuggle someone out of the castle by faking like a ruse. How dare you, sir? How dare you look at a woman? In my culture, that is improper. Like that's what I mean. Like that was John Blackthorn taking agency, doing something clever and interesting in the moment. The fact that they dropped that later, I think, really took this series down a peg, because this was trending as a 10 out of 10 first couple episodes. But on balance, amazing cinematography. I love the lighting in the show. I love the set design, the language, the acting, the presentation, the imagery, the scenery, exquisite, second to none. The final reveal of the plot, I mostly was pretty happy with. I love Toranaga as a character. I love John Blackthorn and Yabashige and Mariko. They were all really excellent characters. I did feel they dropped a few plot threads, such as the Spanish-Portuguese angle. So that's why I'm not giving it a 10. I did feel some of the episodes were kind of boring, but on the whole, this is one of the best shows of the year, and it's well worth your time, in my view. So that's my thoughts. What are your thoughts, Redoubt?
I do want to mention before you wrap up, at the start of episode 10, we get that sequence of an elder Blackthorn, in bed. He's completely like bloodshot eyed, holding on to Mariko's cross. I believe that is a vision of what his future could have been had he not learned the lessons of Mariko and all the other people he'd interacted with up to this point in the show. Because we see a sequence later on where Blackthorn and Fuji go out into the ocean. Fuji has the ashes of her family. Fuji's about ready to go be a nun. And Blackthorn is also kind of wanting to find some sort of closure of all the loss he's endured. And they all collectively deposit belongings of their loved ones into the ocean, the ashes as well as Mariko's cross. Because at that moment, Blackthorn, while we may have not got the big epic action arc we hoped we got from him, he had completed a arc which was coming to definitely change his worldview, definitely be more open-minded, definitely, I can't truthfully describe it best. When we talk about all these the philosophical notions that Mariko and other individuals were talking about, life and death, things, you kind of just have to let them happen. You can't really get too tied down to some of this stuff, or else you're not going to be able to properly live. There's more to, basically, in some cases, death can be the ultimate form of living, especially if you try to avoid it. Again, the show puts,
especially if you're Yabashige. Especially if you're Yabashige. And so you literally are begging for a torture death. That's so funny.
Yeah. So at that moment,
let me get eaten alive by ants.
When he drops that cross in the ocean, that's kind of his moment of, he doesn't go down the dark path of I hold on to Mariko's death forever and ever and just become a curmudgeon back over in Europe. Instead, he's going to spend the rest of his life isolated in Japan, which does suck. Not going to deny that. But he definitely, after that moment, is like, I've come to accept what has happened in my life.
Well, so your theory is that is him imagining his future, but that's not really showing what his future is.
Yes.
Him and I quite liked that dynamic. I liked I liked how they kept fading in from young Blackthorn to old deathbed Blackthorn, and it was almost like you couldn't tell whether it was old man remembering his youth or young man imagining his future. And I almost kind of liked it because it sort of implied that time is a flat circle. Time is like all connected and woven together. And I don't know, I just kind of enjoyed that. My take on it is that you could be absolutely right here, but my take on it, I think it's either that he was, I think my gut feeling is that it was real. It really was future him on his deathbed. And what I was imagining was that in his final moments, he was losing track of what was real and what wasn't. And he was actually kind of in the future. He was lapsing back into his memories of the past and thinking that they were happening now. And that was kind of what, in other words, we're kind of watching in his death throw fever dreams, some of his memories of what actually happened. So my theory is he did get home somehow and he had a family. And I actually think that he always had like this missing piece of him. And I think it was fascinating that his grandsons are referring to the Japanese as savages, which I found was interesting because I would have assumed that if he got back to England, he would have instilled in them a kind of more of a respect for them and their culture. And so what fascinates me about that is it's hinting that maybe he didn't quite represent his adventures truthfully. And that in a way he's reflecting on the truth in his final deathbed, even though he's told his family and polite society, because I would imagine he's probably a rock star. He's probably a famous guy. He's probably made lots of money, either writing books or touring and showing artifacts or something. And he's become something of a folk hero and part of that was him telling people what they wanted to hear. And so the way I read that scene was even his grandsons have kind of heard the official story, but he's actually on his deathbed remembering kind of what it really was and what it really meant to him, and him sort of shedding tears in the boat thinking of Mariko and her sacrifice. I kind of thought that was all very haunting and interesting, and I enjoyed all of that being left to interpretation. I love playing with time in that way. So that was all pretty brilliant, I thought. It's a show with its heart in the right place, if not always its pace.
What I will say is, I agree, by the way, your score is the same I was going to give, so I'm not going to really divulge anymore. The opening is one of the best openings of shows, live action shows, had a long time. I think the final 3 episodes are also pretty solid. While they may not deliver everything you want, I still think they give enough satisfactory endings to the characters. I'm still overall satisfied. I'm not angry. I'm like, oh, I wish we could have saw that or done that. But it's the middle portion that drags.
It's a satisfying resolution. Like, I think it's not an action-packed finale, which is kind of what I was hoping for. But it resolves the story in a satisfying way, I thought.
Now, what I will say, what I'm hopeful for,
and you're right, Neutron Pack. The title of the episode is "Dream of a Dream," but see, I don't take that as them saying that this is a dream or that the future is a dream. I actually look at this as what they're saying is life itself is a dream of a dream. That I think that's a pretty prominent Eastern idea, which is people say this like Joe Rogan talks about doing ayahuasca and like doing psychedelics. And people I know who've experienced this have said like the feeling you get, even near-death experience survivors report this, that their feeling is that in the moments of death or the moments of psychedelic experience, you suddenly gain the feeling, the perspective that what we think of as reality is an illusion. And that's kind of the way I saw it, is that life is a dream of a dream. And that's why past and future are blending together in those final moments of the show. Purely my interpretation. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. It's just how I see it, and I kind of enjoy that. So,
and I keep harkening back to the real world counterparts. So, William Adams never got to leave Japan. He lived there. I think it was like, I want to say it was 1621. Like 1620-21 is how long he lived in Japan before he died. And he did marry, and he did have children in Japan. And there's a whole other story to that I don't have time to go into. But
I feel like Blue Eye Samurai is the sequel to this. It kind of is.
Well, what I was going to say is James Clavell wrote a 5-part, what he called the Asian saga. There's 5 different books set in Asia. This is like the earliest in the chronology, and it loosely they're tied together. There are references to the characters in the later books, but it goes from the 1600s all the way through like the Second World War, and each one is its own real separate story, but you have some loose overlap. This show did, I know, really good numbers in terms of viewership, both for streaming and I think as well for actual televised audiences. So I'm kind of hoping this is going to kickstart maybe adaptations of the other books, because at the end of the day, while we may not be fully satisfied, there is so much love and care that went into this show. I want to see more of this done. I want to see more of this type of work.
Get this and band
there's a
back
lot
together.
of content to work with when it comes to James Clavell. So
this is an exquisitely made show, like it really is, and the production value's off the charts awesome. And I think this to me is craftsmanship. This show, it's craftsmanship filmmaking. It's exquisite filmmaking. Obviously the only points I deducted were really for the pacing of the plot and the writing to an extent. But the actual craftsmanship of it is so exquisite, and it's really awesome. So yeah, I highly recommend it. Other thoughts, Redoubt, or shall we wrap it up?
That is all I have to say about Shogun.
Yeah. What would you? I mean, do you have like a rating scale if you were to give it a rating?
Well, I mentioned I agree. If you're 8 out of 10, same as you.
Yeah. I mean, it's damn awesome. It's adults in charge. Adults making a film is kind of what this this is a very, I know it sounds odd to say it, but it's a mature story. You know what I mean? It's like the thing about woke storytelling at its most basic level, it's spoiled brat childish storytelling is what it is. It's spoiled brat, childish storytelling. Doctor Who lecturing an alien about pronouns is a childlike way of telling a story. And when I watch something like Dune Part 2 or The Gentleman or Shogun, it's like I'm watching how a mature adult who understands that the world is complex and that there aren't simple answers to anything in life, and that there's more to say in a story than just whatever bullshit bumper sticker slogan you think people need to hear. That's how adults who are mature people and mentally stable write stories. And you notice that, like, there's plenty of commentary in this show about colonialism, racism, superstition, religion. There's all kinds of things like that in the show. The patriarchal societies, women living under oppression of men. There's all kinds of things in this show that address those issues, but none of it is preached at you. None of it is in a bullshit wacko bumper sticker. None of it is done from a lens of forced DEI crap. It's all from the perspective of realistic characters acting like actual human beings in the proper and correct historical context, living out their lives. And just by living those lives and exemplifying the world that they did live in, we naturally, without anyone having to tell us, we pick up on all those cues. And what we wind up with is a really interesting and fascinating story about this sort of feudalistic struggle for survival. And there are no easy answers. So when I say that this is by adults, that's what I mean. It's not made by childish, idiotic brats who don't know anything about life. It's made by adults, craftsmen who've paid their dues and know how to write and know how to create something. And they're not in this for some stupid bullshit political agenda. They are in this because they are storytellers, because they have something real to say. And I have no idea why I'm suddenly on a warpath about this, but I am. It should not be such a standout thing. It should not be such an unusual thing in our common society, but it is. So in any case, when something like this that impresses me greatly, as this show did, despite its flaws, it's important to sing its praises and to say we need to support, creating stories like this, because, I mean, I guess FX is owned by Disney, but they're not drinking the Kool-Aid yet. FX seems to be the network, and maybe AMC is one of the others, that will still tell an honest story, and I appreciate that. Well, Redoubt, anything else, my friend?
That is all. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to come on tonight and be able to finish up our discussion on Shogun. My schedule is all over the place and will continue to be all over the place as the college semester continues.
Well, good luck in your scholarship, your studies, Redoubt Productions. Again, check out his channel. It is linked in the descriptions. Redoubt Productions. Excellent historical content. So he actually goes out and sees. You actually go out to the battlefields and stuff, don't you?
I do. In fact, I kind of
awesome.
got a little crazy this past week. I had to make a trip into Maryland to pick something up. And then it hit me, I'm like half an hour from the Antietam National Battlefield. My body's really going to regret this later on the drive back, but I'm going to go the other half hour. So hopefully sometime soon I can edit the footage from this impromptu Antietam trip together. So, yep, I love going out, getting to see historic locations, document it, and then bringing it back home and editing together to show you guys where all these historic events happened.
You're such a nerd, Redoubt, and
I am.
I so appreciate it.
We're nerds. I'm a big supporter of the art of touching grass, is like I like to say.
Dude, I remember one time on a school field trip, we stopped at San Francisco, and we were back when it wasn't full of used needle feces, and the San Francisco Wharf was a great place to hang out for the day, have a clam chowder bread bowl, street performer. There were anyway. It's probably all gone to shit now. But in any case, what was the thing I wanted to do? I went straight to the Maritime Museum, where they have an old sailing ship, they have an old Russian submarine, they got all these cool ships. I had to go on all the ships, and that was basically where I.
That's right. I think they have the B-39 there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, none of the other students wanted to see the Maritime Museum. That's where I was going, was the Maritime Museum, and I spent hours there. Even my teacher was like, "All right, buddy, well, I'll leave you to it." He didn't want to go either. I'm like, dude, that's why I'm a nerd. I love this stuff. All right, Redoubt. Well, great having you on. Thanks so much for having me on. Thanks for reviewing this with me. It was fun.
No problem. And you may or may not see me later this summer when we get to talk about House of the Dragon.
I would love to do that. We gotta, we'll see what we could put together. I am excited as all get out. So, man, myth, misconception. I just saw that your subtitle. That's pretty cool. I love it.
Have a good night, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Have a good one, Redoubt. And there he goes, my dear sailors and Starnauts, Redoubt Productions. Joining us for a special occasion to close out Shogun. Brilliant show. Flawed, but brilliant nonetheless. And lest we allow the applause to stop, is this Wrangler with another $4.20? Why, Wrangler, sir, my cup runneth over. Thank you. Thank you very kindly. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, chat, for being here and hanging out. I love it. Like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Yeah, we'll see you on the Discord. We'd love to see you on the Discord. Stormcrow says, I shall say this. None of these men acted like true samurais. They all needed a man like William Kurosawa to set them straight. Well, that's a very ethnocentric opinion, Stormcrow. He's, of course, referring to his character in Fallout Dead Man's Cache, which is our weekly Fate RPG that we're playing in the Fallout Wasteland, of which Stormcrow is a part, as is Fu Man Blue. So check that out. We're going to be back this Friday, and we're going through an enclave bunker. We're going through an enclave bunker where the map to the Dead Man's Cache is rumored to be. But it is a death trap filled with all kinds of, frightening countermeasures for any would-be treasure thieves. So they're going to have to deal with that. Money. Thank you, Wrangler. I appreciate it. There were a couple of things mentioned in the chat, which the captain must regretfully address. Because I said, you aren't real Spaniards. You were invaded by the Moors in 708 Northern Span. Knocked them off. Oh, sure. Sure, Star Fury. Split hairs, why don't you? I don't know. I can't really back up one way or the other. Stop here. He says, specifically the Kingdom of Asturias. All hail my ancestors. Kingdom of Asturias. I am ashamed to say I do not even know to what you refer. Asturias, officially the Principality of Asturias, is an autonomous community in northwest Spain. Okay, I love it. Good to know, Starfury. I have no idea if my ancestry is that traceable. I just know Spanish and Portuguese, something like 3 or 4 generations removed from the original immigrants on my father's side. Now then, the rest of me is pasty Northern European types. So, but I bleed red-blooded American. Stormcrow says, you better believe that I shall be there for the House of the Dragon talks. Yes, House of the Dragon, we are going to do that. Later, Gators, says Anthony Timmons. Well, thanks for stopping by, Anthony. Good to see you. Have a great night. And we're going a little longer, so you can catch the rest on the restream if you like. Hey, would you like some Grizzy Shills? How about some Grizzy Shills, everybody? You see, there is a man who studies a specific component of the American species, a atypical sort of person who does not base their opinions on entertaining or brilliant in terms of storytelling, but of their political worldview. And therefore, it doesn't matter the content so long as it is content. And shills are curious in the fact that they cannot be persuaded with things like quality, or the lack thereof, or logic, or the lack thereof, or character, or the lack thereof. And there is a man who studies them and their behaviors in the wild for posterity. And so we are going to study them today for the purposes of science, you understand. And therefore, without further ado, Grizzy 1989, just for fun, let's take a look at this one. I saw Soy Boys in the title, and I was like, oh yes, the three soys! Oh, I love the three soys. Go, Grizzy.
So every so often when I'm compiling clips for my videos, I occasionally come across a nice diamond in the rough. Sometimes the Disney shills just can't help themselves and they go on an epic shill rant. And that's exactly what happened this week with the Soy Boys.
Yes. Oh my God.
Giving their...
Chrissy, if you ever see this, I owe you, man. I really do.
They're just terrible ideas and predictions for upcoming Star Wars content post Ahsoka Season 1.
And really, it's going to be used to set up a movie that can be very exciting and feature The Mandalorian and Boba Fett, because he's now back in play, and Ahsoka. The three of them is almost like the main characters of a movie.
So what Soy Number One is advocating for here is basically a Disney remake, you know how they love their remakes, of the Heir to the Empire trilogy. They want to replace Luke with Ahsoka, get Mando in there as well, because that means Grogu can come, and hope everyone has forgotten about how terrible the Book of Boba Fett was so they can shove Boba Fett into the film as well.
The three of them is almost like...
Oh my God. You know what's incredible about this is we have the books. We have the books. Just adapt the books. Disney is the worst company. I cannot imagine the mind that persists in defending this universe when it's like, in order for you to assemble an Avengers, so to speak, of the Star Wars TV verse, let's call it that, which was never really what Star Wars was originally created as, but whatever. Wouldn't these characters have to be interesting? Wouldn't they have to be interesting? You know, Bo-Katan is the most boring character I've ever seen. She is boring. She's more boring than even Boba Fett in these shows. Oh, let's have a movie with them all in there. Oh my God. Can you just imagine every line of dialogue is going to sound the same? Every line of dialogue would just be exposition dumps. Every character is going to be identical in terms of the archetype they fill. Anybody who wants to have Jedi powers will just have them because they're affirmed as having powers. Dude, there's literally one of the shills argued that the reason Sabine was able to get her Jedi powers is because other people like Ezra believed in her and affirmed her in her Jedi powers. They affirmed her.
The main characters of a movie that deals with the Thrawn character as a threat that will basically then tie into
Thrawn as a threat. Thrawn as a threat. The fat loser who claims victory when every single plan he enacts fails. God, it's all, you know, it only, folks, it only makes me angry as regards this particular character because I see the potential of this character. I was interested in the character of Thrawn. I thought that was one of the coolest ideas in terms of like a antagonist that Disney Star Wars had ever introduced up to that point. Like the idea of that non-force wielding, chess playing admiral, that was kind of new and unique and interesting. And I thought, what an interesting counterpoint to a Jedi. So what frustrates me is the lost potential that these idiots are defending. You know what I mean?
To setting up the rest of the Star Wars storyline with the First Order and the New Republic, and all of that stuff I think is really great and really exciting.
So you want Disney to completely bastardize the Thrawn Heir to the Empire trilogy?
Yeah, Thrawn's a fan favorite character, and he was somebody who was set up as like a post Emperor threat. So we can kind of do that, but it's not going to be the story with Luke and Han and Leia fighting against Thrawn.
But at the same time, allow Disney to take from it what they want so they can fix the sequel trilogy.
And we will still point to, and I'm really hoping they do what you said, Adam, where like they do set up more of the background threat of Palpatine so that Rise of Skywalker doesn't feel like it's so out of nowhere.
So you...
Oh God. Okay, folks. The captain's got to break character a little bit. I got to be a little bit charitable with these guys. Stop, Eddie! I will trust you so. And my master at arms, Fu Manblue. If the captain is off his nut, I trust you to, bring me back on. I'm not. Look, if I'm being a little bit charitable here, okay? I think there are sort of two schools of thought. There's kind of two schools of thought in the Star Wars problem, such as it is. That being Disney ruining Star Wars. Now, one school of thought is it's fracked. It's never coming back. It's a pile of shit. Kathleen Kennedy is a see you next Tuesday. You know the deal. And you know that's pretty much where I sit. Same deal with like Kurtzman Trek, right? Alex Kurtzman, screw Alex Kurtzman, in case I haven't said it recently. The dumbest man in entertainment. Now, there's a second school of thought, which is, dang it. I really like Star Wars. I really, really, really like it. And I even like the Clone Wars, and I even like Star Wars Rebels, and I enjoyed enjoying it. Like, the enjoyment of it was something I miss in life and something I love having, and I'm not willing to let go of that. However, the sequel trilogies, being what they are, what am I to do? I want to love this. I want to experience the joy and enjoyment of Star Wars. How can I best enjoy it? Well, this would be more of the Star Wars theory camp, which is I'm going to hope that it gets better and that a competent writer such as Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau fixes it by filling in all the little gaps that explain all the stupid, nonsensical, world-breaking, good time ruining plot holes that have utterly gutted this once beautiful and amazing universe. I am going to cling to the hope that someone is going to come along and retcon a bunch of that bullshit and fix it. Those are the two camps. The it can be fixed and the forget it, bruh, it's gone. Now, the problem is, in the early days, this is why I liked Luke Skywalker at the end of Mandalorian Season 2. When I first saw that, I was very encouraged because at that time, I thought, well, maybe we can salvage this thing. And honestly, that was diluted even then. But I have to say that here's why it was encouraging. Because I thought it was the first opening step in retconning the Disney sequels. That's basically what I figured. I figured this is Jon Favreau saying, we all know that Jake Skywalker is Jake Skywalker. Now let me show you Luke Skywalker. And that was what I was thinking when Luke comes in, he kills all the droids, he saves Grogu. I thought, okay, this is the beginning. This is the first opening step in eventually getting to the point where we can say the sequel trilogy is an alternate universe or whatever, and it never happened. So I had a little bit of hope when I saw that. I thought, oh, okay, this is a sign that they understand what they did wrong. I was wrong. That was not at all what was happening. That was never going to be what was happening. It is never going to get better. Now, whether these guys are actually this deluded and desperate to believe and are just wrong, or whether they're just stone cold lying shills, I can't read their minds. I don't know for sure. But what I will say is, never underestimate the type of person who clings to the message to dear life. It is so precious to them. It is so precious to them. These pronouns and bios wackos. It is so precious that their wacko ideology take over and control everything and eliminate all thought crimes of dissent. It is so precious to them, and Disney Star Wars specifically is so inextricably linked and bound up in all of that. Whether they actually believe it can get better or not, they must defend it. They must advocate for it because it is the message, and they believe in the message first, and Star Wars second, and so they remain chills, and they make me sick. Oh, sorry. Grizzy, please, sir, continue.
Use this timeline between episodes 6 and 7 to
further enhance the sequel trilogy,
while also going the Rian Johnson subversion of expectations route, apparently.
A way to give the fans what they want, but not in a way they expect.
An experiment that failed miserably.
And speaking of an experiment that failed miserably, they then move on to talk about Rey identify as a Skywalker.
Every time we talk about the sequel trilogy,
I identify.
This meme is fantastic. I was assigned Palpatine at birth, but I identify as a Skywalker. Oh, that's fantastic. An unfortunate sign of the times.
As a Skywalker.
Every time we talk about the sequel trilogy, I think about the big sort of like, I guess, missed opportunities and things that they whiffed. I don't.
Can I translate this for you, my dear sailors and stars? Can I translate this? The absolute garbage that they have been. I mean the misguided, not as good as it could be, Disney Star Wars content that we have gotten. It has been awful crap, and I mean I do not hate it, and I am okay with it. But the chuds aren't, and we have to address their concerns.
I don't think that they whiffed Rey. I'm very excited that Daisy Ridley's going to come back and play this character.
Yeah. And I'm very excited to watch it fail and make videos on you three bitches crying and whining about it.
And I think that
isn't it incredible? Isn't it incredible that we know for an absolute fact there is no scenario where the Rey film comes out and these three pan it? Like, that's not ever going to happen. It could be the worst thing Disney's ever done. It could be worse than the Marvels. And you can just bet that these three at the very worst, they would say they might say, well, there's things they could have done, but on the whole, I liked it and it was good. And I think people just don't like it because it's got a woman in it. And that they will never, ever tell the truth about this film, no matter how good or bad it is. They will just say what they're always going to say. Chat, what did you have to say? Because you're popping off over there. Yes, Anthony says, have you seen the Ahsoka 80s TV trailer? Oh, dude, Anthony, we've beaten that one to death on this channel. I love it so much. I love it. It's Hu Yang, a 25,000-year-old robot, possibly the most valuable being in all of existence, is assigned to ship maintenance. Yes. Dude, not only do we love that trailer, Anthony, we have actually analyzed how it's a better story. It tells a better story. I'm not joking. This is not a meme. I'm dead serious about this. It tells a better story than the actual Ahsoka show because, and I've broken this down, because old school 80s TV shows had to tell a self-contained story in one episode. They couldn't tell these stupid 8-episode movie arcs. They had to tell in every episode, MacGyver had a quest, MacGyver solved it with his pocket knife, and MacGyver learned a lesson. And that was every single episode. There's actually good storytelling in there because you have to know your characters. Your characters have to have reasons for what they are, and they have to be reliably predictable. Predictable is probably the wrong word. Consistent of character. And so they actually have to have character. So we love the Ahsoka 80s trailer. It's hilarious. Dude, Anthony, Ahsoka was that was the worst TV show of 2023 I did my end of the year special Captain's Cast where we broke down the best and worst of the year. That was my worst TV show of the year. And check out that video. It was in December last year if you want my reasons. Let's see. What else in the chat? Wrangler says, they don't believe in Star Wars at all. To them, Star Wars is just another media platform from which to preach. Unfortunately, Wrangler, that is correct. You know, the best evidence I can always point to is whenever one of these things fails, first of all, they lie about why it's failing, but they will say things like Grace Randolph, for example. When the Marvels failed, she said, you know, it really is a bad day for women representation. And it's like, you see, you are not a movie critic. You are a propaganda critic, and you are disappointed that you did not get to have a movie well received that had your stupid message in it, as opposed to saying, this wasn't a good movie. Also, how about if we make good movies with women as protagonists? Well, you never say that. You just say, oh, this is a bad day for representation. So, yeah, they know. Oh, geez, Fu Man. You are correct. Soy lives do matter. I never said they didn't. I just said that they make me sick. That's a difference. I'm kidding. Dafiare says, testosterone shots. Yes. All right. Resuming with the video.
That Rey movie can do a lot to really enhance what they did in the sequel trilogy.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah. Translation, enhance, fix. That's what he really means, but he won't say it because he's full of shit.
No, not gonna happen.
And saving the most insane take for last, apparently the race of those who would work on a potential Finn movie is really important.
I am hoping Lucasfilm can recruit and hire a great black director, a great black writer, great black producers to maybe do a Finn movie.
What?
My God. Dude, as if to literally provide evidence for exactly what I just... Did I not just say this is all they care about? Is their wacko political movement, which insists upon viewing all levels of society as a racist hellscape, which is a distorted view of reality, which is frankly insane. It is an insane way to view the world. It's insane. But what's amazing is that imagine the freaking condescension of this. I mean, honest to God. If you are a black person, how do you feel when someone says shit like this? How do you feel? I would be insulted. I would be insulted if they're like, oh, I really hope that a black person helps the poor black character succeed. Oh my God, the smug, arrogant, just condescension of these tools. It makes me sick. It really does. It really does. Go to hell. Like stop. It's this sycophantic, slimy, oily pandering. It's so pathetic. It's so transparent. Oh my God. I just cannot imagine. I swear to God, I could be wrong about this, but I feel that if I were a black person and someone spoke to me this way, I would want to throw up in my mouth. I really would. I'd be like, could you just get the fuck away from me, bro? Can you just stand 5 feet minimum from me? You fucking creep. Get away from me. I don't need your help. I do not want your help, sir. Get the fuck away from me. It's like there's a scene in South Park when Randy has Rudy Giuliani is he's trying to help Randy get out of a bind, and Giuliani's just like standing too close to him, and he's all and Randy's giving a speech. He's like, and also what I would say to my fellow, could you just get the fuck away from me? What I'd say to my fellow Americans, it's like, that's exactly how I would feel in the presence. I would not, in the words of Tommy Shelby in Peaky Blinders, I am unable to hold down food in the presence of these men. I'm looking for a meme that I just installed recently. You know, I'm trying to be nice to these guys. I'm trying to like be charitable to their position, and all I could say to that is, I don't have it. I don't have it. Anyway, I do have this meme. I know I have this meme. I just didn't install it. Hang on a second. It's worth it, folks. It's worth it. There it is. Yes. 5, 4, 3, 2, and
this is what I fucking get for being positive about one thing in my fucking life. This is what I fucking get for being positive about one thing in my fucking life.
And I did take it off, but yeah, that's what I get. That's what I get for being positive. And also,
fuck! God damn it! How fucking long does it take? Jesus fucking Christ!
All right, thank you.
That would be Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet. It must be seen to be believed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Step right up and see the internet's most angry, most furious, most enraged at all times man. It is the 8th wonder of the world. 8th wonder of the world. Yes, indeed it is, sir. And also... Fucking Rebel Moon. I want to see the 3 soys defend Rebel Moon. I'm serious about this.
What is this logic? So because John Boyega is black, his movie needs to have a black director, black writers, and black producers. So what else?
You know what? This is let me just point out 2 things that are true at the same time. Truth number 1. John Boyega's character of Finn was, at the outset, the most interesting character of the new characters. And he was done dirty. He was turned into a laughable clown, and he had a character arc that went literally nowhere, and it was a complete waste. It was a complete waste, and it was a travesty of storytelling. Truth number 2. What does his race have to do with it? His race has nothing to do with it. It's so bizarre that they choose to fixate on this. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the character of Benjamin Sisko in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. He's, at the time, I don't remember because I was probably too young, but it certainly in those days, it was not like it is now. This was not a constant point of discussion, but he was the first black lead on a Star Trek series, right? But you know what's funny about it is I remember being a kid and I didn't even care. Like that wasn't even an issue at all. All I knew was he was a Star Trek captain. That's just what he was. But he starts out as a commander. Now, I think that's one of the dumbest decisions in Star Trek storytelling. Now, there was a reason for it. The reason they wanted to show him as a commander is because, number 1, they thought he's leading a space station and not a starship. And they were thinking that the lore was that you would tend to have a lower ranking officer on a station as opposed to leading a starship. They eventually changed their opinion of that. But also they thought it was interesting because, the previous 2 series had focused on Star Trek captains, and they thought, wouldn't it be interesting to see a young commander climbing the ranks? And that was kind of their idea. Ultimately, I think it was a bad idea. They should have just had him be a captain at the beginning. Eventually, they fixed it, and in the middle of the show, they promote him to captain, and that is as it should be. And so he is and will always be a Star Trek captain. But there are idiots, mostly on Reddit, who suggest that it was racism. It was not racism. It was a story decision. Nobody at the time was talking about it, but it's amazing how they need to see a racist behind every bush. They have to do it. It's their fuel in life, and it's pathetic.
Soy number 1, should black doctors only see black patients? Should black teachers only teach black students? What is with this racially tribalistic mindset? Here's an idea, soy number 1, and I'm sure you will find this insane, but how about we just hire the best, most qualified people for these positions, and who gives a shit what they look like? Oh, and Finn needs to be a Jedi because it's Disney and everyone needs the Force.
John Boyega, come back, full-on Jedi, full-on, to make up for that missed opportunity.
I gotta tell you, that sounds awful.
Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
Why, thank you, Grizzy, we will. The link is in the description. Hat tip Grizzy 1989. Give him a like, give him a follow, and as always, a man, a scholar, a legend is Grizzy. Stop Yeti says, I'm a smaller minority, than, therefore I am more of a victim. Tell those, I don't know. I gotta be careful. I don't, stop here. I take your point. Shove their privilege up their arse. Okay. I have entered your comment into the record, sir. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, exactly. Stop here. He says, I want my reparations in the form of decent fucking entertainment. Star Fury, I feel like this is a moment where you might just be thinking.
This is what I fucking get for being positive about one thing in my fucking life.
I mean, I wouldn't blame you. It at least had... Wait, what are we talking about? I think I missed that. Anthony says the best part of the clip is the dog taking a dump. Yes, hat tip Nerdrotic. That was from his review of Rebel Moon. I was cracking up. I love that opening so much. It's fantastic. Absolutely hilarious. It's incredible. Dude, I could do an entire video, and should, frankly. I'm working on a Rebel Moon video, and it may take me weeks to get it out, but I will continue working on it. Until I do, because I'm tired of Resistance beating me, and it's not going to beat me this time. But I will just say that you could do an entire video on the, for lack of a better term, the Caesar, the Ides of March / Red Wedding knockoff scene in which the king is in Rebel Moon. It is murdered by Belisarius in this. It's one of the most insanely stupid scenes I've ever seen in a movie, which is saying something, folks. Literally, he has a string orchestra that is playing. It's supposed to be like the Rains of Castamere kind of thing, but they're playing the music as the king comes in. They play a soundtrack to the dramatic murder of the king, and complete with peaks and valleys of the music. It's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. And in-universe orchestra provides a dramatic score to a betrayal. What? It's unbelievable. Dude, I told you earlier in the stream how I asked my uncle who had not seen the movie. I said, I want you to guess what the power source is of this interstellar starship. He was trolling me. He said, what, coal? And he was like, no. I said, yes, it was coal. He couldn't believe it. He could not believe it. I couldn't believe he guessed it. It's unbelievable. Dude, you could do a whole video just unpacking the absolute insanity of that scene, the betrayal scene. It is the saddest attempt ever at ripping off the Red Wedding I have ever seen. It is the most pathetic amateurish attempt to be George R. Martin that I've ever seen. And it fails terribly. Dude, what's incredible about it too is I've often said two of the worst influences on recent Hollywood have been the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy and not because the trilogy isn't good, and the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. Those have been the two worst influences on Hollywood in the last decade because they learned the wrong lessons from the success of those things, and they just wanted to replicate it. And so I call it the Game of Thronesing of everything, the grimdarking of everything, right? And so Zach Snyder is a classic example of this. He sees the Red Wedding, and it's like, dude, that was a carefully constructed piece by piece by piece over the course of 3 painstaking seasons and in the case of the books, I mean multiple books, to construct the circumstances which resulted in that shocking event. That was the work of years, like multiple story arcs, multiple character arcs had to come together. The amount of invested work in making that scene as powerful as it was, a guy like Zach Snyder does not understand that at all. He puts a stupid orchestra in the scene to play a score in universe, and it's like, no, you don't understand why the Red Wedding is so interesting. You don't understand at all why that's so. You know what it's like? It's like the chick that's running Rings of Power, saying how she wants Sauron in Halbrand Sauron in the Rings of Power to be like Walter White. I'm like, oh my God, that's even worse. It's like, you don't understand why Walter White is so interesting. You don't understand what Vince Gilligan did with Breaking Bad. It's so funny. They're stupid people, folks. They are stupid people that eat glue. Star Fury says, it at least had artistic virtue. What a steamer. Would that be Rebel Moon? What would that be, Star Fury? Star Fury says, no commander of a station should be less than a rear admiral as he or she. Well, that's very enlightened of you, Star Fury, to include the she pronoun there. I am impressed. I'm impressed, Star Fury. You are an enlightened man. And as he or she may need to command the sector fleet if conflict occurs. Can I just, can I take a break from needling you, Star Fury, to just say, like, that's a brilliant point, man. That's a brilliant point. I so agree with that. Like, you're actually, in Star Trek lore, captain is kind of the rank you would assume. I mean, technically, Picard is a captain of the flagship of the fleet, that being the Enterprise D. And in theory, Picard is the captain of the flag officer, the admiral who's commanding a fleet action, would have his flag aboard the USS Enterprise D, Captain Picard as the captain, but the admiral would have his flag on that ship. So in theory, a captain is at least a high enough rank to like lead a flagship that may take command of a small fleet or flotilla. But in real military terms, I think you're correct about this, that you would have to at least be a rear admiral to be in, because essentially he's in charge of a base. A space station is the equivalent of being in charge of an entire Navy base, really. So I think you're right about that. It's a very good point, Star Fury. Typically transient military analysis. Anthony says, in regards to this new Star Wars trilogy, I walked out with over half of the audience. You are a more perceptive man than I am. I sat through it. I walked out of the theater, Rise of Skywalker, and I think my exact reaction was like, because they retconned Luke throwing away the lightsaber because he has that line where he says, a Jedi's weapon deserves more respect. And so my reading of it was that they were retconning a lot of the stupid shit that Rian Johnson had done. They instead of saying Rey was a nobody, they were giving her some kind of backstory that seemed to sort of justify her power. So I remember walking out of it and being like, well, they fixed a few things, and that's good. And I guess it was definitely better than the last one. I mean, it was okay. Funny thing was, I didn't even think about it for a long time, and I didn't even watch it again, because I am a multiple theater viewing Star Wars goer. Like, if there's a Star Wars movie in the theater, I think I saw Phantom Menace at least 4 times. I saw all the Lord of the Rings movies at least 4 times in theaters. I'm that kind of viewer. If I love a movie, Godzilla -1 3 times, like it would have been more if it were still in theaters. So I am that type of viewer. Rise of Skywalker is the first Star Wars film ever that, like, I saw it one time, didn't go back. So, but you are more perceptive than I am, because I was slower on the uptake. Like, I don't think I really understood how pointless that movie was until it was on Disney Plus, and I remember putting it on, and I was like, yeah, I'll watch this again. Just, I don't remember liking it that much. I'm going to watch it again. I got like a third of the way through it, and honest to God, I was like, I'm bored. And I just turned it off. And now it's like, in retrospect, looking at the plot, it's, oh my God, it's so insanely stupid. Anyway, let me resume with your comment. In regard to the new Star Wars trilogy, I walked out with over half the audience when they killed off Han Solo. Oh, that's in fourth. I'm talking about Rise of Skywalker. Never mind. To say everyone in the theater was pissed would be an understatement. Yeah, that's interesting. I defended the choice to kill Han Solo in the first film as a risk worth taking. And I was dead wrong about that. And I'm willing to admit it. So I was dead wrong about it. Where was I? I like to think that's the difference between me and a shill, is that I will admit that, like, yeah, I was wrong to defend. Now, granted, I was basing my opinion of that on, like, the idea of what the next movies would be. So there's that. But, you know, it's no excuse. It's no excuse. I lost my place in the chat. Haven't watched, Anthony says, haven't watched one movie since. Oh, my, Anthony, you must watch, well, Godzilla -1 is not available. You must watch the Dune movies. Watch Dune Part 1 and Dune Part 2. Adults are in charge of those films, okay? They are adult films. I mean, that's not what I mean. They're not adult films. What I mean is they are films made by adults, okay? Mature adults who do not eat glue. Yeah, people were pissed. Yeah, I hear that. Star Fury says, I'm never positive about anything. Star Fury. Fu Man Blue's like, facts. He's like, true. Star Fury says, a show movie has to grab me by the nuts and twist before I'll give it any positivity. Jesus, Star Fury. Imagine making that your pitch. This movie, The Scar Giver, is so good it'll grab you by the nuts and twist, brah. And you're like, I don't want to watch that then. Do not want. No me gusta. What? This is so weird. Star Fury says. Why can't I click on this? There it is. Most shows don't even. Oh, jeez. You know what's funny is, okay, so I am nothing if not a man who believes in democracy. And as such, democracy is nothing if not a system of compromise. One must be willing to accept a certain level of compromise alongside his or her neighbors in order to enjoy the bountiful rewards of living in a free and open civilization. Now, this is no less true in the realm of selecting a film in which to watch in a family environment. And so, while your dear captain has his preferences of what type of film he would choose to watch when in the presence of a family and wanting to provide an experience which is beneficial and enjoyable for all, the captain is willing to compromise and watch a film he would not normally watch. And one such film did come across, and that would be Anyone But You, starring Sydney Sweeney and what's the guy's name? Powell or something. Anyway, Twisters dude. So the Twisters Top Gun Maverick dude. Anyway, so Chris Gore actually gave it a mildly positive review, so I thought I could survive this one. So I suggested to the family that we watch Anyone But You, and because I had not seen it, they had not seen it. We don't have to play the Netflix slot machine where we're there all night trying to pick one and arguing over which one to pick. I miss the days of video stores when I'll pick my movie and you pick your movie and we'll watch both and we're all just a little bit happy, as Chief Hopper would say. And so I watched this film and I was hoping it would be mildly entertaining. I'm telling you, it was like one degree above a Hallmark movie. It was so bad. I didn't say this at the time. I'm like, this movie's so stupid. It's like, it's straining to make its premise work, you know? It's just straining it's grinding the gears to try and get this premise to work. And the idea is that Sydney Sweeney and the dude, they get together one night. It's going great. There's a misunderstanding the next morning where they both think they dumped each other, but they didn't. And it's very contrived and odd. And then they wind up at a lesbian destination wedding in which they have mutual friends. So they just accidentally wind up together on this vacation and they hate each other. They're these two gorgeous people that spent a night together and found each other's company delightful, but now they hate each other's guts. And it's like, oh, shut up. Shut up. They do not. It's so bad. And it's not very funny. And Sydney Sweeney has a lot of positive assets as a performer. However, her acting is And I'm watching this movie, and I'm like, this movie fails as a buddy love movie for so many reasons, but in any case, still, for that problem stuff, Harry, I might prescribe Anyone But You certain selected scenes. Anthony says, a lot of foreshadowing. That would be your captain. Staffjare says, Picard would be a flag captain. If the admiral dies, the power devolves to the next highest rank in the fleet and not the flag captain, though combat circumstances could allow for temporary power. And I would say, Starfury, such as in Star Trek First Contact, which is like, I think I said that's like, I think it's like my favorite Star Trek film, which people are like, oh, that's a terrible, I don't care. I love Star Trek First Contact. It's a great film. Is it perfect? No, but I don't understand why people hate on that movie. I really don't. It's a great movie. I love Star Trek. I mean, I do understand people who don't like that they changed the starship. That's fair. That is fair. And I will always understand that critique. But the rest of the critiques, I don't really understand. But yeah, in that film, Picard takes command of the fleet, which would make sense. Fu Man Blue says, "Wow, what a nerd you are, Starfury! I'm so turned on right now." There's a lot of homoeroticism going on in the chat today. Oh God, Twister says Redoubt Productions. Why must that be a thing? Because Redoubt, it must. Because we need content. Content, man. Starfury says, "Swords and starships. How dare you slight Hallmark movies? I am disgusted with you." Well, I take your point, Starfury. Look, everyone needs a Hallmark movie. Starfury is a great fan of Hallmark movies. You must know this, chat. He loves he's always bending our ears in the Discord about Hallmark movies. And all I will say is that I don't like films that are straining to make the premise work. I hate those. They're cringe. I feel like I'm at an awkward party. An awkward party where, or like a joke that doesn't land or someone embarrasses. It gives me that feeling of like, it's like, oh my God, there's so much drama in this situation. And I'm like, no, there isn't. No, there isn't. Stop trying to make me believe that these two people hate each other. They're both insanely hot and they are going to jump each other's bones at the first opportunity. Or else this is a fictional film. In any case. Starfury says he spends most of Christmas watching Hallmark shitty movies. Well, Christmas is a time for the cloying and the cheerful. I love Christmas. Christmas is my favorite time of year. It truly is. It's my favorite holiday. Christmas is. It's even Richard Dawkins' favorite holiday. So figure that one out. Redoubt Productions says, look, Twister is my cinematic Twinkie, and I don't like the recipe of my Twinkie being altered. That is fair. That is fair. I'm not putting that one up, Starfury. I understand your point, but this is why you get timeout, Starfury. From YouTube, not from me. I would never nobody put Starfury in a corner. I would never do that. I'm just kidding. That one's actually pretty harmless, I would think, but you never know. YouTube has its little AI minions just sniffing around everywhere. Starfury says, well, thank you, Starfury. I appreciate that, sir. He says, First Contact is the only decent TNG movie. Look, I like Star Trek Insurrection, but it's really just an episode, which is fine. It's basically just a nice episode, and that's fair. Is it a great film? No, it should have been the Dominion War. Now, when I saw Insurrection, I had not watched any of Deep Space Nine. I did not know about the Dominion War or anything. I only vaguely understood the reference to the Dominion in that film. Now that I've seen Deep Space Nine, and I love it dearly, and the Dominion War is, to me, one of the best story arcs in all of Star Trek. I love it to death. I mean, just brilliant. I'm super pissed. I'm super pissed that Insurrection was not about the Dominion War. That was awful. And it's part of my love-hate relationship with the creatives that create this stuff, because, you know, their logic at the time was, well, we want to show the fans something other than what they're getting in Deep Space Nine. No! What? No! We love Deep Space Nine. We love the Dominion War. Show us the Dominion War. No, we can't have it. We can't have nice things. Oh, because we have to be so original.
This is what I fucking get for being positive about one thing in my fucking life.
No father, says Fu Man Blue. That's our battle cry here on the Swords and Starships channel. Please like and subscribe. Live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Wrangler says, Captain, would you consider watching and reviewing the Transformers the movie from 1986? Sure. In fact, Just Watch. What do you have for me, Just Watch? Where is that? Can I see it somewhere? Transformers. I mean, I think I've seen it because a friend of mine that I grew up with was like a giant Transformers fan. And he, by the way, he hated all the Michael Bay films. Hated them all. But he was a massive fan of the cartoons. He loved Beast Wars, the Beast Wars. I've actually seen a lot of the Beast Wars cartoon, believe it or not. I actually think I've mostly pretty much seen the Transformers film because he would watch it all the time, and I'd always catch parts of it, and he'd always talk about his favorite parts, like Unicron, Galvatron, all that good stuff. Looks like it's on Tubi. Oh, wait, no, that's the show. Never mind. Transformers, the movie. That's what I need. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, I could rent it. We'll see. Yeah, I could do that. Do you want me to, Wrangler? Star Fury says, smashes his cabinet of starships. I love that part. Dude, that's a great dramatic scene. You know, here's why I love Star Trek First Contact. Number one, it was the ultimate resolution of what I consider the most dramatic story in all of Star Trek Next Generation, which was the best of both worlds and Picard's long-standing trauma and enmity with the Borg. And there were several successive episodes, such as I, Borg, in which Picard was confronted with his absolute hatred of the Borg. By the way, I hated the Borg. As a viewer, I hated the Borg. And I sort of agreed with the Admiral who told Picard, how dare you pass up an opportunity to exterminate the Borg? And Picard's like, but that's against the Prime Directive. And she's like, screw the Prime Directive. We could have ended the Borg, you asshole. You know, it's like, I kind of agreed with her in that instance. But that being said, Picard was always a man that was under control. He was always the voice of moral reason. And seeing him in a situation, to Zach Snyder's point, about putting your character in a scenario in which they truly are challenged on their morals, well, that was Picard's. Picard is put in a situation where he's willing to break his own morals because he hates the Borg so much. And he's so obsessed with stopping them. And I really love Lily's scene because, and not because she represents, you know, nowadays we would say it's a girl boss lecturing him, but honestly, in the context of those days, it wasn't. It was a person from an earlier, less enlightened time who happened, ironically, to be in that moment much more enlightened than he was. And I find that interesting because Picard had this sort of safety in his idea that I am from an egalitarian future where we don't believe in things like revenge. And she's like, well, I'm from the time where we do believe in revenge, and that's revenge, sir. You know, and I thought that was brilliant. So it was Picard cutting loose. It was Picard going to the absolute outer limits of risking breaking his own morality as a man, violating his own principles. I love the fact the best part of that was when he insults Worf. Like that is one of the best scenes between Worf and Picard ever. Like that's one of the best Worf scenes ever. It's one of the best Picard scenes ever when Worf is like, sir, we have no tactical way of beating the Borg. We must destroy the Enterprise and evacuate. And he's like, you're afraid. Now, I remember when I saw the scene in the theater time, it was like being slapped in the face. Because number one, Worf is flat out most brave, badass SOB in all of Starfleet, and that ain't never going to change. Second, Picard would never, in a normal situation, Picard would never impugn Worf's integrity as a man, an officer, courage, ever. Right? So the fact that Picard says, you're afraid and you want to run away, you're a coward. That is Picard unhinged. That is Picard losing his and I think that was brilliant because there were a level of insanity, insane obsession, so that he was willing to say something that he knows damn well. You might as well stab Worf as say that. Like, that is the worst thing you can say to any Klingon, and Worf is the worst Klingon you could ever say it to. So that is a betrayal of the highest order when Picard says that. Now, Worf's response sent chills down my spine because he steps up and you can just see Craig's brilliant performance. He is restraining the violence that he feels in that moment and saying, if you were any other man, I would stand. It's like, what I love so much about that is I believed it. And I still do. I 100% believe that. If it had been Riker standing there, if it had been any other Starfleet officer, if it had been, who else? If it had been Geordi LaForge standing there, he would have killed him. He would have killed him. Like, he would have absolutely done that. And I love that he will, the only man in the galaxy he would even consider not killing for that is Jean-Luc Picard, because of how much respect he has for Picard. That is a great scene, folks. That is an all-timer. So it's those moments that make me love Star Trek First Contact so much. I just really love that. It's a brilliant scene. It was earned, by the way, because those characters had been around for so long. They had been on so many adventures. You knew the characters so well that was just a magnificent... That's worthy of a film to me. Like, that's not really the subject of an episode. That's the subject of a film where we're playing for all the marbles, where it's life and death for humanity. That's really what a film is for, in my view, is that kind of high tension, high wire drama. Yes, you broke all your little ships. I love that. I love that. So, no, that's not what this is. This is not about revenge. Bullshit. I saw the look on your face when you shot that Borg on the holodeck. You were almost enjoying it. How dare you? Oh, that's so good. I love that scene. It's one of my favorite scenes of all time with Picard. It just is. By the way, I love the scene in the premiere episode of... Yes, we have swerved into Star Trek talk. I love the scene in the premiere episode of Deep Space Nine when Sisko is being given his assignment by Picard, and he hates Picard because Picard was Locutus and is the reason that Jennifer is dead. And he gives Picard this very frosty, reception. And Picard's like, have we met? And he's like, yes, in battle. And I love how Picard kind of thinks about it for a second and turns away, and it dawns on him, and he's like, oh, yes, I understand. Which, by the way, in Star Trek Picard Season 3, that's why the scene with him in the holodeck with Shaw is such a good payoff, because, Picard has been dealing with this ever since that day. And so when Shaw says, where he was in the battle? He was on that Borg cube setting the world on fire. And I love how Jack Crusher kind of leaps to Picard's defense. And he's like, how dare you say that? And Picard's like, no. I understand. And then he walks out of the holodeck. That's great. That was really magnificent because that's in keeping with Picard's been dealing with this for so long. It's old hat to him. It's at a point where he's kind of numb to it, which is why I love that response where he's like, no. I understand. And he just walks away. Like it hurts. It causes him pain, but he's used to it. Like that was brilliant story. Hat tip the great Terry Matalas. He gave us one last good Star Trek movie, and I appreciate that. I really do. Yes, Lily was definitely annoying at first, but, she had a good reason, which is she wakes up in an alien... Well, she thinks it's like a bunker, but she has no idea where the hell she is, and there's all kinds of alien, Borgs around, whatever. You get what I'm saying. Yeah, dude, Worf's scene, it's great, man. It's such a great payoff from like 7 years of those characters having. And by the way, if you've seen Deep Space Nine, because at the time I saw it in the theater, I had not seen Deep Space Nine. Now that I've seen Deep Space Nine, it's even better because you see Worf like make good on that threat. Like, dude, one of the best Worf scenes ever in Deep Space Nine is when Weyoun comes into the cell with him and Ezri in season 7. And he makes a wisecrack about how he would enjoy seeing Worf and Ezri mate for scientific purposes. And Worf just like reaches out and snaps his neck and kills Weyoun. And I was like, oh, that's so good. It's so good. And then I love how the Cardassian guards are about to like grab Worf, you know? And Damar, who's also a great character, by the way, Damar stops them. No, wait. And he kind of, Damar just like down at Weyoun because he hates him too, and he's all he starts laughing, and he's like, "Oh, the Weyouns, oh, they're arrogant. That's their hallmark." And he's like, "You should have killed me. They'll just make another clone of him, but there's only one Damar." And then Worf is like, "I will keep that in mind." Oh, so good. God, I miss good Star Trek. I do. Deep Space Nine is so brilliant. I love that show. It is the crown jewel of the Star Trek canon, as I often say. What else? Fu Man Blue says, it only meant anything because it was earned. We all understand what Worf was saying. He really would have killed any other man, and we knew that. Yeah, I mean, I really hate it when characters say things like that, but you as the viewer don't believe them. I hate that. It's the worst thing to me. And as a writer, it's like my personal mission. I never want to write that scene where a character says something like that, unless I mean it, that like it's a hollow threat. If I literally am like, it's a hollow threat, and that's the purpose of it, that's fine. But if I really am writing it as the character is saying this, it better not be plot armor is the reason they're like, the audience better believe it. They better believe it if you're going to try something like that. And I just remember I was like 14 maybe when that movie came out, and I just remember sitting in the theater, I believed it. Worf would have killed anyone who said that to him, and even Picard was like this close. Even with Picard, he was this close, but it was like, you are like the one person I'm gonna give you one pass. It's like you get that feeling from him in that scene. It's so good. What else? Anthony, I missed The Boat on Babylon 5. It is on HBO, though, Max, so I need to watch it. And I also need to get back into Stargate SG-1 as well. So, hat tip Fu Man Blue, getting me into SG-1. On the other hand, I do have the newest Battlestar Galactica series on DVD. Oh, my God. If you've been in this chat for any length of time, Anthony, you know that I am a massive fan of the reimagined Battlestar Galactica series. Admittedly, I'm not really a fan of the original series. I'm sorry. I'm just not. Fine if you are. It's just not my thing. But I love that reimagined series. I really do. Edward James Olmos as Adama is one of the most brilliant characters of all time. But also James Callis's Guy as Baltar is one of the most brilliant characters of all time. But also Katie Sackhoff as Kara Thrace, a.k.a. Starbuck, is one of the most brilliant characters of all time. I love that show. I love that show. Oh, what was it? I forget his name that plays Cavill. He was in Quantum Leap. He's so good as that evil Cylon son of a bitch. I love him. Dean Stockwell, that's his name. Dean Stockwell as one. Oh my God, Father Cavill. Love that Chief Tyrrell. Dude, I love Laura Roslin as the foil to Adama. Like, they are such great foils, those characters. Her as this idealistic civilian president, him as this hard-nosed, lawyerly, scholarly commander of a fleet. And it's interesting, the overlap between Adama and Roslin. Like, sometimes Roslin is the hawk and Adama is the dove, but then in other situations, Adama's like, shut the F up, the military's in charge. And I love that give and take of their relationship all throughout that series. And while it was not perfect, I really loved the ending to the series, and I also feel that it did stray a little too far into the mythological at the end. But that being said, I really, really love the whole story arc with the mutiny and the coup on Battlestar. Oh, that was such a good pair of episodes. That was so brilliant. I love Battlestar. And by the way, it's just brilliant writing. It's just brilliant character work. It's a great story. In fact, I had a whole episode where I went through like the series Bible that Ronald D. Moore wrote for that series that contributed. It's like a 50-page series Bible breaking down the characters, the technology, the culture. And my point was, this is the work that Dave Filoni does not do. This is the work that these idiot writers do not do when they write garbage like Echo. There should be a series Bible for the MCU that is like 200 to 500 pages. And Kevin Feige should have that thing on lock and hand it to any director, writer team that is hired to do a Marvel project. Here you go. By the way, Bungie had this for Halo. I don't know whatever happened to it because they went off the rails with that storyline. But Bungie had a Bible that was like, this is the Halo Bible. Here you go. They handed it off to 343 Studios when they transitioned over. You've got to have that. And I don't think Feige has that. I think Feige's like, have fun, just do whatever you want. Yes, we are going to have a trans character. And we're going to talk about trans stuff in this Captain America movie. And Feige's like, oh yes, very good. Do whatever you want all the time. As the Family Guy joke goes. Stav here says, I would have to argue on that one. DS9 has 3 shitty seasons, whereas TNG had 2 bad seasons, 1 and 2. I don't agree with you on that one, Star Fury. TNG had 1 bad season. That was season 1. Season 2 is mostly pretty good. Who Watches the Watchers is in season 2. That's a great episode. Season 2 had a lot of good episodes. Season 1, I think that there were good ones all throughout DS9. There were some cringe episodes in the first couple of seasons of DS9. Like, I really hate the episode where they discover like a microscopic universe that's trying to like birth itself into existence. I thought that was one of the dumbest concepts ever in Star Trek, and it made no rational sense because it's like, well, that's pretty lucky that the one place where someone could have stopped this from destroying our universe, it just happened to be deep space. It was just stupid. I really hate it. So there are things that bugged me. DS9's pretty solid. I will say Star Trek Voyager, the first season, there are a couple of episodes I like in the first season of Voyager, mostly in the early episodes. But there's some pretty cringe crap in the first 3 seasons of Voyager. Like, right about the time you get to season 4 and 7 of 9 comes in, I think that's when it turns into a pretty good Star Trek series. Enterprise, I liked parts of season 1 and 2, but like season 3 and 4 of Enterprise are some of my favorite Star Trek ever. Like, I really fell in love with Archer and his crew. I really did. As I've always said, I found Scott Bakula's performance of a Starfleet captain extremely odd, but it grew on me over time because, he would just have this cadence. He'd just be like, well, I understand that our species have not met before, but we are on a peaceful mission of exploration, and as the captain of the first Warp 5 vessel, I would like to talk about how we could exchange knowledge with each other peacefully. It's such a weird way of performing, but eventually it got to be good, though. I just got used to it, So I grew into liking Scott Bakula's performance, and I love Trip. Charles Tucker III, that would be Trip, is one of the best characters in Star Trek for me. I absolutely love. And you know what's weird is, like Chief O'Brien, for some reason, the Star Trek writers loved to torture Trip. They loved to torture that character, and they killed him off in the worst way at the end. And I hated that. I hated that so much. I don't know why they did that. It was O'Brien and Charles Tucker are the 2 characters in Star Trek that the writers had a weird fetish for just torturing them all the time. I remember that episode where they had O'Brien was trapped in an artificial prison for like 30 years. It was a good episode, though. But he was trapped in this horrific, like, hellscape for 30 years, you know, and he comes out and he's like a different man. And like, it was weird. Yes. Silver Cylons, best of all time. I do miss the Chrome Domes. Don't you, Staffjare? Original Vipers are the best. And I do like how, especially in the later seasons of reimagined Battlestar, they wove in the old technology. They wove in an explanation of what the old school toasters were doing. That was cool stuff. Like they did some really, they did, you know, they said right out the gate, this is a reimagining of the story. This is not a faithful readaptation of the story. It's a reimagining, but they still did nice little nods to the original lore and also the original themes of the score in the first Battlestar. Anthony says, I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Probably missed the context. My bad. Starfury says, my kid self loved 1979 BSG, and I found the new one too grim, although some awesome episodes. 33 comes to mind. 33 is brilliant. I would say season 1 of that show, like from miniseries to the end of season 1, give it another try, Starfury. Just put aside the original series. Just take it as its own. It's really good, man. It is really good. And my favorite episode of that series is Hand of God, which is right about middle of the season. One of the most brilliant episodes of television in all of TV history. It has a special place in my heart and always will. But also that's because of what had been building up over the course of the season, you know. But yes, 33 is a brilliant piece of science fiction writing. There were a lot of episodes like that in season 1 of Battlestar. Season 2, pretty good. The new Caprica stuff was pretty good. The Pegasus run of episodes was really good. I love that run of episodes with Admiral Kane, played by Ensign Rowe, of all people. The actress who played Ensign Rowe. Now, season 3 is a bit more of an acquired taste. I think season 3 starts to trend in the more religious and mythological direction of the series. I liked it, but I understand people not liking it also because it definitely departs in tone, and it does get pretty grim. Season 4 is highs and lows, but at the end, the final conflict involving Hera and her daughter is brilliant, really brilliant, and I liked it. I really liked it. Some weird story choices, I will admit, but I mostly liked it. I do think that the way they deified Kara Thrace at the end was over the top, and they shouldn't have done that. I think that was way over the top. They basically turned her into a goddess by the end of the story, which was kind of silly. I'll just admit, that's kind of silly. They kind of wrote themselves into a corner. I can pretty much tell. They wrote themselves into a corner on that one. It is grim, but honestly, Starfury, my rebuttal to that is, how can the end of the world not be grim? I mean, really, the story of Battlestar is the human race has been all but annihilated. This is the last caravan. The last caravan of 50,000 humans left in existence from a number of the multiple billions. That's grim. Like, that's a grim situation. And they are being hunted to extermination. Like, that's grim, you know? But that being said, I will say that there's actually a lot of light and beauty. There's a lot of beautiful friendships. There's a lot of beautiful moments of heroism and courage. There's a lot of fascinating philosophical debates about, you know, have humans suffered enough? Do they deserve redemption? I think all of that is actually pretty beautiful and uplifting in the series. But then again, I'm kind of a freak, so you never know. Starfury says, I have to... Oh, yeah, I saw that one. You know what's funny is when I first started watching the new Battlestar, I started in like the middle of season 1. It is such a complex story that I was like, what the hell? What is going on in this show? I don't understand any of this. And I thought, this show sucks. It sucks. And I stopped watching it. And then something like 2 or 3 years later, this is back when Blockbuster was still a thing, they were releasing the DVDs, and I decided to watch it from the beginning. Well, I had never seen the beginning, so I was lost, right? Well, I watch it from the beginning, and I'm like, oh my God, this is incredible. Oh, no wonder I hated it, because I didn't understand what was happening. Now I understand what's happening. This is brilliant. So yeah, there you go. Are you shitting me, Staffyere? Did I get that wrong? He says, Who Watches the Watchers is season 3 of TNG? That's embarrassing. This is a low point for the captain. Staffyere is bad. I mean, no, you're correct, Staffyere. You're correct. You are correct in this matter, I presume. I mean, I don't know. Star Trek. Now we have to get into this because I think that now I have to see if there actually is any good episodes in season 2. There's probably not, actually, now that I think about it. Let me share my screen. Here we go. What do we got here? Season 2. The Child was okay. Bit of a Deanna episode. Dude, Where Silence Has Lease, that's a great episode. Where Silence Has Lease is a fun episode. Enterprise is trapped in a mysterious void by this creepy alien. Elementary Dear Data, the introduction of Professor Moriarty, that was cool. The Outrageous Okana is kind of an odd one. I'll give you that. Loud as a Whisper, honest to God, can't remember that one, which probably means I hated it. Schizoid Man. Yeah, that was fine. Unnatural Selection. Fine. A Matter of Honor. That was a good one. No, Matter of Honor is a good one. Measure of a Man is one of the all-time great episodes of the entire series. That is the episode where Picard has to represent Data in the court hearing that decides whether Data is a person and has rights. That is a brilliant, all-time great episode. Measure of a Man, one of Picard's best episodes ever, by the way. The Delphine, I kind of remember that one. That's a Wesley episode. Fuck that episode. Contagion. Fine. Oh, I hate the Royale. That is a dumb shit episode. Times Squared. That's a great episode. That's a really good episode. I enjoy that one. Pen Pals is kind of a fun Data episode. There's a kid that survives trauma, and he starts impersonating Data to sort of escape the trauma that he endured because his whole colony was wiped out. And the only way he can kind of psychologically survive is to pretend he's a robot without emotions. It's a beautiful episode. And so Data winds up with this kind of kid that's impersonating him. Was that the one? Data tries to save an alien child strand. Oh no, that's I'm thinking of a different episode. Never mind. But the one I'm describing, if I can remember, was a good one. Q-Who! That's the first introduction of the Borg. That's a good episode. Up the Long Ladder is incredibly insulting to Irish people. It was filled with harmful stereotypes of Irish people as dumb hayseed farmers. And as someone of partial Irish descent, I hate that episode. I'm just kidding. It's fine. The Emissary, that is a good episode that introduces this is the woman that mothered Worf's son, Alexander, and that's a good episode. Dude, I love Peak Performance, where Data has to play this game against an alien, and the alien beats him, and it kind of causes a... Shades of Grey is a dumb recap episode, so yeah. Now there you go, stuff here. There's a few diamonds in there. You just got to dig for them, you know. But you're right. It's overall not their strongest effort. I will concede. Did I miss another comment? You said, I think I saw something else in there. Anyway. Starbeer, she mothered Alexander, kick her out an airlock. Yeah, you're kind of right, though. You're kind of right. Alexander's kind of a stupid character. Let's just get real. But you know what I will say though is I kind of like the episode in Deep Space Nine where Alexander's grown up and he kind of redeems himself a little. But he is kind of an idiot character. He's just kind of a weak. He's not a good Klingon, you know. And it sucks, you know. Worf but that's life though. That's life. Worf's ideal son is like this tough as nailed warrior who loves Klingon culture and tradition. And just Worf's luck, he gives birth, you know, well, he doesn't give birth, but you know, he has a son. That's a weird way to say it. He has a son that is he's a nerd. His son is a nerd and doesn't like Klingon culture. And Worf's kind of a shitty father because of that. Because he's like, I don't like my son very much. That's understandable. Star Fury says what we're all thinking, you know. He's out there, folks. He's out there. All right, have we covered enough Star Trek? I love how we just swerved into Star Trek talk. This is part of your evil plan to keep the captain online. That's what this is. Hey, let's have a funny. Let's have a funny, chat.
Devon, you got the kind of skills that I need. I got a clean slate with your name on it. If
Prove you're the best.
Hat tip 1-800-DANKY. This is the rise of Slurpo.
Just ever.
Yeah, take the waning pills.
My name is Galen. He just says that at the end of every sentence. And then you easily defeat this like handful of guards, and then Slurpo or whatever the bad guy's called is like, hey, you broke all of my stuff. She'll be like, yeah, well, fuck you, buddy.
Just stopped.
And then he'll be like, you don't know what you've done. You've actually done something. I've got a boss called Slurpo 2, and he's way fatter than I am.
No, you go, my boss is Jabba the Hutt.
Oh.
Have you heard of Jabba the Hutt?
You realize you've stolen Jabba's personal slip collection. You fool.
Yeah, you fool. You took our Slurpo, and Jabba needs his Slurpo. And then you go to Jabba's palace.
This is so, dude. I was listening to this whole thing on the BBC. This is a couple weeks ago, and they had just spent like much of the episode reviewing the garbage fest that is Star Wars Outlaws, the new video game with the very unfortunate looking woman as the protagonist, and it's a very unfortunate looking woman, and. You know, it was so funny because Gary had been on the stream, but he left the stream and it was just Mahler and Az, and they're sitting there and they slipped into this kind of fever dream where it was like their minds just broke. It was like that they had sustained the maximum amount of Disney Star Wars garbage, and they snapped. They just snapped, folks. And they just went on like this for, it felt like an hour. It had to have been an hour they went on like this. And they were just riffing on basically the fact. This is basically what they are showing here, is that this is the level of intelligence that is informing every Star Wars product from here on out. Like there's no effort. Like the laziness in their tone to me is the perfect impression of a modern Star Wars writer. You know,
and you're like, oh, there's Han Solo, he's in carbonite, and then he'll be Ugo Jedi Slurpo Nupa Katanogo, and she'll be like, "God, Jabba, I'll get your stuff for you. Just give me a chance. I need a clean slate." Gogo Poko Jedi Nanda.
Negotiation, right? And it's like 10 Slurpos, and he's like 15, and she's like 12. 13 Slurpos final offer. You drive a hard
Jabba.
bargain.
Yeah. Okay. And go, and then Salacious Crumb will appear and he'll go,
and then a character will be like, wait, is Slurpo a currency or a person?
and then, no, Lando Calrissian will be the one who takes her by the arm to escort her out. And he goes, I'm Lando Calrissian. And she goes, oh my God, Lando, I saw you in The Empire Strikes Back. You were great. And he goes, here's a couple of schlurpos to get you on your way. And she says, I still don't know if this is currency. I have no idea what a fucking
She says, I loved you. I loved you in Return of the Jedi. And he's like, that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, that hasn't happened. That's coming. That's coming in six
Slurpos.
Have you done the Kessel Run in 15 slurpos or less? What? What is going on?
Anyway, know the name of our captive on Slurpo. He's been slurpoed in carbonite.
Oh, God. No.
They've lost it, folks.
On whether we get a Rancor monster down below cameo.
Oh, a little camera shot, and it's like,
yeah. What's that? Boku Danda Jedi.
We've actually included a scenario in.
This is my favorite part. This is like the best impression of like a modern Disney Lucasfilm creative, and I use the term loosely.
We've actually included a scenario in which you can end up fighting the Rancor if you owe 10,000 Slurpos. It plays a delightful cutscene where you're eaten by the Rancor, just like in the movie with the pig guy.
Yeah, the Rancor Keeper, as we've known him for 40 years now, his name's actually revealed in this video game. It's Slurpo.
Ronald Slurpo.
What the fuck?
We were originally going to call him Slurpo. We thought that would be too on the
nose. I just love the insane fever pitch that their laughter gets to. They're like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. they're literally like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. He's like, and he's like crying. It's so funny. Dude, they went on like that for like an hour, and at one part of me was like, okay, on to my next video. I'm gonna watch something else. I was literally gonna turn it off but the weird thing was I found myself like just drawn into the same fever dream. I'm like, dude, this is where we are. It's like, you know, they're just riffing, but what they're sort of hitting on is the fact that like these writers, these directors, these creatives, they don't know what any of the lore is. They're just making it. Oh, the 15 Slurpos. Sure, it'll be a Slurpo. Is that a currency or a person? I don't know. Who fucking cares? Shut up, nerd. And it's like that's the level of care that they have for the lore. You know, it's like the houseplant pirate in Mandalorian. There's no sense of scale of it. Things just happen. There's no actual rhyme or reason, anything. And then everything is like, it's just references without any weight or intense or any purpose in the story. You know, oh, and then Lando Calrissian shows up, and it's because why not? You know, it's like Anakin showing up in Ahsoka, meaningless, pointless cameo, does nothing at all helpful to the story, doesn't advance anything. It's not a shred of emotional weight to it. Not a shred. It's like then you have a complete lack of scale in anything in the universe. They're like, oh, an entire planet is at stake, says a pilot in Mandalorian season 3. He races to the DMV on Coruscant. He races to the stupid DMV with the Tim Meadows running the desk. And he's like, you have to help us. This whole planet has been taken over by pirates. Meanwhile, it's one ship over one town with 20 people in it. And its only defense is one man who's acting as a magistrate, a mayor, a sheriff, and a tax accountant, all in one. And the pirate is, he's a houseplant. He's literally like one of those hanging plants with like little ivy leaves. He has a freaking pirate steering wheel, a Pirates of the Caribbean steering wheel in a 3-dimensional starship. And it might as well just be his name is Slurpo, and he's trying to steal all the Slurpos from Planet Slurpo because these are stupid people that write all this crap. And it's like they just reached a point of like, I can't take any of this shit anymore. It's so stupid. It's like because at the end of the day, these are lazy, untalented people with stupid, whacked out ideologies who have failed upwards multiple times. They have no respect for the Star Wars fan base. With all due respect to the shills, let me help the shills out for a second. Let me help the shills out. Let me help out anyone who's a sequel fan. I'm dead serious about this. If you are a fan of the Star Wars sequels, if you are a fan of Mandalorian or Ahsoka, let me explain something. These people don't give a shit about you. They hate your guts. They think you're nothing to them. They don't care whether you like or hate Star Wars. If you slurp it up, slurp it up. They don't give a shit. You are nothing to them. It's like they have no concern for any of these characters. They don't care what any of them mean. Ditto for the MCU. Ditto for the DCU. Ditto for Fallout. Ditto for all of this crap. It is like maddening to see people that are so ungrateful. They are so dismissive and distasteful. And it's like, and so what I'm saying is that is the perfect representation to me of the level of care, respect, and interest, and frankly, just human intelligence that they bring to the table. Star Wars Outlaws is going to be garbage. It's going to be garbage because these are losers that write this stuff. These are even the good people that work in these companies, because they're there. There are good creatives sprinkled in, and I feel bad for them to an extent. They work in a system that is fundamentally broken, corrupt, and just trending evil, quite frankly. But I'm not going to go that far. But what I will say is, there are good people sprinkled out, but it doesn't matter because whatever good ideas they have will be censored, sensitivity read, and we are watching the degradation and literal collapse of artistic creation. It's like I was just yesterday. Someone asked me, "Hey, are there any good movies in the theater?" I'm like, no. Like, I don't want to see the Ungentlemanly Warfare again. I don't want to see that. It was less than mid. And you know what's funny too? You know what's funny is I know I mentioned the save the cat genres a lot on this channel, and it's like, but that's for a reason, folks, because I hear like Ryan Kinnell and other people talking about the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. They know it's crap, but they can't quite put their finger on it. They're just like, it wasn't. I mean, it was fine. There was good action in it. It's fine for a couple hours of entertainment. Nothing offensive. Not the greatest movie. Now, and I'm not criticizing them. I understand where they're coming from. I'm just saying, if you understand why they're having that reaction, here's why. Because that film fails on the beat sheet. In fact, I meant to pull this up anyway, because I was going to talk about briefly Happy Gilmore. I know that's super random, but just follow me on this. And if you got to go, we're in overtime. I understand. So no hard feelings. Never would be, but I understand we've been going a while. What is it? It's the beat sheet. That's what I need. I should just have it. There it is. I got it. Share screen. Present. This is what I'm talking about, right? I'm gonna explain to you exactly why Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare is a waste of time. Okay. So this is all good films, all good novels, and I would argue even good seasons of TV. They all hit these beats, right? And this is in the book Save the Cat by Blake Snyder. The problem with the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare is it is missing this one, bad guys close in, and it is missing the all is lost moment. And it has a very weak and anemic all is lost moment, but it doesn't really get there, right? So it fails at creating this crucial piece of the tension that brings us into the break into 3. So how I experienced it as a film is that Henry Cavill's men are assigned a mission to go and stop the Nazis. They go and they stop the Nazis. The end. It's pretty boring, quite frankly, because they never reach a moment of challenge. There is the promise of the premise. You get to see Alan Ritchson axing a bunch of Nazis, and that's fun. You get to see Henry Cavill chewing up the scenery with clever British phrases. You know, that's all fine. But the problem is you're missing the second piece, which is the bad guys close in, the dark night of the soul, and the all is lost moment. Second problem that you have with Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare is it fails in the rules of what it is, the story type that it is. I would argue it should be a Golden Fleece story, but it fails at that because the characters never really change. They never really learn anything. They just do exactly what they're supposed to do. No disrespect to the real story. I'm not disrespecting the real men. I'm only talking about this film and treating it as just a story. Where I had a link to this. I linked this because I knew I was going to talk about this. Yeah, I could probably go with this one. I'll share my screen. Because this, by the way, is where Anyone But You fails. Anyone But You fails as a buddy love story. Right? So buddy love is, think of these as what type of story are you telling? 3 elements of a buddy love story are an incomplete hero who is missing something physical, ethical, or spiritual. He or she needs to be another to be whole. This is basically what most romantic comedies are. A counterpart who makes the completion come about or has the qualities the hero needs. A complication, be it a misunderstanding, etc. Problem with Anyone But You is it doesn't actually have a compelling complication because the idea that they have to make this destination lesbian wedding go off without a hitch, it's just weak. You know, it's just a weak reason for them to be in this uncomfortable situation. There's better ways to get at it, but that's not what I was going to talk about. So I'm going to actually put a pin in that because you probably aren't here to hear about that. But what I would say is, what is Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare? I was actually thinking Ocean's 11 is actually probably a good example of how you would want to get at Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, but I can't find it now. All right. Ocean. I was sure they had a beat sheet on that one. All right, forget it. Superhero. That's what we're thinking about. I actually think that the proper story type for Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare would be a superhero, right? Which is hero of your tale must have a special power, even if it's just a mission. So in their case, it's their mission, but also they are badasses. The hero must be opposed by a nemesis of equal or greater force who is the self-made version of the hero. Now, here's where Ministry fails. Ministry does have a nemesis. That would be the Nazi leader of the base. Problem is, he never squares off against Henry Cavill and the boys. And he is not, this is the crucial piece, he is not of equal or greater force to the heroes. He's actually quite inferior to them. They easily outwit and beat him. And that's why this film has no tension whatsoever. Finally, there must be a curse for the hero that he, she, or in this case, they surmounts or succumbs to as the price for who they are. Well, they don't. Because Winston Churchill gives them a hero's welcome and lets them off the hook and says, hey, you're going on more adventures. Have fun. They never have to really sacrifice anything to win. They kind of just win. So there's really no curse that's holding them back. There's no nemesis that's really threatening or challenging them. It's why it's a boring movie. Now, why do I bring this up? I bring this up because there is nothing. There is nothing out there to watch. There is no good movies. There's nothing that rises to any level. It is so rare to see anything that is interesting. And I'm not saying that to blackpill. I'm saying that because it explains the kind of descent into madness of the whole Schlurpo thing. It's like we're so tired of like nothing ever being well thought out or creative or respecting the audience, you know? And what frustrates me is, it's like I watch Fallout and I think, I understand the elements of this that people like. I like those elements too, mostly. But it frustrates me that we're giving this a pass because it shouldn't get a pass. It shouldn't get a pass for being this lazy. It shouldn't get a pass for not fulfilling on this premise the way it should. So anyway, weird soapbox, but there you go. It's so weird too, because like the first, and it makes sense because the first half of Ministry was done correctly, mostly, I think. And in the first half of the film, I thought, this is pretty cool. This seems to me like the way Inglourious Bastards kind of should have been. Someone else pointed out that one of the problems with that film, though, is that it's such a serious situation, but it's played so light in tone, which is kind of a mismatch for that film, and I kind of agree with that. So Anthony Timmons says, and they went to Tumblr and hired a rent-a-writer. Dude, you know what I saw on the other day? I saw a job posting on a job board, and it was basically, hey, come write. It was actually a recruiter that was reaching out to me. They were like, come write for us. Come teach an AI how to write. And I was like, well, if that isn't making your own news, I don't know what is. But it was just odd because I'm like, yeah, I mean, the work's going to get done. Someone will do it. But imagine paying people minimum wage or whatever, or contracting them on kind of a minimal pay, and all they're doing is revising, editing, and refining AI writing. And it's like these dumbasses in Hollywood don't understand. This is the worst time in human history ever to be phoning it in. This is the worst time in history for wokeness to take over the film industry. Absolute worst time. You do not have time to be fracking around with pronouns. You do not have time to be doing all of this woke fuckery and all the... You are literally, you don't even realize it. There are tech companies at this very moment that are working around the clock to train AI programs how to replace Hollywood writers. Oh, you think your stupid little strike did it? It did nothing. Your stupid strike accomplished nothing. It helped them. It bought them time to get rid of you losers. And you want to sit here and have Doctor Who, being lectured on pronouns? You people are delusional. This is the worst time in history ever to phone it in as an artist. The worst. It's unbelievable to me. Dude, at this very moment, second by second, AI algorithms are getting smarter and smarter and smarter. They are learning how to write better and better and better. And they are going to replace every loser writer. And I'm not saying the writing's going to get better. It's not. I'm just saying it won't be these monkeys at the typewriter. I mean that broadly, generally. I'm not referring to any particular group. Don't misunderstand. But these idiots at the typewriter, they're not going to be needed. They will be replaced. Anyway, there you go. What was that? What was that, Staffiare? You said, how dare you insult Mandalorian Aspidistra? I watered him yesterday, and he's still smarting at the reviews. Oh, that's right. Yes, the houseplant pirate. Yes, of course. Yeah, we're wrapping it up soon, Fu Man Blue. If you gotta go, you gotta go. The restream will be up there if you want to catch the rest of it. No need to... the captain is in overtime. I fully acknowledge that. Guns of Navarone is the best version of ungentlemanly conduct, says Staffiare. Oh yeah, I'm sure that there are a lot better movies, and it's disappointing. I think Ministry was a good concept. I mean, the concept sold me. It really did. But just to close the loop on it, so I was watching Happy Gilmore last night, right? And Happy Gilmore is actually one of the funniest comedies ever. I love that movie. But watching it again, and I hadn't seen it in a while, so a lot of the things I'd forgotten, and it was great laughs. I got great laughs out of that movie. And I remember thinking, though, this is one of the problems with a lot of comedy movies for me, is a lot of times when the story is not good, the third act kind of bores you in a comedy movie. Even if the comedy is funny, like perfect example, Office Space. Office Space is a brilliant, hilarious comedy, and it's super funny. Third act is a slog. And that's because they have to write an ending to it, and it's kind of a dopey premise, and the premise is funny, but once they've run out of that premise, then it becomes this weird sort of crime dramedy, and that's actually not that funny or interesting. A lot of comedies do this. A lot of comedies run into this. So it's notable when I encounter one that is extremely well constructed as a story. Happy Gilmore is just such a case because with Happy Gilmore, and I believe me, this is just a nerdy game I love to play with myself, which is I like to play with. And I mean, that's not what I mean. The Fool Triumphant is what genre this is. So in the Blake Save the Cat genres, Happy Gilmore is the Fool Triumphant. And it's, by the way, it is a perfect Fool Triumphant story. It is extremely well done. By the way, Adam Sandler does a lot of Fool Triumphant, like Billy Madison is a Fool Triumphant story. But I would argue Happy Gilmore is really one of the best he ever did. And the 3 rules of a Fool Triumphant are a fool whose innocence is his strength and whose gentle manner makes him likely to be ignored. Or in the case of Happy Gilmore, his boorish, regular Joe manner is what makes him likely to be ignored by all but a jealous insider. That would be Shooter McGavin in Happy Gilmore, a jealous insider who knows too well. Second rule, an establishment. That would be the pro golfing community in Happy Gilmore. The people or group a fool comes up against, either within his midst or after being sent to a new place in which he does not fit at first, that's spot on Happy Gilmore. He wants to make money. He hates golf. He just wants to make money. So he winds up finding himself, he's a hockey player hothead, or wannabe hockey player anyway, who finds himself in this snooty, smug world of the golfing elite. Third rule, a transmutation in which the fool becomes someone or something new, in this case, an actual pro golfer, often including a name change that's taken on either by accident or as a disguise. The reason this is notable to me is that they nailed every level of this formula so well in Happy Gilmore. Like Shooter McGavin he's incredibly funny. The actor who plays him is so funny. There's a scene where he's mouthing off to a spectator behind him, and it's the big giant guy, with the nail in his head. And he's like, Happy Gilmore, oh my God, when he sees the guy, and he's like running away from him. It's hilarious. Now, my point is, Shooter McGavin represents the guy who's threatened by the fool coming into his world and being popular when he doesn't deserve it, from Shooter McGavin's perspective. Couple of other things. Happy Gilmore, and by the way, Adam Sandler, a lot of his movies were very good at this. As odd as they are, they're very good at this, which is he has amazing save the cat moments. Happy Gilmore wants to get his grandmother's home back. That's such a beautiful reason for him to do this. He loves his grandma and he wants to get her back in her house. He has a kind of soft spot for anyone that is like down on their luck, or somebody who's often overlooked. For example, the homeless guy that wants to clean his windshield in the film. The golf club people remove him, and he's like, "Oh, let the guy go. He just wants to make a few bucks," which is a great save the cat moment for Happy Gilmore. Then when Happy Gilmore finds out he needs a caddy, he goes and gets that homeless guy and makes him his caddy. My point is, there's all kinds of little moments like that in the film that make me really like and want to root for Happy Gilmore, right? So the plot is extremely well constructed. Moreover, it follows all of these beats, right? It hits every single one of these beats perfectly in Happy Gilmore. Let me go to, do I still have it up? Geez, Captain. Why would you even close that? You shouldn't do that. There it is. There it is. Yes, I'm just for visual aid purposes. Right, so you have the opening image, which is the home movies of Happy Gilmore and how much he loves hockey. Theme stated, it's like, I am a hockey player, ride or die kind of thing. Catalyst is his grandma's home gets taken. The debate, what should we do? Should we give it up? Should I do anything? And then he's like, I could make some money as a golfer, but I hate being a golfer. Carl Weathers plays the pro golfer that wants to train him, but he kind of refuses. He's like, no, I'm not a golfer. I'm a hockey player that's temporarily golfing. Promise of the Premise, which is the whole run of the movie where Happy Gilmore is just crushing it. You know, he's hitting, but he's also like, you know, beating up Bob Barker and all this stuff. And it's super funny, right? And the funny thing is you're watching the fool sort of snooker the golf community because he's popular and people like him and he's driving up the ratings. So even though he's doing all this stupid stuff that's embarrassing the pro golfers, the fact that like he's driving up the ratings and he's drawing a crowd means they can't get rid of him. That's brilliant. Then we get to the midpoint, which is Happy's actually winning, but he's got a problem. His problem is he's terrible at putting, and he won't take advice. Bad guys close in is when Shooter McGavin, Happy actually does have enough money to save his grandma's home, but then the bad guys close in, Shooter McGavin buys the home, and he plans to use it as leverage to force Happy off the tour. And Happy makes a bet with Shooter, hey, if I beat you at this golf tournament, you have to give me the house, and if I lose, I will quit, which is a pretty brilliant moment. Then we have the all is lost moment, which is Happy Gilmore gets hit by a car because Shooter McGavin pays a guy to do it to him. And he loses his drive, which is his superpower, right? He's able to drive the ball farther than anyone else. So he has this moment where he's decided he's going to lose. Then we have the Dark Night of the Soul, where even his happy place has been taken over by Shooter McGavin. And what's he going to do about this? So my point is what? Why in this case of this dopey Adam Sandler movie am I pointing out? Because I'm telling you, folks, if a movie sucks, it's because it's not doing the work. Because it's not putting the pieces in the right place. A good story is a Swiss watch. Do not kid yourself. Guys like Zach Snyder are delusional. They are delusional. Zach Snyder is kidding himself when he thinks that just because he's got some kind of philosophical idea about this or that, or, oh, it's fantasy and sci-fi mixed together, he's deluding himself, folks. The fact of the matter is, a working story is just like a piece of machinery. It's just like the engine in a car. It has components. It has pieces. Those pieces are necessary for it to work properly. I'm not saying you can't play with the rules. I'm not saying you can't move them around. I'm not saying you can't do things that try something unconventional, but I'm telling you, those pieces got to be ticking away for it to work. And now that doesn't mean that the audience should see the pieces. I only see the pieces because I write and I study the stuff and I'm a nerd about it. But the audience should not be thinking about this. You know, I do because I'm a psycho. But I'm saying that like the normal audience member, they don't know that these pieces are ticking away in front of them because that's under the hood. All they see is, wow, that's funny. Oh, I like this guy. Oh, that was great. That's all they see. And that's as it should be. So what I'm saying is to Zack Snyder and Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau and all the other wackos, get to work. Get back to work. And that goes double for your captain. So there you go. Well, my dear sailors and starnauts, we've been having a good night, haven't we? Staffjeri with 2 pounds sterling says good night, everyone. Well, good night, Staffjeri. Godspeed. And there he goes. That is our sweet Prince Staffjeri. He is across the pond, off to bed. He was up late tonight. I'm sorry. I kept Staffjeri up past his bedtime, and that is not typically my custom. There it is. Well, the producer is bringing up the music. Mr. Producer is bringing up the music, and that means we have come to the end of another beautiful voyage, another beautiful sojourn into the studies of story structure and all things nerd. And we will meet again, my dear sailors and starnuts. We will conduct yet another of our beautiful town halls where we discuss the things we love and the things we hate. Next Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. We will be here. Please like and subscribe. Join our Discord community. It is blossoming. It is burgeoning. And this Friday, there will be more Fate Quest featuring the universe of Fallout. So don't miss that. And thank you for joining me. This is the Captain's Cast. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. And you, my beloved audience, to you I salute you with deepest gratitude. It is my honor to be here with you every week. And until next time, I bid you adieu, Auf Wiedersehen, and I will see you out there.